Chapter 1373. Little brother Xiaoqin, I really misunderstood you last time. The vice sect master, Fang Baiyu, stepped forward, feeling deeply ashamed. Xiaoqin had a pure heart, speaking his mind bluntly. However, because Fang Baiyu felt uncomfortable, he misunderstood Xiaoqin instead, not even giving him a chance to speak. However, now that a great disaster was upon them, and Xiaoqin was the first to lead a team to save them, he did not care about the grievances he suffered earlier. Vice Sect Master, you are too serious. The most important thing now is to retreat. Xiaoqin smiled. He did not care about the earlier matter in the first place. Why would he care about it now? The fiend race greater heavenly martial emperor, Jiang Chuan, said, Little brother Xiaoqin, come with us. As long as our group retreats to the 6th layer of formations, the situation of the battle will calm down. As long as they activated the 6th layer of formations, they would be prepared and defend with all their might. The deity Dao Union would not be able to break through quickly. This was because the closer they got to Haotian City, the stronger the defenses of the formations would be. Xiaoqin shook his head and said, I'm afraid I can't go with you. Someone has to stay behind and bring up the rear. Otherwise, if the deity Dao Union continues to chase us, we will suffer heavy casualties. Fang Baiyu and the other 2 greater heavenly martial emperors turned their heads to look. The hundreds of respected deities surrounding the surging pillar of fire were slowly gathering. Farther away, Di Wuk was currently sorting out the chaotic situation on the huge deity race warship. Once the 2 sides gathered, they would be a huge force. If they truly gave chase, at least half of the 200-odd people here would not be able to return. The expressions of surviving a calamity on the 3's faces faded. They knew that this was just the beginning. Whether they could escape this group of respected deities, as well as the pursuit of Di Wuk and the other deity Dao Union experts, was still unknown. Xiaoqin was right. Someone did need to bring up the rear. However, this person could not be Xiaoqin. Fang Baiyu and the other 2 exchanged glances and immediately understood each other's intentions. Fang Baiyu said, That's right. There is indeed a need to bring up the rear. However, the 3 of us will be responsible for bringing up the rear. Xiaoqin, you will be responsible for bringing them to the rear. Xiaoqin still shook his head and said softly, That won't do. Di Wuk's killing intent towards me has reached the pinnacle. Even if you want to stop him, he won't fight you. If I bring them along, I'll be harming them instead. What did you do? Immortal asked curiously. Xiaoqin recalled the scene of the divine daughter suffering the backlash of the lightning tribulation. He said softly, Perhaps I was careless and killed the divine daughter, Han Yushi. Although his words were light, the ripples it created were no less than a depth charge. Everyone who heard this was startled. Who in the Kunlun realm did not know about the relationship between Di Wuk and Tian Yushi? If Xiaoqin really killed Tian Yushi, Di Wuk would definitely go crazy. Fang Baiyu and the other 2 greater heavenly martial emperors did not know what to say, unable to rebut. Xiaoqin said softly, All of you let's go. I was planning to bring up the rear in the first place. Nothing deviated from my plan. However, his plan had deviated slightly. He had not thought of killing the divine daughter. However, that did not matter. Di Wuk wanted to compete with him for the position of luck. The 2 sides were already like fire and water, mortal enemies. In the heavenly starry ocean, the divine daughter had provoked the 5 poison sex elders to kill Xiaoqin. Today, she wanted to use the world-exterminating lightning tribulation to kill Xiaoqin. Even if Tian Yushi really died, Xiaoqin's mental state would not change much. Everyone served their own masters and followed their fates. On the path of cultivation, life and death were the most common thing. At this moment, every second mattered. The earlier they left, the greater their chances of survival. Naturally, Fang Baiyu understood this principle. He shook his head helplessly and said, Come back alive. This time, the 3 of us owe you too much. Without saying anything more, the group quickly left, heading for Haotian City at lightning speed. Immortal, Yu Bingyun, and the other girls turned their heads back 3 times with every step, watching Xiaoqin's lone figure. They wanted to stay several times, but they knew Xiaoqin's temper. If they stayed, Xiaochen would definitely persuade them to leave. At this moment, the love between men and women seemed somewhat extravagant. They could only pray in their hearts that Xiaochen could return safely. Suddenly, yellow sand filled the air in front. Beams of divine light soared into the clouds amid the dense yellow sand, turning into a surging battle hunger that spread in the sky. It turned into a torrential battle will that filled the sky, manifesting many mysterious phenomena that surged along with the clouds. When Xiaochen looked up, the many mysterious phenomena materialized the most ancient war banners of the deity race. The war banners contained glory, faith, and boundless killing intent. When Xiaochen saw this scene, he understood. He finally understood why Meteor Trail City lost so quickly. One or a few gods on their own wouldn't be much of a threat, but when they regrouped and combined together, however, when they merged, the power that they could erupt with would be something that even sovereign martial emperors would not dare to clash with. The deities were very strong. However, Xiaochen did not fear them. Xiaochen slowly stretched out his right hand, and a Buddhist lamp slowly appeared in his palm. The Saraira hovered above the Buddhist lamp. The Saraira gave off a bright light, and the image of the Mahasvara Buddha chanted scriptures amid the light. With the support of this Saraira, the wondrous effects of the Buddhist lamp immediately magnified significantly. The heavenly snow divine flame nourished in it had already advanced from rank 1 to rank 2, reaching a level where it could kill a peak 6th heaven martial emperor, Emperor Wu. Xiaochen opened his mouth and sucked in the heavenly snow divine flame, sending it to the heart of an emperor in his dantian. After that, he put away the Buddhist lamp and Saraira. Then, he took out a flask of wine and sat down cross-legged. As he looked at the flying yellow sand in front, he started drinking alone. Amid the flying yellow sand, Xiaochen's vision passed through the countless deity race deities and arrived at the very center. Di Wuk carried the faintly discernible Tian Yushi, who was on the verge of death. His face filled with grief and self-blame. Faint tears flickered in his eyes. The guilt in Di Wuk's heart could not be described with words. Earlier, he had acted on his own. Earlier, he had been stubborn and did not want to let go of this rare opportunity to kill Xiaochen. However, he was extremely smart and should have thought of it long ago. Since Xiaochen charged over, he naturally had a trump card. He could only blame himself for being overconfident. There were many experts on the deity race's worship, so he did not fear that Xiaochen could do anything. However, when Xiaochen truly revealed his trump card, everything was over. Before Xiaochen, who used his dermic incarnation to execute a martial technique, the huge deity race worship crumbled at the first blow. The divine might formation broke, and the lightning tribulation rebounded. The world-exterminating lightning tribulation, which should have struck Xiaochen, rebounded and injured Tian Yushi. What, don't cry? You are the divine son. In the future, you will be the bearer of the luck of the entire Kunlun realm. How can you cry? What, don't cry? You are the deity son. In the future, you will be the Kunlun realm's luck son. How can you cry? Tian Yushi looked at Di Wuk's face and stretched out her hand as if she wanted to wipe away the tears in Di Wuk's eyes, not letting them fall. She stretched out a hand towards Di Wuk's face as if she wanted to wipe away the tears in his eyes, not letting them fall. However, when Tian Yushi extended her hand halfway, she suddenly fell back down weakly, like a flower withering and losing its color. Di Wuk's heart sank. He quickly pulled Tian Yushi's hand and brought it to his face. He cried out hoarsely, "I won't cry. I won't cry. Tian Yushi, wake up. Wake up." The surroundings fell silent. No one spoke. Everyone could sense the sorrow and pain in Di Wuk's words. "Tian Yushi, look at me. I'm not crying. I'm not crying." However, that peerlessly pure and holy face had already lost all signs of life. No matter how much Di Wuk screamed, he could not wake up. The world-exterminating lightning tribulation was a consummate technique that could instantly kill a greater heavenly Emperor Wu. How could Tian Yushi endure the might of the rebound? Di Wuk's eyes were misty, and tears were already streaming down his face. However, he kept shouting, "I'm not crying. I'm not crying. Xiaochen, Di Wuk, will never be able to live under the same sky as you. If I don't kill you, I won't be able to vent the hatred in my heart. Xiao Chen, who was drinking wine, heard a hoarse roar filled with killing intent and pain coming from the yellow sand filling the air. Then, the sky and earth shook, and the sounds of killing shook the heavens. Heavy footsteps rang out from the yellow sand. Step by step, the rumbling sound got closer to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly as he guessed something. Tianyu, she was probably really dead. He stood up and poured the half-empty bottle of wine on the ground. Xiao Chen muttered, "You protected him for life. This promise is worth it. Although our paths are different, I'll still give you half a bottle of wine. Have a safe journey." But Xiao Chen let go, and the bottle made of fine jade shattered all over the ground. It was like the goddess Tianyu, she had passed away. Chapter 1374. As the yellow sand approached, the war banners formed by the surging mysterious phenomena in the sky fluttered noisily in the face of the strong wind. The wind and sand made it hard to open one's eyes. When the momentum arrived, it was like a ferocious beast opening its huge maw, wanting to swallow up Xiao Chen in one gulp. Xiao Chen, who was standing upright, faced the boundless yellow sand. He looked incredibly faint, even more wobbly than a small boat in the eye of the storm. It looked like in the next moment, the formation of hundreds of deities would blow him away. Dang! A dull sound rang out, and the bronze sword box on Xiao Chen's back landed by Xiao Chen's feet. Xiao Chen held the sword box with one hand, and a mysterious phenomenon materialized behind him. Winds blew, clouds churned, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and berserk dragons roared. Finally, all the mysterious phenomena turned into a saber that pierced through the sky. As the dull sound of the sword box reverberated endlessly, it burst out with a dazzling saber light and a saber wind. As the saber light flew over, it drove a boundless aura and blew away all the yellow sand in front of Xiao Chen. This aura revealed the 800-odd deities, as well as Di Wuk and the others. The 800-odd deities gave off a bright light that connected with each other. If one looked carefully, one would discover that the frequency at which these deities flickered was exactly the same. It was like they had already merged into one. As the light flickered, the 800-odd deity race war banners in the sky fluttered endlessly, flickering with golden light. Di Wuk stood behind these 800-odd deities with a cold expression. Together with Xiao Hoju, Xie Zishuan, Xingju, and the other deity Dao Yunyan's Emperor Wu, they looked at Xiao Chen coldly, their eyes devoid of any emotion. "Xiao Chen, you are really bold. To think that you dare to bring up the rear alone. However, this is good as well. It saves me the trouble of searching for you. After I kill you, I will kill everyone you care about one by one." Di Wuk said coldly and aloof as he shook his head at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked at the 800 gods. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Let's see if you have what it takes to kill me. If you really wanted to run, I wouldn't have been able to kill you. But since you overestimated yourself and came to cover our retreat, it would be hard for me not to kill you." Di Wuk's words were extremely cold. The 800 gods immediately took action. They soared into the sky and prepared to gather together. With a combined attack, they killed Xiao Chen directly. Back then, this attack of theirs had directly broken through the defensive array formation of Meteor Trail City. Xiao Ju and the others looked at Xiao Chen with mixed feelings. His courage was praiseworthy. He blocked them single-handedly, giving Fang Baiyu's group a chance at survival. He had also prevented the great decisive battle from breaking out prematurely. However, he had placed himself in a desperate situation. If it were them, no one would have had the courage to do so. In their eyes, Xiao Chen was already a dead man. Even if he could block the combined attack of these 800 gods, he would not be able to dodge. If their group followed up, Di Wuk would not even need to make a move. He could just watch Xiao Chen die in front of him. If Xiao Chen had not killed Tianyu Shi, Di Wuk would not have lost his rationality and used 800 gods to deal with Xiao Chen alone. Given Xiao Chen's strength, he could move about freely with the deities scattered. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. Xiao Chen would die today. Whoosh! The temperature suddenly plummeted, and snowflakes drifted down from the sky. What's going on? Di Wuk was the first to feel that something was wrong. He stretched out his hand, and a snowflake melted in his hand. However, it did not scatter. After it melted, it turned into a burning flame. Wuxi's expression changed slightly as he quickly looked up. He saw Xiaochen's head of white hair fluttering in the wind. His entire body seemed to be bathed in a layer of frost. Xiaochen raised his right hand and gently pushed forward. A flash of cold light appeared in his palm, looking like pale white lightning. It dazzled everyone. In the next moment, the 800 deities that were about to gather were covered in a strange white flame. Not only was the flame bone-chilling, but it also continuously swallowed the primordial energy in these deities, causing their strength to plummet. Bang! The many deities fell from the sky, in so much pain that they wished they were dead. This sudden change in the situation caused the divine light on the deities and the formation banners in the sky to shatter and scatter on the spot. How cold! How cold! What kind of flame is this? I can't get rid of it. The many deities endured the intense pain and sat down cross-legged, trying to expel the heavenly snow divine flame. However, they discovered that the flame was very gentle. The ice and snow melted into their flesh, nearly entering their bones. They could not expel it quickly. Originally, the heavenly snow divine flame was a primal chaos level flame. When it rose to rank 2, it could instantly severely injure the 6th Heaven Emperor Wu. Facing a deity alone, the deity would not even be able to resist before getting burned into ice shards. However, when the deities were scattered among the 800 deities, its might was undoubtedly reduced significantly. This was the only result. This, Emperor Wu, who was beside Wux, was greatly startled, showing extremely flustered expressions. They had not expected that Xiaochen alone could defeat the 800 deities that they relied on the most. This is the legendary primal chaos level divine flame. A ghost race old man said after some thought. He found it hard to believe that such a legendary flame would appear in Xiaochen's hand. It was not because the 800 deities were too weak. Instead, it was because the flame in Xiaochen's hand was too strange and strong. As Xiaochen watched the 800 deities recuperate on the ground, he shook his head slightly, clearly not particularly satisfied. Originally, Xiaochen thought that he could burn at least half of these 800 false emperors to death. Unexpectedly, not a single one died. It looked like the might of a rank 2 divine flame was still too weak after being scattered. However, it was already sufficient. Without these 800 deities, they were much more confident of blocking Wuxi's group. Wuxi's group had more than 100 people. There were 4 greater Heavenly Emperor Wu, and the rest were minor Heavenly Emperor Wu. There were also heaven-defying geniuses like Wux. Let's see how many trump cards you have. Wuxi's expression did not change, as if he did not care about the 800 deities' lives at all. The deity races Longzhiang, the phoenix's passion palaces Su Qianxing, and the ghost races and corpse races greater Heavenly Emperor Wu slowly walked out. End the battle quickly. Do not show any mercy, Wux said indifferently. Whoosh! The 4 greater Heavenly Emperor Wu's figures flashed, and they spread out, surrounding Xiaochen from 4 directions. Their respective emperors' might spread out, and a formless aura rushed into the sky. 4 different mysterious phenomena materialized. The image of a deity appeared above Lung Xingyang's head, covering the sky for 50 kilometers around. Above Su Qianxing was a huge flaming vermilion bird flapping its wings. Flames surged, and heat waves assaulted everyone, dyeing half the sky red. The mysterious phenomena materialized by the ghost race and corpse race old men were even more frightening. Black clouds filled the sky, spirits gathered, and death chi rushed into the sky. 4 auras intertwined with one another, causing the sky within 500 kilometers to turn restless. It was as if the sky had been split apart. Numerous cracks appeared in the sky, as if a huge spider web had been laid over it. When Imo Chen and the others, who were retreating, saw the mysterious phenomena above them, they were greatly startled. When they looked back, they saw 4 indistinct figures standing in the air, firmly surrounding Xiaochen. They completely buried Xiaochen's mysterious phenomena, preventing him from raising his head. It's over. The deity Dao Union's 4 greater Heavenly Emperor Wu are preparing to attack Xiaochen at the same time. And Xianxia exclaimed worriedly. Vice Sect Master, let's charge back. Some people felt dissatisfied in their hearts. They simply could not bear for Xiaoqin to cover the retreat alone, facing such danger alone. Indeed. Vice Sect Master, let's charge back and fight it out with these bastards of the deity Dao Union. At worst, we will just die. Let's charge back, Vice Sect Master. The crowd was agitated. Everyone looked at Fang Baiyu, their eyes blazing with fighting spirit and rage. Fang Baiyu felt conflicted in his heart, showing a complicated expression. After a while, he said, let's go. Don't look back. The Blue Dragon King is covering the retreat and saving our lives. He wants us to activate the 6th layer of formations and not let the decisive battle start now. He is not sending us to our deaths. Without the mountain and river great formation, we have no chance of victory if we fight now. Clang. Right after Fang Baiyu spoke, the 4 greater heavenly Emperor Wu suppressed Xiaoqin. Suddenly, an earth-shaking saber hum erupted. Closely following that, a saber light soared into the clouds and scattered the mysterious phenomena in the surroundings. This saber hum affected the wind shadow sword on Yu Bingyun's back, causing it to tremble endlessly. Her face lit up in joy as she said, the cloud moon saber merged with the lunar shadow saber. This is a brand new transcendent divine weapon. Young Master Xiao only needs to bring out 30% of its might to block these 4. Chapter 1375. What a strong saber light. The saber light was piercing, forcing Fang Baiyu to squint. However, he felt doubtful about Yu Bingyun's words. Was this really a transcendent divine weapon? A transcendent divine weapon was not something that could be forged so easily. Based on this might, it seemed somewhat lacking. However, the matter at hand was urgent. This was not the time to consider this. Fang Baiyu calmed himself down and said, it looks like the Blue Dragon King has no problem protecting himself. Let's retreat first and not let down the Blue Dragon King's efforts. Let's go. When everyone saw this saber light soaring into the sky, they relaxed slightly. Then they perked up and rushed back. In the sky above Haotian City's city gates, the 3 holy masters, who were leading the many greater heavenly Emperor Wu to fight Ying Zongtian and the others, were attracted by this saber light as well. What is this? It seems like the holy might of a divine weapon. However, it is much stronger than that of an ordinary divine weapon. Could it be a transcendent divine weapon? That's not right. It is still weaker than the divine might of a transcendent divine weapon. With the help of the holy beast totems, the 3 holy masters' strength soared. They even held the upper hand. When the 3 holy masters saw this scene, they were somewhat surprised. This was because the deity Dao Union did not have such a divine weapon. Ying Zongtian looked into the distance. After he saw it clearly, he could not help laughing loudly. What a variable! 3 holy lords, let's go. If you do not, when the worldly mountain river great sun formation reactivates, you will be within the range of the formation. Even if you want to leave, you will not be able to. The Vermilion Bird Holy Lord and the others quickly sent out a strand of perception. In the end, they discovered that Fang Baiyu's group was rushing towards the 6th layer of formations. Once these people on the level of Emperor Wu returned to the various nodes of the formations, their group would suffer great losses. The 3 holy masters looked further away. The deity Dao Union's army, which was supposed to be chasing after this group of people, focused all their attention on Xiaoqin. Is this Diwa crazy? Why is he still pestering Xiaoqin at this time? The Vermilion Bird Holy Lord cursed angrily. He looked at Ying Zongtian and said, you want us to leave? Ying Zongtian, you better show us what you've got. After he finished speaking, he took the lead and charged toward Ying Zongtian. Accompanying him was a vermilion bird sacred beast that was covered in flames. That's right, it was a genuine vermilion bird, transformed from a holy beast totem. This was the trump card that the 3 holy masters used to establish their sect. At this moment, in order to prevent Ying Zongtian from having the slightest chance to make a breakthrough, the 3 holy lord had to use it. Ying Zongtian snorted coldly and said, stubborn. The great battle continued. The sky had long since been torn apart, and even the barrier of the sky had been broken. Vaguely, One could see the aftershocks of the starry heaven storm occasionally bringing down countless meteors from the stars in the universe. The Haotian sect was no longer a stage for this group of people. If they continued fighting, they would have to enter the starry heavens. In Meteor Trail City, the instant the bronze sword box opened, Xiaoqin used that flash of saber light to charge out of the encirclement of the 4 greater heavenly Emperor Wu cultivators. Xiaoqin stretched out his hand and grasped the handle of the brand-new lunar shadow saber. He felt a surging, boundless energy. Compared to before, the might of the lunar shadow saber was at least 10 times stronger. It was so strong that Xiaoqin found it hard to grasp. Ao Jiao, has it reached the level of a transcendent divine weapon? Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, said somewhat embarrassedly, the quality and might of this saber have indeed reached the level of a transcendent divine weapon. However, my strength as an item spirit has not increased yet. It is not a true transcendent divine weapon yet. It's fine. It is enough to deal with these 4 people. Xiaoqin stood in the air, facing Leng Jingyang, Su Qianxing, and the others from a distance. Normally, it would be somewhat taxing for Xiaoqin to face a greater heavenly Emperor Wu. This was especially so when he had already used Dermic World and the heavenly snow divine flame. However, now that he had the divine weapon, the lunar shadow saber, Xiaoqin was confident of fighting these 4. To Xiaoqin, not having a saber in his hand and having a saber in his hand were 2 completely different situations. Leng Jingyang and the others looked at the lunar shadow saber in Xiaoqin's hand at the same time. Their expressions turned exceptionally grave. With a divine weapon, you think you can block the 4 of us? Su Qianxing shouted coldly and took the lead to charge over. A sword appeared in his hand. A flame danced on the sword. As it trembled, it gave off the cry of a phoenix. As Su Qianxing swung his sword, a scarlet fiery light dyed half the sky red. The flames for thousands of kilometers in the sky condensed into feathers, looking like the wings of the vermilion bird. As Su Qianxing swung his sword, it covered the sky. The thousands of kilometers of wings in the sky flapped ferociously, kicking up a strong wind and sending down an overwhelming heat wave. Its aura was incredibly shocking. How horrifying! This startled Xiaoqin. This was the peak strike of an older generation greater heavenly Emperor Wu. This sword strike shook the entire space. Without much time to think, Xiaoqin flew back into the air. His long sleeves and long hair fluttered in the wind. Every time he spun around, a saber light would shoot out from Xiaoqin's body. Saber hums resounded endlessly in the air. Instantly, the sky filled with flickering saber images. It was unknown how many thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of saber lights shot out. Xiaoqin used his flawless saber Dao to bring out instant of glory to its limits. Xiaoqin wanted to draw out the most glorious painting since he made his Dao. This painting did not have beautiful mountains and rivers, 10,000 dragons soaring, 500 kilometers of ice, or 50 kilometers of peach blossoms. There was only a saber, just one saber. After spinning 100 times, when the thousands of kilometers of vermilion bird wings were about to sweep over, Xiaoqin drew his saber. Xiaoqin drew his saber, and in an instant, countless saber images merged together. A vast painting appeared in the sky. There was nothing on that painting except a treasure saber pointing angrily at the sky. However, it depicted the glory of the world, the vicissitudes of life. Space condensed, and the sword in Su Qianxing's hand happened to block the tip of the treasure saber in the painting. The thousands of kilometers of wings in the sky stopped as well. Break! Xiaoqin shouted, and the painting shattered. The entire space crumbled, turning into countless shards. However, the saber in the painting leaped out and knocked Su Qianxing back. The flaming wings in the sky and the might of the holy beast scattered as well. Pu Si. Su Qianxing vomited a large mouthful of blood. He was in disbelief. His peak strike actually got blocked by Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin thought to himself, I got lucky. If not for the might of the divine weapon, the lunar shadow saber, no matter how glorious that saber strike was, it would not have been able to block Su Qianxing's peak sword strike. Attack together. The divine weapon in his hand is already infinitely close to a transcendent divine weapon. Do not be careless. 100 thoughts flashed in the deity race martial Emperor Leng Xingyang's mind. Then he called out to the two old men from the ghost race and corpse race and charged over at the same time. They were no longer as careless as Su Qianxing. They carefully dodged the sharpness of the divine weapon and launched all sorts of attacks at Xiaoqin. After resting for a while, Su Qianxing charged into the battle. Immediately, four greater heavenly Emperor Wu attacked at the same time, fighting in earth-shattering battle with Xiaoqin. After 100 moves, the entire meteor trail city turned into rubble, a barren land. When Di Wux's group saw this scene, they were incredibly shocked. The four greater heavenly Emperor Wu attacked at the same time. However, even after 100 moves, although they held the upper hand, they still could not take down Xiaoqin. Is the saber in his hand a divine weapon or a transcendent divine weapon? Xiaoqin had already drawn his saber. Even though he was far away, the might of a divine weapon that he radiated made Xiao Hoju and the others cry out in shock. They were greatly shocked by Xiaoqin's endless trump cards. Dermic World and Heavenly Snow Divine Flame could allow one to move unhindered. However, Xiaoqin had several of them. Divine Sun, should we make a move and help? A ghost race martial emperor suggested, sensing that the situation was not good. Di Wuk looked at Xiaoqin, who was in the middle of a chaotic battle. His expression flickered as he clenched his right hand tightly. His body trembled slightly, but he did not say anything. No one knew what he was thinking. Brother Wuk, what's wrong? Xingju asked worriedly when he sensed that something was wrong with Di Wuk. The divine daughter's death was a huge blow to Di Wuk. Xingju's worry was not without reason. Damn it. But since I, Di Wuk, made my debut, no one has been able to defeat me. I am resplendent and blessed by great luck. But this darn heavens let you, Xiaoqin, peer. I refuse to accept this. Di Wuk, who had been suppressing himself for a long time, burst out with dissatisfaction when he saw that four greater heavenly Emperor Wu could not kill Xiaoqin. I refuse to accept this. I, Di Wuk, refuse to accept this. Di Wuk shouted at the sky, and a boundlessly horrifying aura burst out of his body, releasing a dazzling light. Xingju and the others quickly moved away, lest they get injured by Di Wuk's aura. He is one of the older generation Emperor Wu said with some horror, seeming to have guessed something. Right after Xiaoqin spoke, a simple and mysterious door suddenly descended from the sky, piercing through space. A boundless multicolored light descended from the sky, hovering in midair. Emperor's door. Di Wuk is crazy. He does not have sufficient accumulations. To think that he wants to forcefully undergo the great tribulation of wind and fire. The deity Dao Union's group was startled into a fluster. At this moment, no matter who it was, all of them wanted to run as far as they could. Chapter 1376. The deity Dao Union's group soared into the air and fled far away. However, before they could get far, that emperor's door completely stabilized and hovered in midair. Buzz! The entire ground of Meteor Trail City caved in and cracked. Even the lava in the depths of the ground spewed out. It was like a heavy strike. All the people flying in the air felt like they got hammered down. They vomited a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. After they got up, they did not even look back, continuing to flee quickly. The sudden appearance of the Emperor's door also knocked down the four greater heavenly Emperor Wu emperors, who were fighting Xiaoqin. Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiaoqin's lips. Just as he was about to land, he pushed the tip of his saber against the ground and flipped over to stabilize himself. Xiaoqin looked at Di Wuk, whose long hair and clothes fluttered, gathering all the auras in the surroundings. This was simply too surprising. To think that Di Wuk wanted to forcefully clear his great tribulation of wind and fire. The risks of forcefully clearing the tribulation were unpredictable. This was something that Xiaoqin had been avoiding. The great tribulation of wind and fire already had a slim chance of survival. Forcefully clearing it was no different from suicide. It was impossible for Di Wuk not to understand this simple principle. Furthermore, his accumulations were still far from sufficient. Normally, he would need at least a year before he could clear his great tribulation of wind and fire. While Xiaoqin was surprised, The four greater heavenly Emperor Wu emperors were even more surprised. Divine Son, what's going on? The deity race greater heavenly martial Emperor Lengjiang looked at Di Wuk in a daze. Is it because the divine daughter's death dealt a huge blow to him, so he seeks death as well? Brother Leng, what should we do now? Su Qianxing asked. The two elders from the ghost race and the corpse race also looked at Lengjiang. They were confused by this sudden turn of events. Leng Jingyang muttered to himself for a while. Then, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he said, "The plan remains the same. Continue to kill Xiaoqin. This fellow destroyed the Divine Son. We absolutely cannot let him live." Obviously, he believed that the chances of Di Wuk successfully overcoming the tribulation were almost zero. They had already given up completely, placing all the blame on Xiaoqin. That is exactly what I was thinking. This brat clearly lacks stamina. Before advancing to Martial Emperor, he will not be able to bring out much of the divine weapon's might. The four great emperors quickly finished their discussion and surrounded Xiaoqin again. Fang Baiyu's group had already successfully entered the sixth ring of the formation. At this moment, Xiaoqin already had thoughts of retreating. However, the four martial monarchs were determined not to let him go. Xiaoqin wasn't in a hurry. This accident was beneficial to him, and it wouldn't take long. Emperor Forsaken would definitely not give up on Di Wuk. It wouldn't be long before everyone returned to protect Di Wuk. In the sky above Haotian City, Ying Zongtian and the three holy masters, who were fighting, immediately sensed the arrival of the emperor's door. At first, Ying Zongtian thought that it was Xiaoqin undergoing his tribulation, so his expression turned extremely grave. When Ying Zongtian saw that it was Di Wuk undergoing his tribulation, his expression relaxed slightly. At the same time, he felt some doubt in his heart. What kind of blow did this Di Wuk suffer? Why did he forcefully undergo his tribulation for no reason? Oh no! This fellow Di Wuk is crazy! The White Tiger Holy Lord cursed in anger. The Vermilion Bird Holy Lord glanced at the worldly mountain river Great Sun formation below, which was about to reactivate, and Di Wuk suddenly went crazy. He immediately made a decision and said, "Retreat." The greater heavenly Emperor Wu of the deity Dao Union's group immediately withdrew, not lingering. The greater heavenly Emperor Wu of the Haotian sect's group immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure of the three holy masters, who brought out their holy beast totems, was simply too great. The Peacock King and the others quickly gathered around Ying Zongtian. As they looked at the emperor's door in the distance, their faces filled with shock. "Brother Haotian, do you think this Di Wuk has really gone crazy?" the Peacock King asked Ying Zongtian. Forcefully undergoing his tribulation was something that this group of older generation Emperor Wu did not even dare to think about. Ying Zongtian's gaze pierced through the boundless distance and clearly sized up Di Wuk. Looking into his eyes, he said, "Di Wuk is also an outstanding genius. This move of his looks certain to die. However, if there is a 1 in a billion chance that he actually runs into it, it will not be good." Brother Haotian means to say that he is trying to advance to Martial Emperor before Xiaoqin, putting himself in a perilous situation and making one last attempt. Ying Zongtian nodded and said, "However, the chances are slim. Even if the chances are slim, there is still a chance. We should completely eliminate this chance." Everyone here was a powerhouse of a region. They were very decisive in killing. Many of them expressed the same thoughts. If Di Wuk really succeeded in his tribulation, he might be able to defy the heavens and change his fate, directly becoming the bearer of luck. The deity Dao Union's side would obtain the favor of the heavenly Dao. To them, this would be a devastating blow. A light flickered in Ying Zongtian's eyes. He looked even further and thought even deeper. Then he shook his head and said, "There's no need. Since he wants to risk it, I will give him this chance. Come, let's go and take a look first." Behind the deity Dao Union, Emperor Forsaken and the heaven-punishing corpse god, who were preparing for the final battle, were both stunned when they saw the scene on the water screen. Winds blew and clouds churned above the water screen. An emperor's door stood upright in the air. This emperor's door gave off a supreme might, mysterious and filled with temptation. Emperor Forsaken was stunned for a moment. Then he stood up with a whoosh. At this moment, some ripples appeared in his calm heart. Emperor Forsaken frowned heavily, his expression turning grave. After a long time, he sighed softly, "Wuk, why do this to yourself? Once the Haotian sect is destroyed, your path will be smooth sailing." "Qitian, what are your plans now?" the heaven-punishing corpse god asked as he looked at Emperor Forsaken. This unexpected turn of events had indeed surpassed the two's expectations. A grave look flashed in Emperor Forsaken's eyes. He said, "Protect Wuk with all your might as he undergoes his tribulation. Don't let anyone disturb Wuk." The heaven-punishing corpse god's lips curled up as he said, "Is there a need for that? No one in history has ever survived a forceful tribulation. From the desolate antiquity era to the ancient era to the present era, all of them died without exception. Even if they managed to survive, they would be half dead, crippled for the rest of their lives." When Emperor Forsaken heard this, he raged, "Xing Tian, don't anger me. What he said is the truth." Just at this moment, another voice rang out. It was the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, who had been sniping at the Fox King, rushing back because of Wuk's matter. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor continued, "Qitian, the Emperor's door has already descended. Soon, his Emperor's road will descend. You can no longer change this. You should also understand that the Divine Daughter will be his heart tribulation. The path he walks is a path of certain death." The heaven-punishing corpse god thought for a while before saying, "There is no need to go through so much trouble for a sacrificial pawn. I think the deity Dao Union should be disbanded." The heaven-punishing corpse god's words were out of helplessness. Since ancient times, no one had succeeded in forcefully clearing their tribulation. Furthermore, Wuk was now completely crazy. Just at this moment, the scene on the water screen changed again. The clouds in the surroundings of the Emperor's door gave off a bright light. Red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, they changed into 9 colors before stopping. A staircase made of 9 colored glass extended from the bottom of the Emperor's door all the way down. There were a total of 9,000 steps, giving off a dreamy light like an immortal's road. The heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor both showed stunned expressions at the same time. They did not dare to believe what they saw. A 9-colored Emperor's Road. This was an existence of a higher grade than a golden Emperor's Road. This was a mysterious phenomenon that only appeared when a supreme powerhouse underwent a tribulation during the peak of the martial epoch. It is a 9-colored Emperor's Road. 9 is the limit of numbers. 9 is venerated. 9 is king. This is the true Emperor's Road for kings. Emperor Forsaken reared his head back and laughed. Wuk had put his life on the line, forcefully clearing his tribulation. However, in the end he managed to obtain an Emperor's Road for himself. Chapter 1377. The heaven-punishing corpse god said, "Qitian, back then, you walked the Golden Emperor's Road, right?" Emperor Forsaken nodded and said, "Yes. Back then I had many competitors. However, after I finished walking the Golden Emperor's Road, no one in the deity race dared to challenge the position of deity emperor." The Dongyue Ghost Emperor muttered, "The Golden Emperor's Road can make one a prime? Could it be that the 9-colored Emperor's Road can surpass prime?" Everything is possible. The existences above prime in history have always been a mystery. This has always been a mystery. Quite a few powerful senior existences have completely disappeared from the traces of history. It is very likely that they surpass supreme beings, leaving this land of exile. Emperor Forsaken looked at the two and asked, "Is a powerful genius that can summon a 9-colored Emperor's Road worth another bet?" The heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor exchanged glances and said, "Let's bet. I'm willing to protect Wuk." "I'm willing as well." The appearance of the 9-colored Emperor's Road changed the minds of the heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. The reason was very simple. It was for that faintly discernible opportunity. If Wuk really cleared his great tribulation of wind and fire, he might surpass Prime. To them, this was an unavoidable temptation. "What is that?" Suddenly, the heaven-punishing corpse god pointed at the water screen in front of him, showing a flustered expression. Suddenly, large patches of red clouds gathered in the sky opposite Wuxia on the water screen. The clouds were scarlet like blood, looking very startling. They looked like pools of blood hanging high in the sky. Such a scene was incredible, unheard of, and unseen before. The instant Wuxia's 9-colored Emperor's Road landed in Meteor Trail City, Xianxia, who was fighting with the 4 greater martial emperors, felt that something was wrong. The energy that Xianxia had been deliberately controlling completely went out of control. In an instant, all of it burst forth. 100 strands of primordial energy, 100 strands of dragon vital qi, and the magic energy in Xianxia's sea of consciousness burned. The peak will of thunder flickered with light. The saber intent all over Xianxia's body burst forth. A strong wind howled. The sky and the ground were filled with Xianxia's sharp saber intent. Countless rare phenomena burst out from his body, including a blue dragon, lightning, frenzied saber, and so on. The 4 martial monarchs who had the upper hand and were suppressing him were shocked. Startled by this phenomenon, the 2 of them retreated at the same time to avoid it. "There's something wrong with this kid," Leng Jingyang said with a serious expression. Su Qianxing had a strange expression on his face. He felt a drop of rain falling on his forehead. He reached out and touched it, only to discover that it was a drop of blood. Raising his head, he saw that the clouds in the sky were as thick as ink and as red as blood. It was as if an endless sea of blood had appeared in the vast sky. What? The blood rain poured down, instantly drenching the clothes of the 4. The oppressive atmosphere deterred the 4 from remaining. They retreated frantically, retreating 50 kilometers. Only when they were above Wuxia's side did the blood rain stop. Amid the blood rain, Xianxia's white robes became covered in blood. As Xianxia looked at the dense blood clouds in the sky, he entered a daze, feeling somewhat confused. "This is my great tribulation of wind and fire?" The instant Wuxia's 9-colored Emperor's Road descended, Xianxia felt that something was wrong. Then it turned out to be so. The suppressed energy completely erupted. The great tribulation of wind and fire, which could descend at any moment, was completely drawn out. Wuxia's 9-colored Emperor's Road had completely lured them out. However, Xianxia had not expected that the mysterious phenomenon triggered by his great tribulation of wind and fire would cover 500,000 kilometers, blood clouds covering the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the distance, this scene attracted the attention of Yingzongtian, the Fox King, the other primes, and the sovereign martial emperors. They stopped and looked into the distance, feeling confused. They had never seen or heard of such a mysterious phenomenon before. Since ancient times, there had never been any records of a person's tribulation triggering 500,000 kilometers of blood clouds. On the other side, the 3 primes of the deity Dao Union were also startled by this mysterious phenomenon, no longer able to sit still. They brought all the factions of the deity Dao Union from extremely far away and quickly rushed over. Firstly, they feared that Yingzongtian and the others would disrupt the Divine Sun's tribulation. Secondly, they wanted to see the movements of the blood clouds above Xianxia's head. Immediately, all the sovereign martial emperors and hidden experts of the deity Dao Union moved out. Behind Wuxia was a faction even vaster than the sea. When Yingzongtian's side saw this, they felt slightly startled. Unexpectedly, the deity Dao Union was still hiding so much strength. "The Fox King, you are very knowledgeable. What is going on with Xianxia?" Yingzongtian could not get an answer from such a situation. Feeling helpless, he could only ask the Fox King, who was beside him. The other party was a fiend race prime, someone who became famous 1,000 years before Yingzongtian. He definitely knew a lot more. "Who knew?" The Fox King shook his head and said, "I have never seen or heard of such a mysterious phenomenon during a tribulation. In the ancient records, a 9-colored Emperor's Road is already the highest level." Yingzongtian felt a trace of worry. He said sullenly, "We can't care so much now. Focus on defense. We will protect Xianxia. We absolutely cannot let the deity Dao Union's people interfere with Xianxia's tribulation." Half of the sky of Meteor Trail City, which spanned millions of kilometers, was now filled with 9-colored light. Colorful clouds floated in the sky for millions of kilometers, glistening with divine light. On the other hand, blood clouds covered the sky, thick like ink, and heavy rain poured down. The three primes on the deity Dao Yunyan's side looked at the blood cloud above Xiaochen's head, speechless. Naturally, Di Wuk also saw the phenomenon that Xiaochen created. The two of them stood facing each other, separated by millions of kilometers. However, Di Wuk had no time to think too much, as he had to continue on his emperor's road. Just as everyone was captivated by Xiaochen's mysterious phenomenon, Di Wuk's long hair fluttered in the wind. With a loud shout, he leapt onto the colorful road of Emperor and began to walk upwards. Di Wuk had just ascended the Emperor's road when a strong wind turned into many icy whips. The whips quickly lashed at him. Put, put. Everywhere the whips passed, space froze. After one step, when Di Wuk reappeared, he had 10 wounds on his body. This was especially so for the bloody wound on his face. It contained a cold energy, and his blood was tinged with purple. It was so painful that Di Wuk's lips twitched continuously. Such a scene made Emperor Forsaken and the other two primes suck in a deep breath. The difficulty of the 9-colored Emperor's road was even more difficult than they had imagined. This was just the first step, and Xiaochen was already so injured. In that case, how were he going to complete the remaining 8,000-odd steps? Brother Qitian, now is not the time to worry about that. Look, that brat's Emperor's door is about to descend as well, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor said as he pointed into the distance. Emperor Forsaken squinted and saw a whirlpool in the 500 kilometers of blood clouds. It looked like the Emperor's door was about to descend from the end of the whirlpool. We absolutely cannot let him clear his great tribulation of wind and fire. Such a mysterious phenomenon is unheard of. If he really clears it, no one will be able to stop him. Emperor Forsaken enunciated every word, each one filled with boundless murderous intent. The three holy masters, Holy Lord, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, and the heaven-punishing corpse god all felt this intense murderous intent. He deserves to die. If he clears it, he will definitely become the second Qing Emperor. Even if we use up all our resources, we have to bury him on the Emperor's road. Soon, all the upper echelon of the deity Dao Yunyan reached a consensus. They absolutely could not let Xiaochen clear his tribulation. Amid the blood rain, Xiaochen entered deep thought as he looked at the scarlet whirlpool descending from the sky. He stretched out his hand, and a jade strip appeared in his palm. This jade strip was used to gather the various holy lords of the heavenly starry ocean. Originally, it was meant to be used on the Haoyan sect. Unexpectedly, it ended up being used on Xiaochen. Never mind. Let me see what exactly my Emperor's road is like, Xiaochen said coldly. Then, the jade strip in his hand shattered into pieces. Instantly, the many martial emperors in the distant heavenly starry ocean all received the notification. Boom! Just as Xiaochen crushed the jade strip, the emperor's door slowly descended from the whirlpool. A significant amount of blood leaked out of the cracks in the simple and unadorned emperor's door. After a while, a scarlet staircase appeared in front of the door. Then it extended all the way until it reached Xiaochen. There were a total of 10,000 steps. Xiaochen raised his head and looked. What appeared before him was clearly a path of blood. Chapter 1378. In the oceanic world, within the Black Sea, the 18 great bandits gathered together. Xiaochen looked in the direction of the Kunlun continent. There was a patch of red clouds there. Even from hundreds of millions of kilometers away, he could clearly see the eye-catching color. That wisp of blood cloud was horrifying, and the shock it brought to everyone had already surpassed the distance of space. At this moment, it was not just them. Every Emperor Wu in the Kunlun realm felt fear in their hearts. Like the 18 great bandits of the Black Sea, they stood on high ground and gazed into the distance. Blood Shark King, what's going on with these blood clouds? I can actually feel the stench of blood rain and wind from so far away. How strange. It's not like we've never seen blood clouds before. However, compared to this one, it feels completely different. Even with our cultivation bases, we're still affected. Perhaps it's an ominous sign. Blood clouds cover the sky, indicating that a disaster is about to descend. This was something that even a prime could not explain, so naturally, the 18 great bandits of the Black Sea could not. The blood shark monarch pondered for a long time before saying, "I can't say for sure. This is unheard of, so it's really hard to explain. Should we go and take a look?" Based on the direction, it seems to be in the Tianwu domain. "Who knows, it might be related to the Blue Dragon King," someone said excitedly as his eyes lit up when he thought of something. Bang! At that moment, a jade slip flew out from the blood shark monarch's chest and exploded. Blood shark monarch said leisurely, "It seems that I have to go. The Blue Dragon King is in trouble. Everyone, are you willing to join me?" "What are you talking about, Blood Shark King? You're not the only one who agreed to the Blue Dragon King." "That's right. The Blue Dragon King is extremely graceful and loyal. Helping him today is the same as helping ourselves. How can we not go?" "Why not?" I've been waiting for this day for a long time." The 18 great bandits of the Black Ocean did not hesitate at all. This group of people had always been passionate people. Most of the time, when they agreed to do something for someone as long as they saw eye to eye, it would be fine. Unlike some people of the righteous path who were overcautious and indecisive, calculating again and again, planning again and again before making the final decision. At the same time, the others who had an agreement with Xiaochen also received the news. The cyclic astral lord revealed a smile on his face as he looked at the jade strip before him shattering. He said indifferently, "You are finally here. It looks like you have something to do with these 500,000 kilometers of blood clouds. Tell the holy Sun Chu Yang to come out of closed-door cultivation. I'll bring him to witness the grand scene that the Kunlun realm rarely sees in 10,000 years." Similar scenes took place on the Myriad Fiend Island, the Five Poison Sect, the Heavenly Province Academy, the Yin-Yang Utopia, and the other sacred grounds. Suddenly, the great emperors all came out, and the entire oceanic world was affected by this aura. Tsunamis rose to the sky, and the waves did not stop. Even the ordinary people felt that something was wrong. It was as if something big had happened. As for the Kunlun continent, even ordinary people could see the strange scarlet clouds. This startled the surroundings. Several cultivators could not suppress their curiosity and rushed over to the scarlet clouds. 9-colored 1,000 steps and blood cloud 10,000 steps. The tribulations of the two affected the hearts of all the experts of the Kunlun immortal realm. Several of the hidden Emperor Wu felt unsettled by this mysterious phenomenon and had to come out of closed-door cultivation in advance. When they saw the 500,000 kilometers of scarlet clouds clashing with the 9-colored tribulation clouds, their expressions changed drastically. Then, they rushed towards Meteor Trail City. Mo Chen and the others, who had already retreated to the 6th layer of formations, could no longer sit still when they saw such a strange change. They all rushed out. In Meteor Trail City, the heaven-punishing corpse god looked at the descending Scarlet Emperor's road and muttered, "That brat seems to have crushed the convening token earlier. That group of Holy Lord and Primes of the oceanic world should be making a move now." Emperor Forsaken smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. I made preparations long ago. It would be fine if they do not come. However, if they do, I will make sure that they never return." The heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor felt startled. They wondered what trump cards Emperor Forsaken had. To think that he was so confident. Were the accumulations of the deity race that horrifying? "Emperor Forsaken, how about we have a gentleman's agreement? Let these two juniors undergo their tribulations on their own. As seniors, we will not make a move." Ying Zongtian and the Fox King, the two primes, soared into the air and happened to stand guard above Xiao Chen's emperor's door. Then they looked at Emperor Forsaken in the distance. Emperor Forsaken smiled and retorted, "A gentleman's agreement? Ying Zongtian, you are too hypocritical. If not for Xiao Chen undergoing his tribulation as well, would you have made this agreement with me?" When Ying Zongtian heard that, he could not help feeling disappointed. He opened his mouth but did not say anything in the end. The Fox King frowned and said, "Chigan, don't measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a vile person." Before Xiao Chen underwent his tribulation, Old brother Ing already restrained his fellow cultivators from interfering with Wuxi's tribulation. It does not matter who is the vile person and who is the gentleman. Whoever is stronger is the king. Just like now, it is the two of you begging me, not me begging you. Emperor Forsaken remained unmoved. He smiled coldly with disdain in his eyes. Ing Zongtian looked worriedly at Xiao Chen's blood-red Emperor's Road. He said sincerely, Brother Qian, now is not the time to show off. You should know that if we are not careful, the two most promising outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm will end up dying. Emperor Forsaken smiled coldly and said, You are too naive. You are not a threat to me. No matter what, the deity Dao Union absolutely will not let Xiaochen succeed in his tribulation today. Big brother Ing, don't bother speaking nonsense with him. If he wants to fight it out, let's fight it out with him. This old man cannot take this lying down. He is too much of a bully. Big brother Ing, there is no need to beg him. That's right. We will stand guard here today. Let's see who dares to interfere with the Blue Dragon King's tribulation. The various greater heavenly martial emperors and sovereign martial emperors soared into the sky, enraged at Emperor Forsaken's despicable attitude. You are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. If not for the fact that I do not want to expose my trump cards, I can destroy your Haotian sect with a wave of my hand. Do you really think that you can fight against the deity Dao Union? Emperor Forsaken snorted coldly, his expression turning completely cold. Right after Emperor Forsaken spoke, the heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor led the group of greater heavenly martial emperors to charge at Ing Zongtian and the others. The three holy masters each stood on one side, controlling their holy beast totems to protect Wuxi. An intense battle immediately unfolded under the blood clouds. Primes against primes, Sovereign Emperor Wu against Sovereign Emperor Wu, and Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu against Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu. Immediately, the already intense blood rain became even more intense. The entire world trembled. The ground cracked, and sand and rocks flew everywhere. The blood clouds shattered, forming many horrifying scarlet tornadoes howling everywhere. The number of greater heavenly martial emperors the Haotian sect had did not hold an advantage over the allied army of the deity Dao Union's four races. Many of the deity Dao Union's Emperor Wu stared coldly at Xiao Chen, who had yet to step onto his emperor's road, preparing to make a move at any moment. As Xiao Chen watched the bitter battle in the sky, he vaguely understood why his emperor's road was scarlet. Xiao Chen's right hand, which held his saber, trembled slightly. His left hand clenched into a fist. Xiao Chen's fingernails dug into his flesh, and blood seeped out, turning the place incredibly scarlet. He temporarily buried some rage in the depths of his heart. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and gently pushed off with his feet, leaping onto his emperor's road. A strong wind blew. The martial emperor, who had been waiting for a long time, instantly made his move. Immediately, many ghostly figures, skeletons, and demonic seals appeared in the wind. They were faintly discernible and contained killing intent. These greater heavenly martial emperors did not dare to get too close to the emperor's road. They could only attack from afar. However, this was enough to threaten Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes. His figure flashed, leaving behind afterimages as he quickly swung his saber. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Miserable cries rang out by Xiao Chen's ears. It was like the ghostly figures in the wind were real. The 300 afterimages merged. The instant Xiao Chen stepped onto the emperor's road, a scarlet skull appeared on the distant emperor's road and charged at him. The scarlet skull had empty eyes, leaping flames, and leaping scarlet eyes. With just one look, it triggered all the fear in one's heart. This was especially so for the 10,000 scarlet steps. As the skull slowly approached, it magnified the fear in one's heart. This was a test of Xiao Chen's will. If his will was not firm, he would not even be qualified to step on this road. Whoosh! The scarlet skull grew increasingly larger. As it got closer, it pierced through Xiao Chen's body like the wind. All sorts of fear immediately magnified in Xiao Chen's heart. Xiao Chen's body wobbled at the edge of the emperor's road, looking like he would fall at any moment. No! Mo Chen, who had already rushed over with the others, could not help crying out when she saw this scene. Tears immediately flashed in her eyes. Emperor Forsaken's eyes lit up. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he stretched out his finger from 500,000 kilometers away and gently tapped. Whoosh! The sky shattered, and a huge finger pierced through the sky like a deity, pressing toward Xiaochen. Chapter 1379. When Emperor Forsaken, the strongest prime under the Thunder King, made a move, it would naturally be extraordinary. The timing of this finger strike was very precise. The Haotian Prime and the Fox King happened to be delayed by the Corpse God and the Ghost Monarch, so they could only watch as this finger strike landed. Bang! This finger strike landed on Xiaochen's already tottering body. Xiaochen vomited a mouthful of blood and landed on the Scarlet Road. Xiaochen's blood looked exceptionally eye-catching. No! Emo Chen, Yu Bingyun, and the other girls all cried out in shock, unable to accept this result. Success! Falling off the Emperor's road was equivalent to failing the tribulation. When many people saw this scene, they all thought that Xiaochen would fail the tribulation. However, the Emperor's road did not collapse. The Scarlet Emperor's door still hung in the sky, showing no signs of disappearing. Emperor Forsaken frowned slightly. Although this finger strike of his was not very powerful for the sake of pursuing absolute speed, it was still a casual strike. Even so, it would have been more than enough to deal with Xiaochen, easily knocking him into the air. What went wrong? Why has this Emperor's road not collapsed yet? Everyone had this question in their hearts. Emperor Forsaken's eyes lit up. He looked around and saw a few unremarkable fingers at the edge of the Scarlet Road. He did not go down. Xiaochen is still there. At the edge of the Scarlet Road, a wound appeared on Xiaochen's chest. One of his hands hung on the Scarlet Road with some difficulty. Xiaochen's body was like a catkin, drifting with the wind. However, no matter how he drifted, his 5 fingers remained firmly on the Scarlet Road. Xiaochen's heart remained calm. Speaking of which, he had to thank Emperor Forsaken for this strike, the red skull that fell from the peak of the Emperor's Road. This caused the fear in Xiaochen's heart to expand infinitely. Even with his mental state, this fear was somewhat unbearable. However, Emperor Forsaken's finger strike allowed Xiaochen to quickly extricate himself from the brink of life and death. Xiaochen pulled with all his might. He spun in the air and landed on the bloody path again. Emperor Forsaken's face darkened. Without another word, he pointed his finger at Xiaochen. Let's see if you'll have such good luck again. The giant finger tore through the sky once again and pointed at the place where Xiaochen was standing. Everywhere it passed, the space would shatter. All sorts of poems of the god race were sung in the air. It was like an epic that had existed since time immemorial. This finger was like the wrath of the god of heaven. Chidian, don't go too far. In the sky, Zongtian, who was entangled with the heaven-punishing corpse god, was enraged. He let out a loud roar and paid the price of taking a palm strike from the heaven-punishing corpse god. Then he threw a palm strike at the sky. A great sun appeared in his palm, looking like the rising sun. Brilliant golden light illuminated half the sky as the great sun soared. The divine spirit image in the sky that had pointed out its finger was directly shattered. The giant finger shattered on its own, turning into countless strands of divine light that fell around the bloody path like flowers. Bang! However, the price of this strike was a solid palm strike. How could one be distracted when fighting primes? The heaven-punishing corpse god took advantage of this opportunity to clench his fist and use 10,000 dragon force to strike Zongtian's chest. Pu ci. Zongtian was immediately knocked back 10 kilometers, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. As he retreated, several of the martial emperors that were fighting were knocked back, severely injured. When Xiaochen landed and looked up, he happened to see this scene. Big brother Xiaochen's heart bled, but he could not do anything. Emperor Forsaken was too much of a bully. Little brother Xiaochen, focus on your emperor's road. Don't get distracted. The pale Zongtian smiled casually at Xiaochen. Then he charged at the heaven-punishing corpse god. Xingtian, you are only SOSO after all. You used your physical body to substantiate your Tao. You merely tickled me. Ha. Pumph. How dare you look down on me? The heaven-punishing corpse god was extremely hot-tempered. He immediately increased his strength by 10% and started fighting Ying Zongtian. Boom! The shockwaves of the two's battle instantly doubled. The other martial emperors and sovereign martial emperors could not avoid them in time. Xiaoqun stopped getting distracted. He took a deep look at his emperor's road before taking the first step. In a split second, gusts of cold wind whistled over like blades. Unable to dodge, Xiaoqun brandished his saber and brandished it wildly. The air rang out incessantly. Di Wuk, on the other hand, was undisturbed and protected by the three holy masters. Although he was covered in wounds, he had already walked more than 100 steps and was far ahead. In comparison, Xiaoqun's monarch's road was much more difficult. Not only did he have to face all sorts of strange winds, but he also had to deal with them. On top of that, Xiaoqun had to face the occasional harassment of the deity Dao Union's martial emperors and Emperor Forsaken. Emperor Forsaken wasn't in a hurry either. From time to time, he would make a move, forcing Ying Zongtian and the Fox King to take a hit from the supreme martial artist, helping Xiaoqun to block the fatal attacks from Emperor Forsaken. In an instant, the two supremes were severely injured by the Ghost Emperor and the Corpse God. The other Haotian sect martial monarchs were in an even worse state. They had to fight at least 1 against 2, or even 3. Suddenly, Emperor's essence and boundless spiritual energy filled the air, spreading out with the wind. One of the Haotian sect's martial emperors fell. The many cultivators watching the battle in the periphery of Meteor Trail City all sucked in a breath of cold air. A bona fide greater heavenly emperor Wu fell. Based on the situation, it seemed like there would be a second and third, perhaps even a sovereign martial emperor. Two powerful outstanding talents undergoing their tribulations at the same time. This is probably the first time such a scene has happened since ancient times. What's even more incredible is that one is the legendary Peak 9-colored Emperor's Road, and the other is the unheard-of Soaring Blood Road. I wonder which one is more incredible. Most likely, the Kunlun continent's Emperor Wu has been startled. I wonder how many Emperor Wu will fall in this battle. The Blue Dragon King is probably in some danger. If this continues, the deity Dao Union will defeat the Haotian sect sooner or later. Outside Meteor Trail City, the cultivators rushing over were all stunned by this scene. Such a scene deterred some of the Emperor Wu from entering Meteor Trail City. They could only watch from afar lest they get caught up in the shockwaves. The situation was already clear. The peak forces of the Haotian sect were routed. This was reflected in Xiaoqun's Emperor's Road. He had only taken 100 steps, but Di Wuk had already taken 1,000. Fortunately, I'm not too late. Just at this moment, a relaxed voice rang out in the distance. The sky for 5,000 kilometers around suddenly turned pitch black. As the starlight filled the sky, the handsome cyclic astral lord rushed over with Chu Yang in tow. With one finger, he extinguished the divine finger that Emperor Forsaken was still brewing. Emperor Forsaken's expression changed slightly. Unexpectedly, the cyclic astral lord arrived so quickly. The cyclic astral lord is here. Emo Chen and the others cheered. They could only feel anxious in this huge battle. There was no chance for them to interfere at all. The arrival of the cyclic astral lord, a prime, gave everyone a glimmer of hope of turning the tide. 3 holy masters, block him. Emperor Forsaken ordered expressionlessly. With the strength of the 3 holy lords and the holy beast totems, blocking the cyclic astral lord was nothing. Why the trouble? A drawn-out sigh resounded. The myriad law fiend master suddenly appeared, and the aura of a prime spread out. Immediately, the 3 holy lords no longer dared to move. Once they left, no one could block the attacks of a prime on Di Wuk. The myriad law fiend master is here as well. Another prime. Startled cries rang out. The myriad law fiend master narrowed his eyes and threw 3 palm strikes, causing the deity Dao Union's Emperor Wu, who was sneak attacking Xiaoqun, to vomit blood and fall to the ground. Bush, bush, bush. A black cloud flew over from the distance in the sky. The Blood Shark Sovereign led the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea over. These are the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea. What a fellow! How many people did the Blue Dragon King invite to protect him? Before the many Emperor Wu could exclaim in shock, the holy lords of the Heavenly Province Academy, the Five Poison Sect, and the Yin-Yang Paradise appeared one after another. Under the pressure of the strong auras, the deity Dao Union's Emperor Wu no longer dared to make a move. He revealed horrified expressions as he retreated. What's going on? The powerhouses of the oceanic world are all rushing over. The Emperor Wu of the deity Dao Union's side all retreated, gathering behind the ghost monarch and the corpse god with somewhat grave expressions. They knew that Xiao Chen had convinced some people in the oceanic world. However, they had not expected that he had moved all the peak characters of the entire oceanic world away. They knew that Xiao Chen had convinced some people in the oceanic world. However, they had not expected that he had moved away nearly all the peak characters of the entire oceanic world. Qitian, didn't you say that you have a way to stop these people? Why did they still come? What are we supposed to do? For primes, 18 sovereign martial emperors, and 3 holy lord. The heaven-punishing corpse god sent a voice transmission to Emperor Forsaken while suppressing his rage. However, the rage in Emperor Forsaken's heart was even greater than his. The treasure master had clearly promised him that he would help block half of the great martial emperors and primes. However, he did not manage to block a single one, and all of them rushed over. Heavenly Star Treasure Master, after this is over, I will definitely kill you. Emperor Forsaken's eyes were filled with dense murderous intent. He wished that he could rush over and tear the treasure master into 10,000 pieces. Without the Thunder King around, he was the strongest expert of the Kunlun realm. However, a heavenly starry ocean's treasure master played him for a fool. Qitian, if you stop now, I can let bygones be bygones. The gentleman's agreement is still valid. Ying Zongtian said as he stood upright with his hands behind his back and looked at Emperor Forsaken. Emperor Forsaken laughed loudly and said, Ying Zongtian, when I became a prime, you were not even worth a fart. What qualifications do you have to speak to me? Stop pretending to be righteous. Today, Xiao Chen will die. No matter who comes, it will be useless. Emperor Forsaken held up the sky with one hand, and space shattered. A terrifying aura came from it. Ying Zongtian and the other primes frowned slightly as they looked at the mysterious existence in the crack. At the same time, they felt startled. There seemed to be an existence surpassing prime in there. Chapter 1380. The aura that leaked out from the pitch-black spatial tear put heavy pressure on everyone. Everyone within several million kilometers of Meteor Trail City felt like there was a dagger pressing down on their backs, not daring to move at all. Even Wuxia and Xianxia, who were walking on their Emperor's Road, felt some pressure. However, the two of them could not afford to be distracted. Their great tribulations of wind and fire were each more ferocious than the other. Wuxia glanced around and saw that Xianxia had only taken a few steps. He calmed down slightly. However, when Xianxia raised his head and looked at his 9-colored Emperor's Road, he, who had just taken 100 steps, immediately felt some despair. Of the 9,000 steps, Xianxia had not even walked a tenth of them, and he was already injured to such an extent. Can I really finish walking the legendary Emperor's Road, which is said to be the highest level? No, I cannot feel despair. I have to finish walking this Emperor's Road. This is my, Wuxia's, last chance. The despair in Wuxia's heart only lasted for a moment before vanishing without a trace. Xianxia's gaze turned resolute and stubborn once more. His determination and desire for this Emperor's Road were no less than Xianxia's. Xianxia had only just started walking the 10,000 steps. This path was filled with many uncertain factors. Xianxia did not even know what would happen after he finished walking it. However, Xianxia's mentality was much better than Wuxia's. He did not have any messy thoughts. There was only one goal in his heart, to finish walking this bloody path. It did not matter if he became a demon or attained the Tao. On Haotian City's side, because of that mysterious energy, Ying Zongtian, the Myriad Law Fiend Master, and the other primes gathered together. They all showed extremely grave expressions. Is that an aura surpassing prime? Ying Zongtian asked uncertainly. The Fox King frowned and said, It is impossible for the Kunlun realm to have an existence surpassing prime. That is impossible. What exactly is this? That was right. The Thunder King was very strong. However, he did not surpass Prime. Whether or not there was a pinnacle above the Supreme Being realm was still a question. However, the Kunlun realm did not have any existences that surpassed Prime. Or rather, if one surpassed Prime, they would not be able to remain in the Kunlun realm. This was 100% certain. The Myriad Law Fiend Master's normally calm expression turned somewhat grave at this moment. He sighed softly and said, "What if the existence in here came from the Kunlun realm in the first place?" The other primes suddenly recalled that the deity race was not a race of the Kunlun realm in the first place. They came from the mysterious outer domain. However, more than 100,000 years had passed, and the first generation of the god race had already died out. Could it be that the god race powerhouses of that generation still had a chance of survival? Shio. Suddenly, a gaze shot out from the crack. The four primes sensed it at the same time and instinctively looked in the direction of that gaze. Within the curved, pitch-black crack, there was a world of its own. A dignified old man of the god race sat on a golden throne. He wore a crown on his head. There was an extremely ancient aura in that gaze. With just one look, one would believe that the old man on the throne was an existence on the level of a living fossil. Although the old man's aura was strong, the four primes could not feel any life force from him. It was like he was somewhere between life and death. Just as the four primes felt suspicious, they saw the old man on the throne wave the divine halberd in his hand. Scatter! The four primes sensed extreme danger at the same time. Their figures flashed, and they moved thousands of kilometers, rushing into the sky, wanting to fly into the starry heavens. Ever since they became supreme beings, the four of them had never felt such a dangerous feeling. It was inconceivable to the extreme. How did the primes move? Others could not even see their trajectories clearly. Just like that, these four primes ran into the sky. Pa! However, a huge, formless golden palm smashed down from the starry heavens. The four supreme beings each spat out a mouthful of blood as they were forcefully smacked down. Such a scene was very shocking. For primes were sent flying at the same time. No one could imagine such a scene. The heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue ghost emperor were stunned. Primes were practically undefeatable in the Kunlun realm. However, today, four primes were sent flying at the same time, severely injured. Was this the trump card of the deity race? This was simply too horrifying. Whoosh! Suddenly, bolts of black lightning appeared in all directions in the sky for 5,000 kilometers around, roaring ferociously as they charged at the deity race old man in the crack. Emperor Forsaken's expression changed slightly. He had expected this long ago, so he quickly stopped summoning. The crack quickly mended and mended. However, several bolts of black lightning still charged in before the crack mended. This was the divine punishment of the heavenly Tao. The Kunlun realm could not allow existences surpassing primes to exist. Pu-ci. Pu-ci. Several bloody holes appeared on Emperor Forsaken's body. Blood gushed out like fountains and his complexion paled. Brother Xingtian, hurry up. Ying Zongtian's group of four are already severely injured. Just one of you is enough to suppress them. Don't let them have any chance to counterattack. Emperor Forsaken said quickly and anxiously as he pressed on the acupoints of his body. Clearly, he paid a huge price this time. The heaven-punishing corpse god ignored the doubts in his heart. When he heard how anxious Emperor Forsaken was, he pushed off with his feet and chased after the four primes that were sent flying. Brother Qitian, make another move and directly break that Xiao Chen's Emperor's road, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor suggested after seeing the strength of that deity race old man. Emperor Forsaken shook his head. That is the body of my deity race old ancestor. After receiving the energy of millions of believers, he barely managed to leave behind a strand of his soul to live until now. His strength already surpassed that of a prime long ago and is not compatible with the heavenly Tao. I cannot endure the lightning of the heavenly Tao's divine punishment a second time. Only now did the Dongyue Ghost Emperor notice Qitian's injuries. He asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. All members of the Deity Tao Union heed my orders. Fight with all your might and kill Xiao Chen on his emperor's road. With this command, the entire deity Dao Union's attack, which had stopped, ferociously charged over again, heading for Xiao Chen's bloody emperor's road. Immediately, the sky became densely packed with figures. All the deity Dao Union cultivators, regardless of their cultivation, charged over. Block them. Although the 4 primes of the Haotian sect were not here, the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea, the Heavenly Province Academy, and the Holy Lord were. When they saw this scene, they immediately blocked the flood-like cultivators above the emperor's door. At this moment, Mo Qin, Yu Bingyun, Injuanxi, Bai, and the others soared into the air as well, joining the group blocking the deity Dao Union. Under the 500,000 kilometers of bloody clouds, the largest chaotic battle since the fall of the Qing Emperor immediately unfolded. That was right. It was indeed a chaotic battle. Emperor Forsaken gave the order. All the cultivators of all sizes in the deity Dao Union participated in the battle. The Haotian sect's side was broken. Everyone fought. With so many people, the scene turned chaotic, completely uncontrollable. On the other hand, the 3 holy masters each guarded a side under the 9-colored clouds, preventing Di Wux's great tribulation of wind and fire from being interrupted at all. When Di Wux saw this scene, he felt even more confident on his emperor's road. His cultivation seemed to be on the verge of a breakthrough. On the bloody emperor's road, Xiao Chen was in a miserable state. Not only did he have to face the various wind tribulations on the bloody emperor's road, but he also had to dodge the attacks of some deity Dao Union cultivators. Every step he took was extremely difficult. Even so, he continued to advance step by step, not feeling dispirited at all. The long-awaited bloody rain fell again. However, this time, it was a true bloody rain. Along with the bloody rain were countless corpses falling from the sky on both sides of the bloody emperor's road. There were corpses from the deity Dao Union's side and the Haotian sect's side. This chaotic battle was extremely intense. On the other side, the heaven-punishing corpse god fought 1 against 4. Indeed, it was as Emperor Forsaken said. The heaven-punishing corpse god held a great advantage, fighting to his heart's content. He laughed maniacally without end, completely suppressing the 4 primes. Ing Zongtian and the other 3 felt extremely sullen in their hearts. However, that heavenly deity's hand had shattered their hearts of an emperor, severely injuring them. The battle under the blood clouds was intense. Although the Haotian sect had fewer people and no primes, the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea and the many holy lords of the heavenly starry ocean barely maintained a balance. The battle under the blood clouds was intense. Although the Haotian sect had fewer people and no primes, the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea and the many holy lords of the heavenly starry ocean barely maintained a balance. This did not cause the defensive line to crumble, resulting in large-scale attacks landing on the bloody emperor's road. However, this balance would soon be broken. This was because the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, who was beside Emperor Forsaken, was about to make a move. When Emperor Forsaken saw the corpses continuously falling from the sky and the scattering Emperor's essence after Emperor Wu died, Emperor Forsaken sighed. The heaven-abandoning deity's sovereign sighed somewhat. He said softly, "Ghost Monarch, make your move. It is time to end all this." Void's scarlet heaven sword. Coiling monarch time saber. Just at the most dangerous moment, a saber and a sword flew over from the distant sky. The saber and sword pierced through the sky. Everywhere they passed, they pierced through the corpses of countless deity Dao Union cultivators, heading for Emperor Forsaken. Saber sword 2 sovereigns. The heaven-abandoning deity sovereign's expression turned stern, startled by his current condition. Given his current situation, it was not good for him to face 2 transcendent divine weapons at the same time. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor had to make a move to help. However, would the Ghost Emperor make a move? Even though they were on the same side, Emperor Forsaken did not feel confident. After all, this was a rare opportunity for him to fall. Chapter 1381. Summoning the deity race ancestor resulted in Emperor Forsaken's suffering from the lightning of the heavenly Dao's divine punishment. Based on the hole in his chest that had yet to close, it was clear how severe his injuries were. The physical body of a prime was already incredibly strong, even if one did not focus on cultivating the physical body. Ordinary injuries could be healed in an instant. Even now, Emperor Forsaken still had not recovered. Clearly, he was severely injured. The saber sword two sovereigns' timing was very accurate. Emperor Forsaken could no longer dodge the attacks of these two transcendent divine weapons. Even if he did not die, he would lose his combat prowess and fall into extreme danger. At the crucial moment, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor stepped forward and shielded Emperor Forsaken, helping him receive the saber and sword. Dang! Amidst the deafening rumble, the space distorted and refracted. Strange cracks appeared, sending some of the people in the vicinity flying. Although the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, who caught the saber and sword, did not move back at all, blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. He was significantly injured. The Scarlet Heaven Sword and the Time Saber quickly bounced back. Two figures streaked across the sky and caught them, charging into the back of the nine-colored clouds. This was the first time outsiders barged into the area covered by the nine-colored clouds. Although the chaotic battle was intense and rumbling, it took place under the 500,000 kilometers of scarlet clouds. The three holy masters guarding Di Wuk only took one look and did not move. This was because the Saber Sword two sovereigns were not looking for Di Wuk. Instead, the Saber Sword two sovereigns charged into the back, targeting Emperor Forsaken. The Saber Sovereign Wu Xiaotian and the Sword Sovereign Lu Xiaoyan were the sovereign martial emperors closest to primes in the Kunlun realm. When the two worked together, in addition to their transcendent divine weapons, they could suppress a prime. The appearance of these two people caused the situation to return to a balanced state once again. This also made the many neutral Emperor Wu and the cultivators watching the excitement outside Meteor Trail City breathe nervously. The Saber Sword two sovereigns are here. Their tribulations really attracted the attention of the entire world. The number of major characters of the Kunlun realm who did not come can be counted on one hand. I wonder who will succeed in the tribulation first. Amid the rather calm discussions, Wu Xiaotian and Lu Xiaoyan pointed their transcendent divine weapons at the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and Emperor Forsaken. The Ghost Monarch said coldly, "Are the two of you tired of living?" The Ghost Monarch said coldly, "Are the two of you tired?" Lu Xiaoyan said calmly, "Ghost Monarch, the two of us do not have any other intentions. We just want to force the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign to stop here. If we continue, the Kunlun race world demon race demon emperor will spirit, we will realm, demon god spirit realm, and race, world emperor king will demto world." Wu Xiaotian continued, "Don't forget about the 100 race war 100,000 years ago. It caused the Kunlun realm to fall from its peak to its current state." The Dongyue Ghost Emperor scolded, "Foolish. It is precisely because of the war with the deep abyss demonic world that we need to consolidate all our strength. This is the purpose of establishing the deity Dao Union. The Haotian sect is the first step for the deity Dao Union to unify the Kunlun realm. The two of you are really short-sighted. To think that you are not embarrassed to call yourselves the Saber Sword two sovereigns. Help me delay for 4 hours. I'll personally make a move and suppress these two reckless fellows." Emperor Forsaken's cold voice came from behind. Right after he spoke, black electric light suddenly leaped out of his body. The electric light exploded in the distant sky, blasting a huge hole in the sky. This was Emperor Forsaken seriously treating his injuries, trying to force out the heavenly Dao divine lightning in his body. As Emperor Forsaken sat down cross-legged, many small worlds appeared behind him. Countless believers prayed in the shrines in each small world. At this moment, the hundreds of lower realms that the deity race controlled and the shrines in the various parts of the Kunlun realm started pouring the power of faith into Emperor Forsaken. This was the strongest prime under the Thunder King. When Emperor Forsaken got serious, anyone would tremble in fear. The Saber Sword two sovereigns exchanged only one glance and immediately came to a tacit understanding. Xiao Chen absolutely could not let the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign successfully treat his injuries. This was a great opportunity to get the deity Dao Union to stop. Working with the saber and the sword, the two quickly started fighting the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor fought 1 against 2. As he faced the two storm-like attacks, he immediately felt heavy pressure. After the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and Emperor Forsaken were dragged into the battlefield, the entire Meteor Trail city descended into complete chaos. No one could remain unscathed. Xiaoqun walked the bloody path with much difficulty. Unknowingly, he had already taken 1,000 steps. Of the 10,000 steps, there were still 9,000 steps left. It looked like he still had a long way to go. When Xiaoqun crossed the 1,000 steps, a warm current appeared in the blood and marrow in his body. It felt warm and extremely comfortable. Invisibly, Xiaoqun felt that the bloody path under his feet had improved his physical body significantly. His vital qi increased explosively. He gently clenched his 5 fingers, and his joints and bones crackled as dragons roared endlessly. Xiaoqun's control of his vital qi was much easier than before. Before he even used his full power, he could already drive 100 dragon force. Could it be that with every step I take, my physical body will improve? After taking 1,000 steps, I will complete a cycle of accumulation? Xiaoqun thought to himself. Then he looked at the bloody Emperor's road again, and excitement appeared in his eyes. There were still 9,000 steps left. That was to say, there were still 9 more chances for a metamorphosis. After the 9 metamorphoses, when I push open the Emperor's door and reconstruct the golden body, I wonder how much stronger I will become? With this thought, Xiaoqun's fighting spirit became even stronger. Advance to Martial Emperor. Advance to Martial Emperor. I have to complete this bloody path. At the same time, Wuk, who had completed 1,500 steps, also felt the benefits of this 9-colored Emperor's road. Xiaoqun's entire body gave off a 9-colored light. When he punched with his full power, he actually scattered a wind tribulation. How strong! My body actually underwent a metamorphosis. It turns out that this 9-colored Emperor's road has such benefits. My physical body has always been my weakness. After completing this Emperor's road, I will be able to contend with Xiaoqun's physical body. Wuk rejoiced in his heart. The remaining Emperor's road would allow him to metamorphose another 5 more times. Xiaoqun raised his head and looked at the Emperor's door. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Be it for himself or for the dead divine daughter, he needed to push open that Emperor's door. The 9-colored Emperor's road, this is heaven taking care of me. As long as I finish it, I will be able to personally kill Xiaoqun. Boom, boom. Thunder rumbled continuously in the sky. Bolts of divine punishment lightning were forced out of Emperor Forsaken's body. The saber sword 2 sovereigns worked together to suppress the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. Several saber wounds appeared on his body. However, Wu Xiaoyan and Lu Xiaoyun could not bring themselves to smile. This was because Emperor Forsaken's complexion was turning increasingly better. The divine light on Emperor Forsaken's body had already condensed into a pillar of light soaring into the sky. The resplendent divine might caused winds to blow and clouds to churn, creating many mysterious phenomena. Boom! The heaven-abandoning deity's sovereign finally forced out the final bolt of heavenly punishment lightning. Divine weapon Great Palm Imprint. The Emperor Forsaken, who had been holding back his anger for a long time, suddenly stood up. He formed hand seals with both hands, and boundless mental energy spread out. Emperor Forsaken narrowed his eyes, and his strong mental energy turned into countless weapons flickering with divine light. They looked solid and surrounded the saber sword 2 sovereigns. Xiao! 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 Countless tiny holes immediately appeared in space. The saber sword 2 sovereigns brandished their transcendent divine weapons and continuously blocked, giving off clanging sounds. The sound waves traveled far into the distance. Outside Meteor Trail City, several mountain ranges that rose and fell were shattered by the shock of the sound waves. Just the sound waves emitted were already so powerful. From this, it could be seen how powerful the psychic weapons that contained divine light were. Pa! While the 2 sovereigns defended, Emperor Forsaken and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor attacked together, each landing a palm strike on the 2 sovereigns. The 2 vomited blood as they flew back. The divine light weapons immediately pierced through their bodies, riddling them with wounds. The 2 primes stood side by side, looking coldly at Wu Xiaolan and Lu Xiaoyan. Even if you have transcendent divine weapons, you are still far from being able to fight with primes. Emperor Forsaken mocked. After exhausting the power of faith from tens of thousands of deities Templars for 4 hours, he had mostly recovered from his injuries. I'll go and kill Xiaoqin. I'll have to trouble Brother Qitian with these two, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor said. The East Mountain Ghost Monarch said. I'll kill Xiaoqin personally. This time, I have to ensure that nothing goes wrong. I'll personally chop off his Emperor's road. Decisiveness flashed in Emperor Forsaken's eyes. He had already lost his patience long ago. Right now, Ying Zongtian and the other 3 primes were being suppressed by the heaven-punishing corpse god in a sorry state. Now that the Saber Sword 2 sovereigns were injured, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor could deal with them. It looked like no one could stop him from making a move on Xiaoqin. At this moment, Xiaoqin had gone through a lot of hardships and walked 3,000 steps. Now, he was experiencing the fire tribulation. Xiaoqin already found it hard to walk in the dense blazing divine flame. Furthermore, he still had to deal with the attacks of Emperor Wu. This was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. However, an even greater danger had arrived. A prime without any fear was about to make a move on Xiaoqin, wanting to personally kill him on his Emperor's road. After taking another step, before Xiaoqin could relax, he suddenly felt an extremely bad premonition. Xiaoqin's heart sank. When he looked up, he saw another huge finger piercing through the sky, heading for him. Ding. Xiaoqin did his best to block with his saber. However, the difference in strength was too great. Although he managed to block that finger by a hair's breadth, Xiaoqin's footing was unstable. However, his footing was unstable and he fell, tumbling down the burning, bloody path. Chapter 1382. Xiaoqin's physical body had already undergone 4 metamorphoses. Now that he faced Emperor Forsaken's gigantic finger again, he could already resist it somewhat. This strike was not enough to kill Xiaoqin. However, the impact was too great. Xiaoqin tumbled on the Scarlet Emperor's road covered in flames. The flames burned, and the pain of all sorts of injuries assaulted him, inflicting unbearable pain on Xiaoqin. He clenched his teeth and did his best not to cry out. Dang! The lunar shadow saber stabbed into the Emperor's road, stopping the rapidly falling Xiaoqin. As though he had a premonition, Xiaoqin suddenly moved to the left. The instant his feet left the ground, a figure suddenly appeared. Just as his foot left the ground, that gigantic finger descended again, landing right where Xiaoqin was originally. When the gigantic finger landed, it generated a strong shock wave. However, the entire Emperor's road did not move at all, not trembling at all. He dodged. Emperor Forsaken exclaimed in shock. For the sake of maintaining absolute speed, he had already sacrificed a significant amount of offensive power. However, Xiaoqin actually managed to dodge. In reality, Xiaoqin could no longer see the trajectory of the other party's attack. He dodged purely based on his instincts. Amid the fierce flames, Xiaoqin spread out his Taiji saber domain and executed the fish dragon step. His figure flickered as he continued forward step by step, not feeling discouraged at all. Xiaoqin had only one thought in his heart: keep going. No matter how bad the external situation was, he could not give up hope. In a breath's time, Xiaoqin returned to the steps he had taken before he fell. When he looked up, he had already traversed more than a third of the 10,000 steps. If there were no external interference, Xiaoqin would have been able to go very far. Raising his leg, Xiaoqin dragged his crippled body and decisively headed for the next step. The instant he took his first step on the scarlet steps, a boundless flame immediately ignited. Boundless flames immediately ignited, and within the flames, 3 ferocious fire spirits emerged. These fire spirits were as strong as Emperor Wu. Furthermore, they did not have a physical body and were extremely difficult to deal with. As Xiaoqin resisted the burning of the flames, he fought with the 3 fire spirits. At the same time, he had to raise his focus, paying attention to the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign's gigantic finger that could descend at any moment. His stamina and mental strength had been greatly depleted, causing him to be extremely exhausted. Bang! Bang! Saber intent surged. After killing the 3 fire spirits with much difficulty, Xiaochen was about to take the next step. Damn it! The giant finger descended again. Xiaochen frowned and was forced to take 3 steps back. Thud thud thud. This time, Emperor Forsaken attacked continuously, forcing Xiaochen to retreat a full 500 steps. Immediately, Xiaochen advanced and retreated with great difficulty. The speed of his Emperor's road slowed down completely. F***K, this is too shameless. A celestial emperor using such a method to deal with a junior's tribulation. However, you have to admit that this method is brilliant. There is no need to worry about getting too close. He does not have to worry about getting too close to Xiaochen's great tribulation of wind and fire. At the same time, he can exhaust Xiaochen and easily drag Xiaochen to death on this emperor's road. Indeed, a person's physical strength is not limitless. Under such pressure, Xiaochen's mind and body could collapse at any moment. On the bloody emperor's road, Xiaochen's simple actions actually put him under tremendous pressure at every moment. Many of the cultivators watching in the periphery of Meteor Trail City spoke up, feeling pity for Xiaochen. They seemed to empathize with Xiaochen's difficulties, shaking their heads and sighing. Imochen had been paying attention to Xiaochen's tribulation at all times. When she saw this scene, she became somewhat anxious. Ding! A melodious sound rang out. It was Yu Bingyun flying forward and blocking a saber strike for Imochen. Don't get distracted. All we can do now is help him push back some of the deity Dao Union's Emperor Wu. If he dies, his mental state will fall into chaos. Yu Bingyun, who held the Wind Shadow Sword, showed worry on her face. However, she still tried to explain things to Imochen. In a chaotic battle, one could not afford to get distracted. Imochen nodded and thanked Yu Bingyun, then stopped watching. However, she still could not avoid the worry in her heart. Emperor Forsaken revealed a calm smile. Right now, he was no longer in a rush. This feeling of having everything under control was always the best. As long as this dragged on, Xiaochen would definitely burn to death on his emperor's road in another half an hour. No matter how strong one's will was, the body of flesh and blood was not made of steel. Who could block the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign? Zongtian, the myriad law fiend master, the cyclic astral lord, and the fox king attacked again, trying to break through the heaven-punishing corpse god's blockade. Alas, that god race old ancestors' peak strike that surpassed a prime being's had seriously injured them. Even if they worked together, they were not a match for the heaven-punishing corpse god in his peak state. When the heaven-punishing corpse god saw the scene on the bloody road, he smiled calmly and said, "The 4 of you, you should just let go. If you continue fighting like this, your cultivation will be affected." The cracks in the heart of an emperor should have been fixed immediately. However, the 4 who were fighting did not stop. If this continued, the cracks in the heart of an emperor would only grow larger until they could no longer be fixed. The cyclic astral lord's eyes flickered. Hesitation appeared in his star-like eyes. What should we do? Xiaochen can't hold on for much longer. The cyclic astral lord said somewhat anxiously to Zongtian, "Quickly think of something. Did the Thunder King not give you any trump cards before he left?" Zongtian showed a complicated expression. After some thought, he replied, "He did. However, we cannot use it now. It is not time yet." The cyclic astral lord also hesitated in his heart. Should he use the trump card that the Thunder King left behind now? However, the Thunder King had repeatedly instructed him not to use that trump card until the very last moment. The Myriad Law Fiend Master said indifferently, "If we cannot use it, then don't use it. Whether we succeed or fail, everything depends on fate. We just have to do our best." That's right. Even the junior Xiaochen did not give up. We cannot give up either. Heaven-punishing corpse, don't be arrogant. Infected by Xiaochen's spirit, the Fox King shouted and revealed his true form. A jade-green 9-tailed spirit fox radiating overwhelming fiendish chi appeared. Its scarlet eyes looked coldly at the heaven-punishing corpse god as it roared. The cyclic astral lord hesitated for a while before finally making up his mind to continue fighting. He had already invested so much. He could not bear to give up now. A resplendent star chart slowly floated out of his palm. Zongtian waved his hand, and a radiant Haotian sword appeared in his palm. The heaven-punishing corpse god's expression changed slightly. He said gravely, "It looks like you are serious. In that case, I will not show mercy." After saying that, a huge black axe appeared in the heaven-punishing corpse god's hand. Boom! The mysterious phenomenon in the sky underwent a startling change. The heavy clouds scattered and churned. When one looked up, one could see the stars, sun, and moon. When the saber-sword two sovereigns who were fighting with the Dongyue Ghost Emperor saw this scene, they exchanged glances and said, "Let's do our best as well." Right after they spoke, the Void Sword and the Time Saber Sword intersected. The strong saber domain and sword domain merged, forming a unique comprehension of the saber and the sword. "Damn it! Do you really think that I'm afraid?" The Dongyue Ghost Emperor's face sank. He opened his mouth and spat out a dark spirit pearl. Inside the transparent bead, there were countless ghosts floating around, exuding terrifying resentment and anger. This was the 10,000 spirit pearl. It contained the aggrieved spirits of more than 10,000 experts. With a thought, it could gather 10,000 spirits and form a clone with the same cultivation as the user. This was the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's absolute trump card. He would not use it unless he had no other choice. Go all out. Emperor Forsaken is too much of a bully. When the people of the Haotian sect, who were fighting under the blood clouds, saw Xiao Chen's situation, their eyes turned bloodshot, and they went somewhat berserk. Even the normally docile Bai had tears in his eyes. His killing intent spread out, looking extremely terrifying. The chaotic battle, which was already cruel in the first place, became even more intense. Blood splattered everywhere, and the rain of blood became even more intense. Is there any use? Before absolute strength, no matter how unwilling you are, you will have to accept your death. The heaven-abandoning deity sovereign said coldly and emotionlessly. Then he waved his finger and suddenly brought out his full power. In an instant, a divine might soared into the sky. He had predicted that Xiao Chen would no longer be able to receive this finger attack. Despair flashed in the eyes of the exhausted Xiao Chen. He could no longer dodge this finger attack. Xiao Chen was sent flying. His body shattered like glass, and his life aura quickly disappeared. Chapter 1383. Am I going to die? At this moment, Xiao Chen did not feel any pain or hear any sound. The scene before him turned black and white. He saw the tears in Emo Chen's eyes, Yu Bingyun crying, and by charging over without a care for anything else. There was also Fang Baiyu, and Juanxi, Yi Chen, and the other good friends and seniors who fought for Xiao Chen. All of them revealed incredulous expressions. All along, Xiao Chen had been blessed with great luck. He had survived many calamities and survived until now. However, this time, when facing Emperor Forsaken's attack, Xiao Chen, who was on the Emperor's road, could not dodge, no matter how great his luck was. This journey was simply too difficult. From the Sky Dome realm to the Kunlun realm. From an unknown Haotian sect disciple to the white-robed bladesman, then the famous Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen felt somewhat tired. He still remembered that when he first came to the Kunlun realm, he was just a nameless nobody. The 7 giants of the Tianwu domain were aloof existences. Just one Bai Wuxue alone placed immense pressure on him. Xiao Chen also remembered the first time he met Di Wuk in Kunlun Mountain's Heavenly Dew Divine Lake, the other party's arrogance and strength. There were too many things of the past that appeared vividly in Xiao Chen's mind. At this moment, before he died, time seemed to pass very slowly. All sorts of scenes flashed in his mind. There was his beloved Lu Ryue, his most beautiful friend, Emo Chen, and his father, Xiao Xiong, whom he had already reconciled with. Dissatisfied, truly dissatisfied, falling at the final step, dying on this emperor's road. As Xiao Chen looked at the blood-paved emperor's road and the not-too-distant emperor's door, too much dissatisfaction gathered in his heart. Some wanted to cry, while others wanted to laugh. When the deity Dao Yunyan's side saw Xiao Chen's life force continuously diminish, they revealed expressions of wild joy. He revealed an expression of wild joy. They won. With Xiao Chen dead, the Supreme Sky Sect's morale would plummet, losing all their fighting spirit. The reason was none other than losing a goal to strive for. Who could still fight with conviction? Before he died, Xiaoqun saw everything. His heart, which had always been calm and indifferent, was now boiling with excitement. Did he still remember his dream? Did he still remember the promise he made in Qingyun Peak? Should he give up? Never. The road to heaven, the Emperor's door, our blood will last forever, and we will not rest until we die. The never-fading brilliance buried in the bottom of his heart flowed through his body, the never-extinguishing hot blood. Xiaoqun couldn't make a sound, but he used his actions to prove his determination. The lunar shadow saber stabbed into the Scarlet Emperor's road with a clang, stopping its falling body. His body was already broken like glass. His flesh, blood, and bones danced in the air like fragments, and then were eroded by the flames. The life force in Xiaoqun's body was slowly disappearing. No matter how one looked at it, Xiaoqun was a dead man. However, despite being in such a state, Xiaoqun dragged his crippled body and continued walking forward on the bloody Emperor's road. Emperor Forsaken hesitated for a while before stopping in the end. He had not fallen to the point of making a move against a dead person. Xiaoqun's consciousness grew increasingly blurry, and the scene turned increasingly hazy. After a while, all the life force in his crippled body vanished. Plop! Plop! Xiaoqun's body fell over, landing on the blazing scarlet path. Emo Chen, Yu Bingyun, and the other girls lost control of their emotions as they cried out in a daze. Many figures rushed towards the Emperor's road involuntarily. However, before they could get close, an invisible force knocked them back. The bloody Emperor's road was a place that even Emperor Forsaken could not get close to. How could others barge in? Xiaoqun is thoroughly dead. Under the scarlet clouds, the intense chaotic battle stopped. Everyone turned their gazes towards the road of Emperor. As they looked at the corpses on the road of Emperor, their gazes were complicated. Even the Blue Dragon King's opponents and enemies could not help but admire Xiaoqun. He was indeed a man. Xiaoqun's luck was overwhelming, and he was startlingly talented. However, he was surrounded by enemies. This bloody Emperor's road was simply too difficult. The death of the Blue Dragon King marked the end of an era, the fall of a legend. Chapter 1384. Kill! The rage of all the outstanding primes of the Haotian sect's Emperor Wu all turned into the word kill. An overwhelming killing intent spread out in the blood clouds. This made the thick blood clouds even more viscous, looking like a sea of blood with countless waves. The sea of blood hung upside down, materializing boundless mysterious phenomena: lightning, aggrieved spirits, lotus flowers, sword chi, saber intent, and many others. An even crazier battle than before started. The Haotian sect's side completely forgot about life and death, sinking into some sort of frenzied state. The strong aura frightened the deity Dao Union's cultivators into not daring to clash head-on. Emperor Forsaken frowned slightly. He did not make a move, coldly watching these crazy people. Be it Ying Zongtian, Mo Chen, or the others, in his opinion, their efforts were futile. No matter how strong one's aura was, it was only temporary. When the divine son Di Wuk pushed open that emperor's door, this farce would slowly come to an end. After that, the deity Dao Union would expand its factions step by step until it unified the entire Kunlun realm. This was a dream that the deity race's ancestors had not been able to accomplish for hundreds of thousands of years. However, for some reason, Xiaoqun kept feeling that something was wrong. However, he could not put his finger on what exactly was wrong. Xiaoqun was already dead. On that bloody emperor's road, he turned into ashes, utterly dead. Di Wuk had inherited a great luck and gained an epiphany. His chances of completing his emperor's road immediately increased significantly. However, Xiaoqun still felt that something was wrong. He frowned heavily, unable to relax. Finally, Xiaoqun knew what was wrong. That bloody path to the heavens had not been severed. The Scarlet Emperor's door still existed in the world. The deity Dao Union's side continuously retreated. The battle spread from the blood clouds to the nine-colored clouds. However, Emperor Forsaken did not care. His gaze narrowed to a line. Xiao Chen's strong mental energy broke through the obstruction of the Emperor's road and saw the final step of Xiao Chen's corpse turning into ashes. There was a saber stabbed into the ground, and beside the saber were 2 rings. One of them was the universe ring that Xiao Chen always wore. Emperor Forsaken recognized it. The other one was old and plain. Even in the midst of the flames, it was not eye-catching. "What is this ring?" Emperor Forsaken whispered to himself. Apparently, he had noticed the strangeness of the ring. He released his spiritual energy with all his might. It was as if the scene on the Emperor's road had appeared in front of him, down to the finest detail. He finally saw a trace of suspicion in the simple and unadorned ring. Dragon. The inner ring was engraved with a blue dragon. It looked ordinary on the outside, without any luster. However, within the inner ring, the blue dragon was shining brilliantly, its radiance even more dazzling than the surrounding flames. He sent out a strand of his divine sense into the inner ring and saw a treasure hall inside the ring. Blue Dragon Palace. Emperor Forsaken could not help exclaiming excitedly. The Blue Dragon Palace contained the greatest secret of the Qing Emperor. It was mysterious and unfathomable, even more mysterious than the Qing Emperor. It was a forbidden land that primes like them wanted to set foot in. Unfortunately, the outer formation involved the changes of time and space. Even Emperor Forsaken did not dare to barge in. If it were just a spatial formation, it would be fine. Given Emperor Forsaken's attainments in the state of space and his strong strength, he could barge in. The difficult part was the time formation. That was not something that Emperor Forsaken could understand. However, this ring clearly had something to do with the Blue Dragon Palace. If Emperor Forsaken could obtain it, he might be able to enter unscathed and obtain the secrets of the Blue Dragon Palace. Then, Emperor Forsaken withdrew his gaze and glanced at the heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. Greed flashed in his eyes. Emperor Forsaken did not want to tell anyone this secret. "That's not right. I forgot about the proper matter. Why did the Emperor's road not break?" Distracted by the ring, Emperor Forsaken did not notice that aside from the lunar shadow saber and the 2 rings, there was a weak heavenly snow divine flame there. The heavenly snow divine flame merged with the blazing flames. A mysterious seed was wrapped in the divine flame. Emperor Forsaken swept his gaze over again. However, he did not discover the mysterious phenomenon of the divine flame. A clump of divine flame was not rare on the Emperor's road. Never mind. As long as Wuck can finish his Emperor's road, everything else does not matter. The reason why the Emperor's road did not break might be because this bloody Emperor's road is too strange. Emperor Forsaken shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He attributed the reason why the Emperor's road did not break to Xiao Chen's Emperor's road being too special. On the 9-colored Emperor's road, Wuck was currently in high spirits. His sudden epiphany suddenly allowed his strength to soar explosively. Xiao Chen's original weakness, which was lacking in accumulations, immediately made up for it. His injuries also completely healed. As Xiao Chen walked, he moved like a dragon or a tiger. 9-colored auspicious clouds surrounded him, and divine music continuously rang out. With every step he took, he punched, shattering all sorts of flames. When Xiao Chen punched, there was a resonant divine music singing immortal songs echoing in the sky, recounting the glory, and legend of the ancient deities. Emperor Forsaken smiled faintly and said, "This sudden epiphany really came at the right time. I have completely grasped the myriad heaven divine fist. I can borrow the power of the deities and gather it in my fists. With the help of my deity race's deity ancestors, I have nothing to fear from this great tribulation of wind and fire." Wuck's aura turned increasingly sharp. As his white hair fluttered, he looked very handsome and sharp. As Xiao Chen walked forward step by step, after 6,000 steps, the mysterious phenomenon around him, the thousands of deity images, turned increasingly realistic. How fast? Wuck's wind tribulation and fire tribulation are coming together. He will probably have to slow down a little. This Wuck is really good. At first, no one thought highly of him. However, he managed to reach this step without anyone noticing. I see an era coming to an end. Wuxi's future is limitless. Just as the cultivators in the periphery of Meteor Trail City discussed whether Wuxi should slow down a little, the various mysterious phenomena around Wuxi directly materialized a divine kingdom. The various mysterious phenomena around Wuxi directly materialized a divine kingdom, the vague form of a small world. Countless believers lived in the divine kingdom. Billions of believers sang at the same time, praising the deities. The light looked like ribbons fluttering behind Wuxi. Ding, 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 ding. As the ribbons fluttered, the poems of praise swayed in the wind, making everyone's mind dance along with them. The Great Tribulation of Wind and Fire came first, then the Great Tribulation of Wind and Fire. Wuxi experienced 3,000 kinds of wind and 3,000 kinds of fire before finally welcoming the Great Tribulation of Wind and Fire. When Xianxia took a step forward, the wind and fire merged into a formless demonic creature that launched itself at him. Bang! Xianxia punched, and the billions of believers in the divine kingdom sang in unison. Xianxia directly shattered this formless demonic creature, turning it into wind and fire and vanishing into the air. Such a scene was very shocking. No one expected Wuxi to still be so strong even after the Great Tribulation of Wind and Fire arrived together. He can't block it anymore. Wuxi's current strength is too horrifying. He will not have any problems completing his Emperor's Road. How unfortunate. If Xianxia had not died, and he had not inherited Xianxia's great luck, given his accumulations, he would have burned to death on his Emperor's Road. There is no need to say anything. The dead cannot be revived. In the end, Wuxi will have the last laugh. After Wuxi brought out the might of the myriad heaven divine fist to its limits, he was simply like a deity descending to the world. Like a hot knife cutting through butter, he advanced rapidly. Xianxia approached the peak step by step, approaching the Emperor's door that all cultivators dreamed of. Just as everyone's attention was on Wuxi, on a mountain peak several million kilometers away from Meteor Trail City, two figures suddenly descended. Suddenly, two figures descended. They were a man and a woman. The man carried a sword on his back and had a relaxed expression. He was handsome and had an innate aura of calmness. However, when he stood next to the woman, his elegance was completely overshadowed, making him unremarkable. There were no words in the world that could describe the woman's appearance. That was a face that would move any man. If one looked carefully, one would discover that the man did not even glance at the woman out of the corner of his eye. Chapter 1385. A man and a woman stood on the summit. They were none other than Chu Chaoyun and the demon monarch Leng Yu. Leng Yu's charming air seemed to have improved imperceptibly again. This resulted in Chu Chaoyun not daring to get too close to her, even hiding his peripheral vision. Are you sure that Xianxia is not dead? A murderous intent slowly surged in the demon monarch Leng Yu's cold eyes. An overwhelming storm brewed. Chu Chaoyun nodded and said, "Naturally. If a cultivator dies, the Emperor's Road will definitely collapse. No matter what Emperor's Road it is the same. The reason why I cannot sense Xianxia's aura of life now is that he must be using some other method to survive on the Emperor's Road." What method? Chu Chaoyun smiled helplessly. "I just arrived and need to observe for a while. I really don't understand you. I'm not even in a rush, yet you are in such a rush, directly rushing to the Kunlun realm from the battlefield. If the other demon monarchs find out, there will be big trouble." "It's none of your business," Leng Yu said indifferently. Leng Yu said indifferently. Her gaze had been searching for something on the Scarlet Emperor's Road. However, she could not find anything. Found it. A golden flame danced in Chu Chaoyun's eyes as he revealed a smile on his face. A flame was reflected in his eyes. A seed was slowly sprouting in the flame, looking like it would bloom at any moment. "Where is it?" Leng Yu asked somewhat excitedly, somewhat unable to suppress her emotions. Wuxi gave her a strange look. Then he stretched out his hand and pointed. The scene of the heavenly snow divine flame enveloping the mysterious seed appeared before the two. "The Adumbra flower," Leng Yu said softly. Her anxious heart relaxed somewhat. However, the worry on her face did not lessen. When the Adumbra flower bloomed, a holy king would appear. The instant the flower bloomed, a powerful holy king would undergo a nirvanic rebirth, appearing in the world while bathed in a Buddhist light. However, it would be extremely difficult for the flower to bloom. Only a true holy king could make the Adumbra flower bloom and shed its leaves. Could Xiaochen do it? Unlike Leng Yu, Chu Chaoyun's gaze was focused on the heavenly snow divine flame. At a glance, he could tell that this was a primal chaos flame that was on the same level as the heavenly flame. It was just that it was too weak right now and could not be compared to the terrifying heavenly flame. However, given time, this flame would grow stronger, and its might would not be much weaker than the heavenly flame. Chu Chaoyun retracted his gaze and said, "Let's go. This place is too close. We have to be careful." Wait a moment. Leng Yu felt resentment in her heart. Her eyes suddenly turned blurry. Her eyes, which were filled with temptation, bloomed with thousands of beautiful flowers. Chu Chaoyun glanced at it, and his expression changed slightly. He quickly looked away. "Myriad flower eyes, what are you doing?" "Leave a gift for Emperor Forsaken." In the distance, on the 9-colored Emperor's road, the white tiger Holy Lord, who was protecting Di Wuk, felt the gaze on him. For some reason, he suddenly wanted to see this gaze, so he turned his head back to look. With just one glance, he could no longer look away. His entire mind was drawn to it. Leng Yu's complexion slowly paled. Thousands of flowers bloomed continuously in her eyes, their colors changing without stopping. Boom! Under the 9-colored clouds, the white tiger Holy Lord suddenly burst out, bringing along the white tiger totem Holy Beast and smashing a palm strike at Emperor Forsaken. At this moment, Emperor Forsaken's attention was focused on the bloody Emperor's road. He had not expected the white tiger Holy Lord to attack him. Caught off guard and at such a close distance, this palm strike, which could roar the mountains and rivers, landed on Emperor Forsaken in the blink of an eye. Emperor Forsaken went flying, vomiting a mouthful of blood. The peak strike of the 9th Heaven Emperor Wu was not easy to deal with. "What's wrong with me?" After the palm strike, the white tiger Holy Lord immediately came to his senses. When he saw what he had done, he immediately felt his hair stand on end, not daring to believe it. Emperor Forsaken showed a sullen expression as he wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips. He said, "Someone charmed you." Emperor Forsaken felt depressed in his heart. The instant he saw the white tiger Holy Lord's eyes, he understood what was going on. The white tiger Holy Lord's expression changed. Someone who could charm him, even if it was just for an instant, had to be a demon monarch. Emperor Forsaken turned his head back and spread out his vast mental energy. When Xiaochen landed on that mountain, he immediately sensed the auras left by Leng Yu and Chu Chaoyun. He could not help frowning slightly. After a while, he muttered, "Demon monarch Leng Yu?" Although the 9th Heaven Emperor Wu's palm strike was not easy to deal with, it was not enough to injure Xiaochen. After the demon monarch Leng Yu made her move, she immediately vanished. What was she trying to do? Why does it feel like she simply has resentment in her heart and wants to vent it? Emperor Forsaken was not surprised that the people of the demonic world made a move. He had even prepared several backup plans to deal with the appearance of a demon monarch. However, he was puzzled by what the Leng Yu Devil Queen had done. "Don't let me catch you," Emperor Forsaken said coldly, no longer thinking about it. Whoosh! Just at this moment, 9-colored spiritual rains suddenly fell from the sky. Dense spiritual energy and 9-colored light drifted around. Wonderful music rang out in the world, moving and ethereal, moving one's heart and enjoying it. It was Di Wuk taking the final 100 steps on his emperor's road. Heaven and earth sang praises for him. Every step he took during the final 100 steps would be accompanied by countless hymns of praise and raindrops of 9 colors. Praises of heaven and earth. It truly lives up to being a 9-colored emperor's road. Such a mysterious phenomenon can appear. This is an eye-opener. There are only the final 100 steps before he can push open the emperor's door. I really want to know what kind of scene it will be after the 9-colored emperor's door opens. Amid the discussions of the crowd, the praises of the divine kingdom behind him, and the wonderful music of the world, Di Wuk walked forward step by step in high spirits. Advance to martial emperor. A stubborn light flickered in Di Wuk's eyes. He suppressed his excitement and quickly walked forward step by step. Right now, Xiaochen's aura was extremely sharp and unparalleled. He was like a living deity, so strong that it was scary. As he underwent his tribulation, he actually grew stronger. When the Haotian sex people saw this scene, despair appeared in their eyes. Zongtian, are you still going to continue fighting? Of the 4 primes, although the cyclic astral lord held back, the remaining 3 primes fought him with all their might, putting immense pressure on him. The cyclic astral lord's body was already covered in wounds. Right now, his injuries were significant. Seeing that Di Wuk was about to advance to martial emperor, the heaven-punishing corpse god spoke up again. The cyclic astral lord's eyes flickered. He hesitated for a moment, wanting to say something. However, he did not say anything in the end. Boom. Just as Zongtian was about to reply, Di Wuk happened to finish the final step of his emperor's road. He gently pushed, and the 9-colored emperor's door suddenly opened. Immediately, resplendent 9-colored light came from the world behind the door. Bathed in the 9-colored light, Di Wuk looked like the sun, giving off a light that no one dared to look directly at. Everyone was attracted by the 9-colored light. They all looked over and sighed in amazement. Behind the emperor's door, there seemed to be the vague existence of a deity, emitting a 9-colored glazed light. However, just as Di Wuk was about to enter the emperor's door, a scarlet light suddenly descended from the sky. The scarlet light filling the sky was incredibly dense. When it shone on Di Wuk, it completely overshadowed the 9-colored light of the emperor's door. The emperor's door lost all its splendor, losing all its brilliance. What's going on? Such a mysterious phenomenon startled everyone. Even the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign was stunned. To think that there would be a scarlet light that completely overshadowed the resplendent light behind the emperor's door. At Di Wuk's most glorious moment, this scarlet light overshadowed all of his brilliance. Zongtian thought of something and immediately looked at the scarlet emperor's road. At some point in time, scarlet flower petals drifted up, looking holy and flawless. Strange. Scarlet Adumbra flower? Chapter 1386. Blood-red light descended from the sky, blotting out the sun. The emperor's door that belonged to Di Wuk should have shone brightly, receiving everyone's attention. But at this moment, he was completely submerged in the red light. He couldn't even see his figure clearly. He didn't even know where the emperor's door was. What's going on? Big brother Xiaochen has come back to life? Emo Chen, whose eyes were red from crying, felt somewhat excited and expectant. Even her voice trembled. The dead can be resurrected? That's impossible, right? That's definitely not it. Something strange must have happened to the emperor's road. A dead person is like an extinguished lamp. How could he come back to life? It's impossible. The Haotian sex people all appeared excited. They cast aside the deity Dao Union's cultivators and looked in the direction of the bloody emperor's road. Countless blood-colored flower petals fluttered on both sides of the 10,000 steps leading to the emperor's road to heaven. A pure and holy aura flew out from the petals. Faintly, one could even hear some Buddhist scriptures floating along with the petals. Adumbra flower? Emperor Forsaken frowned and asked in confusion. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor, who had stopped fighting the saber and sword twin sovereigns due to the appearance of the bloody light, landed beside Emperor Forsaken and nodded. It is indeed the petals of the Adumbra flower. However, according to the records, this Buddhist sacred flower is white. It is a little strange. Buddhism's 3 great sacred flowers. The lotus flower cultivates the Daoist divine powers, the Bodhi tree comprehends the Tao, and the sage king is born. Can this Adumbra flower really allow a person to undergo nirvanic rebirth after blooming? There's a saying in the Buddhist scriptures that the Adumbra flower is an auspicious saying. Once every 10,000 years, a sacred king would be reborn. The Buddhists regard virtue as sacred, and this flower is for people who have great merit and virtue. Could it be that Xiaochen is one of them? Unexpectedly, Emperor Forsaken's mood did not fluctuate much at this moment. He mumbled to himself as if he was answering his own question, but at the same time, he seemed to be talking to the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. At this moment, his emotions were indescribably complicated. Xiaochen had brought him too many surprises. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was numb. After so much effort, he finally killed this person. But who would have thought that the Adumbra flower, one of the 3 holy masters of Buddhism, would actually be on Xiaochen, and it seemed like it could really bloom for him. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor remained silent. At this moment he felt a little tired. He had thought that conquering the Haoyan sect was just a small matter. He had never thought that it would cause such a huge commotion. In the end, the situation went out of control, attracting the attention of the entire Kunlun realm. The battle with the Saber and Sword Two Kings was even more exhausting, and it consumed a great deal of his mental energy. Facing 2 peak sovereign martial emperors who wielded transcendent divine weapons and did not fear death was truly tiring. Even a prime would feel mentally fatigued. Qitian, let's take a look at his emperor's road first. Get the deity Dao Union's people to withdraw. Too many people have died already, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor said. In the chaotic battle, it was unknown how many experts of the various races had died. A sea of blood covered the entire astral river city. This was all Emperor Wu's blood, a terrifyingly thick one. After a long silence, Emperor Forsaken revealed a hesitant expression in his complicated eyes. Withdraw, then. The will of this powerful expert, the strongest existence under the Thunder King, finally wavered. Furthermore, Di Wuk had already advanced to Martial Emperor, and Xiaochen's situation was still unknown. Indeed, the deity Dao Union should not have any more casualties. With the deity Dao Union's order, all the cultivators of the deity Dao Union heaved a sigh of relief. They quickly retreated like the receding tide. In merely a few breaths, they had all retreated far away. The speed of this retreat was very strange. This showed how much pressure this group of people was under. The strange change this time surpassed all the previous ones, no matter who it was. Even those primes and sovereign martial emperors felt their heads buzzing. The legendary flower appeared in reality. The scarlet light it brought actually eclipsed the light of the 9-colored Emperor's Gate. The neglected Di Wuk felt very depressed at this moment. There was no need to think to know. However, it did not matter. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the bloody Emperor's Road. No one remembered that there was still someone pushing open the Emperor's Gate. Suddenly, something strange happened again. All the drifting flower petals on the bloody Emperor's Road quickly gathered together. They headed for the heavenly snow divine flame and merged, forming a huge flower bud. An ancient Buddha image appeared in the sky, forming a hand seal with one hand. Then, a Buddhist light descended and landed on that flower bud. Such a wondrous technique. All the Buddhas speak of it when they come. Just like the Adumbra flower, when a sage king appears, the epiphyllum flower will bloom. A series of Buddhist scriptures rang out in the sky, reverberating in the air. With a thought, the flower bloomed. As the scriptures faded, the flower bud quietly bloomed. There were no words in the world that could describe the beauty of this flower. The flower bloomed for an instant and disappeared in an instant. However, the holy and beautiful appearance of the Adumbra flower imprinted itself in everyone's mind. The epiphyllum flower appeared for an instant, its beauty fleeting. This beautiful scene made one sigh. Youth is fleeting, time fleeting. Beautiful things were always fleeting. An instant was truly just an instant. However, the instant this flower bloomed, another scene appeared, immediately filling up the disappointment of the epiphyllum flower's destruction in everyone's hearts. A Buddhist light shone from where the Adumbra flower was. Within this Buddhist light, a figure wearing the azure dragon battle armor sat cross-legged. This figure had delicate features, a cold expression, and calm eyes. Who else could it be but Xiaochen? Xiaochen opened his hand. There was a seed in his palm. This was the seed left behind after the Adumbra flower died. Xiaochen's gaze focused on this seed. After coming back to life, Xiaochen looked at this divine flower seed with many emotions. He had not expected that the Adumbra flower would bloom for him. This holy flower of the Buddhist sect would only bloom for people with great virtue in the Buddhist sect. Xiaochen was very clear that he would not sleep with people of the Buddhist sect. The Mahasvara Buddha was the reason why this flower could bloom. As the Sky Dome Immortal Lord in Xiaochen's previous life, He definitely had some karma with the Mahesvara Buddha. However, this was not the time to think about this. Completing this Emperor's Road was the most important. Xiaoqun drew the lunar shadow saber and picked up the 2 rings on the ground. Then, he held them tightly in his hand and looked to the front. The scarlet light filling the sky shrank and condensed. Then, it turned into a piercing and dazzling scarlet light encasing him. Whoosh! The scarlet light scattered, and everyone saw Di-Wuk, who had already completed his Emperor's Road. Everyone saw 4 indistinct wheels of light behind Di-Wuk. Xiaoqun's eyes gleamed with sharpness. His gaze was as sharp as a treasure sword, deterring others from looking directly at him. As Xiaoqun stood in the sky, he looked like a deity, showing extraordinary might and an overwhelming aura. 4th Heaven Emperor Wu. It really is the 4th Heaven Emperor Wu. Di-Wuk actually underwent 4 lightning tribulations after pushing open his emperor's door, becoming a greater heavenly Emperor Wu. What a horrifying aura and emperor's might. Even if someone said that he could compete with a sovereign martial emperor now, I would believe it. Cries of astonishment rang out. Everyone was shocked by the strength that Di-Wuk erupted with after pushing open his emperor's door. However, Di-Wuk, who should have been excited and joyful, showed a sullen expression. The rage that he suppressed in his chest was like a volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. He was angry. How could he not be angry? After completing this 9-colored Emperor's Road, Xiaoqun was already the strongest person to come to the Kunlun realm since the ancient era. However, the scarlet light filling the sky drowned him. All the glory and attention were gone. No one could understand such depression. There was also the death of the divine daughter and many other things. All of this was because of the person on that bloody Emperor's Road. But why am I, Di-Wuk, after experiencing so much hardship and completing this 9-colored Emperor's Road, still not comparable to him? Even if you die, you still have to trample on me, Di-Wuk? Di-Wuk said through clenched teeth, a murderous intent surging in his eyes. Chapter 1387. Seeing Di-Wuk clenching his teeth, Xiaoqun shook his head slightly. This person was too headstrong and self-opinionated. It was like everything had to be his. However, in the world, as long as one worked hard, everyone would have a chance. Before an opportunity, everyone was fair. Just because one was the divine son and felt that something was yours, it did not have to be. For too many things, Xiaoqun had just walked his own path. He had not deliberately targeted anyone. Xiaoqun had not intended the divine daughter's death. However, Xiaoqun did not regret it. Even if he had another chance, he would still make the same decision as before. Xiaoqun withdrew his gaze and no longer looked at Xiaoqun. Then he continued on his Emperor's Road. You want to finish walking this Emperor's Road? Not a chance. Di-Wuk roared ferociously and flew over. His speed was startlingly fast. He left behind many afterimages in the air. As the afterimages lingered, space tore open. As Xiaoqun approached his Emperor's Road, the divine kingdom appeared behind him. Then he punched at Xiaoqun, who was illuminated by the red light. Wonderful praises rang out in the world. A bright divine light encased Di-Wuk's body, shining brightly. Bang! Ripples appeared in the scarlet pillar of light. Xiaoqun paused for a moment. It was not because of Di-Wuk's punch that he stopped. Instead, it was because Xiaoqun discovered something else. There was a Buddhist sect light image under Xiaoqun's feet. It flickered continuously, reflecting the scarlet light. The scarlet pillar of light blocking Di-Wuk's incredibly tyrannical punch definitely had something to do with this Buddhist sect lotus imprint. Xiaoqun raised his foot and took a step forward. The lotus light image under his feet moved with him, remaining under his feet. Whoosh! Whoosh! When Xiaoqun took a step forward, a boundless flame surged towards him. The fire tribulation was ferocious and powerful. However, Xiaoqun, who was shrouded in the blood-colored beam of light, was unable to withstand it. Before Xiaoqun could do anything about it, the flames were split into 2 by the blood-red light pillar, while Xiaoqun remained unscathed. What's going on? There's actually someone on the Emperor's Road who can interfere and protect him? Such a situation was something that no one had ever seen or heard of before. It must be known that even Emperor Forsaken was unable to help Wuk resist the great tribulation of wind and fire, but Xiaoqin now clearly had an external force helping him. This could only mean that the person helping Xiaoqin was far more powerful than Emperor Forsaken. Xiaoqin thought to himself, was it the Mahasvara Buddha who did it? If that were the case, everything would be easy to explain. The Mahasvara Buddha was an existence equal to the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. As for the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, he was the leader of the 3,000 Immortal Lords, the last immortal to survive the immortal epic. His strength was unfathomable. Even if it were Emperor Forsaken or that deity race ancestor, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord could kill them with a flick of a finger. No, we absolutely cannot let him succeed in his tribulation. Heaven Punishing Corpse Ghost Sovereign, Dong Yu, attack with me and shatter his emperor's door. At this moment, Emperor Forsaken could no longer maintain his calm. For the first time, he felt some fear in the depths of his heart. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the Heaven Punishing Corpse God clearly sensed the horror of the situation. Their expressions turned grave, and with a few flashes, they flew above the Emperor's door. It was hard to say whether one prime could shatter the Emperor's door. However, when 3 primes work together, it might be possible with a peak strike. Is this the great tribulation that the Thunder King mentioned? Ing Zongtian muttered to himself, deep in thought. Shattering the Emperor's door, such a crazy thing was too crazy. Even if the Emperor's door really shattered, the shock wave from the explosion would be sufficient to severely injure the 3. This was truly for the sake of ruining Xiao Chen's tribulation, ignoring everything else. At the critical moment, a medallion appeared in Ing Zongtian's hand. The words, Martial God, were written on the front and a flickering golden word, Command, was on the back. This is the Martial God medallion? The other 3 primes asked. The Martial God medallion was the inheritance medallion of the Bushin Palace. As long as one possessed the Martial God medallion, they would be the palace master of the Bushin Palace. It was because of this medallion that the 3 holy masters felt dissatisfied. Right now, the 4 were injured and could not stop Emperor Forsaken and the other 2 primes. They could only use the trump card that the Thunder King left behind. Ing Zongtian thought to himself, the Martial God medallion was forged by the first master of the Bushin Palace. Using this medallion, one can summon out the clone that the first master left in the medallion. How strong can a clone be? Could it be that one clone can block 3 primes? The cyclic astral lord said with a frown. The auras of the 3 primes in the sky grew increasingly stronger. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared continuously. In a rare sight, a divine halberd appeared in Emperor Forsaken's hand. Many divine wheels appeared behind him. As the divine wheels spun, many small worlds appeared. Countless believers contributed an endless stream of faith to the Heaven Punishing Corpse God. Dragon tattoos appeared on the Heaven Punishing Corpse God's exposed body. They looked like they came to life, swimming around continuously. The Heaven Punishing Corpse God's body turned into a vast sea with many huge dragons swimming around happily. The 10,000 soul pearl in the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's hand directly entered his forehead. An Azura hell materialized in his eyes, filled with countless malicious spirits. Seeing that the 3 primes were about to unleash their strongest attacks, the cyclic astral lord no longer held much hope for this martial god medallion. Now, he started to feel some regret. The peak strike of the deity race ancestor was incredibly strong. No one could think of defeating it. Fortunately, that ancestor would not appear for a while. Clearly, Emperor Forsaken did not dare to suffer the consequences of the heavenly Tao's divine punishment again. Otherwise, he would have turned around and left. However, the myriad law fiend master smiled and said, "So, this is the trump card that the Thunder King left behind. If he can really summon out the clone of the first palace master of the martial god realm, even if it only has 10% of the main body strength, there is no need to fear the 3 primes." What do you mean? That is a legend. You will see it for yourself very soon. The myriad law fiend master did not elaborate. Ing Zongtian tossed the martial god medallion in his hand into the sky. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands, and beams of holy light struck that martial god medallion. The martial god medallion in the air started spinning quickly. The light it gave off became increasingly intense. Eventually, it shot out thousands of strands of light. As the light flickered, it shot out in all directions. When the light struck the ground, incomparably deep pits appeared. Shock waves surged out endlessly. Many cultivators within 500 kilometers of Meteor Trail City were affected by the shock waves, all of them knocked back. Amidst the panic, many martial artists hurriedly retreated, their faces pale with fright. The Martial God Medallion. The Thunder King actually handed the method to activate the Martial God Medallion to Zongtian. Damn it! That old fogey, the Thunder King. Why is he unwilling to hand over the inheritance of my 3 holy masters for tens of thousands of years to us? When the 3 holy masters saw this scene, they suddenly stood up with extremely unsightly expressions. When the last hand seal was completed, the bright light gathered, and a figure appeared. That person held a saber. The light was too intense, obscuring his appearance. All that could be felt was an unruly and proud saber intent. The saber intent filling the air was like the wind or lightning, drifting through the sky and piercing through the clouds. With just this saber intent, everywhere it passed, the wind was no longer the wind and the clouds were no longer the clouds. The wind and clouds between the heavens and the earth disappeared. Only the prideful saber intent filled every corner of the place. As a bladesman, Xiaochen felt a tremor from the bottom of his heart as he stood on the Emperor's road. His body trembled, unable to move. That's not right. I should have seen this person before? Xiaochen sighed softly and frowned heavily. Although he could only see the silhouette of the saber image that came out of the Martial God Medallion, Xiaochen believed that he had seen this person before. However, Xiaochen believed that he must have seen this person somewhere before. Who is this? How come he has strength surpassing Prime? Emperor Forsaken asked in a trembling voice, his eyes blinded by this light. The saber intent filling the air turned into a boundless aura, surging over like a huge wave. The 3 primes found it difficult to speak. The saber intent filling the air turned into a boundless aura, surging over like a huge wave. The 3 primes found it difficult to speak. Never mind. Let's shatter the Emperor's door first. Otherwise, we won't even have a chance to make a move. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor said with much difficulty through clenched teeth. There is already no chance. Zongtian said indifferently. Right after the Dongyue Ghost Emperor spoke, the mysterious figure of light drew its saber and sent out a resplendent saber light. Chapter 1388. Whoosh! The instant Xiaochen drew his saber, the sky, the ground, everywhere he looked was filled with the shadows of saber lights. It seemed like there were boundless saber lights in the world, appearing from every angle, every direction, everywhere. Emperor Forsaken, the heaven-punishing corpse god, and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor could not dodge at all. Regardless of whether it was what they saw, heard, or imprinted in their minds, all they could hear was saber light and saber hum. The saber light turned into a beam, and saber hum resounded, like surging waves or surging thunder. Bang! The Bushin Palace's first-generation palace master raised his hand, and the saber light he sent out knocked the 3 primes into the air. Pu-ci! The 3 all vomited a mouthful of blood, their complexions turning incredibly pale. The small world of the divine kingdom behind Emperor Forsaken shattered. The miserable screams of his believers reverberated in the world. A terrifying saber wound appeared on the chest of the heaven-punishing corpse god, who had dragon motifs carved on his body and turned into a vast body that looked like it hid countless huge dragons. That saber mark was like a vast ocean, splitting it into 2 halves, slaying countless evil dragons. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor was in an even worse state. He nearly went blind in his eyes. The Azura hell materialized in his eyes was completely destroyed, and his eyes felt an incredible piercing pain. The clone of the Bushin Palace's first-generation palace master turned into a beam of light and entered the Martial God Medallion. Zongtian waved his hand slightly, and the rapidly spinning Martial God Medallion stopped and quickly landed in his hand. At the side, the cyclic astral lord's eyes flickered. Intense desire appeared in the depths of his eyes. Surpassed Prime. It turns out that the first-generation Bushin Palace's palace master is this strong? Xianxia, what's going on? Is the Bushin Palace's first-generation palace master in existence that surpasses Prime? The cyclic astral lord asked anxiously. Xianxia shook his head and replied, No. That's impossible. If he's this powerful, how could he not surpass the utmost being realm? Xianxia said, the Thunder King didn't surpass the Supremes, but he could still intimidate Kunlun. He doesn't have to surpass the Supremes to defeat Emperor Forsaken and the other two. After this, I'll tell you in detail. Now, follow me and continue to intercept and kill Emperor Forsaken. How about that? Now that Emperor Forsaken and the other two were also injured, they were in a much worse state than the four of them. If they were to fight again, they wouldn't be defeated by the heaven-punishing corpse god alone. It doesn't matter. We've already fought for so long. I'm not afraid of fighting a little longer. Don't worry. Seeing the Myriad Law Fiend Master and the Fox King agree, the cyclic astral lord had no choice but to suppress the doubts in his heart. He said, I have no objections. The figures of the four flashed, immediately charging at the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign and the other two. Come, let's go and protect Big Brother Xiaochen as well. The figures of Immortal and Xianxia, Fang Baiyu, and the others flashed, blocking Diwuk, who was about to continue attacking. The remaining deity Dao Union cultivators and the Haotian sect cultivators started fighting with the Sky Dome realm cultivators again. This chaotic battle was truly never-ending. Diwuk looked coldly at Fang Baiyu, Immortal, and Xianxia, Yu Bingyun, Shui Lingling, and the rest of Xiaochen's friends and seniors. You want to block the current me with just the likes of you? Fang Baiyu stood at the very front with Jiang Chuan. He said sullenly, Diwuk, now that you have advanced to Martial Emperor, you even underwent 4 heavenly tribulations. Your future accomplishments will be limitless. Why must you continue making things difficult for Xiaochen? Make things difficult for him? When Diwuk heard this, he laughed loudly. Since when did I make things difficult for him? He is the one going against me everywhere. Starting from Kunlun Mountain's heavenly dew divine lake, he has been making things difficult for me. In the end, he even killed the woman I love the most. I cannot swallow this. If you all move aside now, I can spare your lives. Otherwise, don't blame me for making a move. I cannot hold back. Immortal berated angrily, don't go overboard. From the start to the end, Big Brother Xiaochen never made things difficult for you on purpose. How can you say that? I know you. You are Xiaochen's closest confidant. That's fine. I will make my move on you first. I will let Xiaochen have a taste of what it is like to see a loved one die. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, Distant Legend. When Diwuk punched, he directly executed his consummate move. Countless sagely songs rang out, praising the deity race's most ancient and distant legend. The glory and legends of the past appeared in reality. Heaven and earth rippled, forming a magnificent picture. The moment Xiaochen punched, he displayed the tyrannical and peerless aura of the deity race reigning supreme in the world. The momentum of this punch was very strong. It advanced ferociously, breaking through Fang Baiyu's and Jiang Chuan's defenses and instantly arriving before Immortal. Diwuk roared ferociously. A golden light flickered on his fist. A surging emperor's might spread out, vast and endless. Immortal felt shocked. In the time it took for a spark to fly, she summoned out the Book of Heavenly Works. 300 different flames came out of her body and formed a refining cauldron. Then she held it across her chest. Bang! The refining cauldron in front of Immortal shattered, and the fist struck her body. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, the Book of Heavenly Works sent down another flame, weakening the might of this punch. However, Immortal's body did not shatter on the spot. She only flew back and fainted. Not dead. Sensing that Immortal still had a breath, Diwuk frowned slightly and was about to punch again. Pa! Crackling sounds resounded in the sky. It was Xianxia's true dragon lightning whip. It turned into a dragon and swept over. Paltry tricks. Diwuk casually grabbed the dragon's head. Then he pulled hard, and the force flowed through the true dragon lightning whip and flung Xianxia away. Shadowless and windless. There was clearly no wind, but Di Wux's hair blew messily. At this moment, Yu Bingyun charged over with the wind shadow sword in her hand. "Where are you hiding? Come out!" Di Wux shouted, his voice containing surging mental energy. Xiaoqun directly used force to break through technique. The sound waves shook Yu Bingyun's sea of consciousness. She vomited a mouthful of blood and revealed herself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows flew over like meteors. Shui Lingling raised the Emperor Yi shooting sun bow and fired from a distance. Di Wux smiled in disdain and punched. He executed the second move of the myriad heaven divine fist, radiance of deities. A divine light descended from the sky, encasing Di Wux. As his long hair fluttered, he punched from a distance. Explosions resounded, and the 3 arrows shattered in the air. However, the fist light did not lose momentum, knocking the distant Shui Lingling down from the profound bird. These outstanding talents of the same generation who could fight with Di Wux in the past were no match for Di Wux after he advanced to martial emperor. They could not even receive one move, no, not even half a move. At the crucial moment, Fang Baiyu and Jiang Chuan, the 2 greater heavenly martial emperors, arrived and worked together to charge at Di Wux. However, the situation was still not optimistic. In just 3 moves, the 2 greater heavenly martial emperors showed signs of being no match for him. Di Wux's strength surpassed expectations. Among the greater heavenly emperor Wu, no one was a match for him. However, now, a chaotic battle ensued. Even sovereign martial emperors were dragged into an even larger battlefield. Furthermore, there were strong enemies like the 3 holy masters to deal with. No one could block the current Di Wux. His aura was so strong that it could not be blocked. On the bloody Emperor's road, Xiaoqun showed a sullen expression. He clenched his fists tightly and started running quickly on the Emperor's road. Everywhere he passed, a scarlet pillar of light split the great tribulation of wind and fire in half. The various wind and fire tribulations could not stop Xiaoqun at all. Faster! 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 At this moment, Xiaoqun had only one thought in his mind, to quickly finish this emperor's road that ascended to the heavens and stop the somewhat crazy Di Wux. If he delayed, who knew what would happen? Xiaoqun ran wildly. Soon, only 10 steps remained of the final 3,000 steps of the 10,000 steps. As long as he took these 10 steps, he could push open the emperor's door. Then he would reforge his golden body and become a martial emperor, ending this chaotic battle. Pu Si. Just at this moment, Fang Baiyu and Jiang Chuan both vomited blood and went flying back at the same time. Mo Chen and the others who came to stop Di Wux could no longer remain standing. Di Wux revealed a cold smile as he swept his gaze across the ground, shifting between Yu Bingyun, Shui Lingling, Mo Chen, and the other girls. Finally, Xiaoqun fixed his gaze on the unconscious Mo Chen. Di Wux, how dare you? On the bloody emperor's road, only one step remained. Xiaoqun turned his head back and shouted coldly as he stood high in the sky. The emperor's door was only one step away. However, 10 kilometers below, Mo Chen and the others hung on the edge of death. Why would I not dare? Di Wux did not care. He reared his head back and laughed. On the ascending heavens road, Xiaoqun's expression turned extremely sullen. Di Wux, I, Xiaoqun, swear to heaven that I will kill you in this lifetime. Even if you can kill me, you will not be able to stop me from killing all the people you care about. Di Wux laughed in disdain. He did not care about Xiaoqun's threat at all. He soared into the air and flew towards Mo Chen. Xiaoqun's eyes turned cold. The moment the divine daughter died, he made up his mind to personally kill all the people that Xiaoqun cared about. You are seeking death. A ferocious roar came from Xiaoqun, who was only one step away from the emperor's road and the emperor's door. Xiaoqun made a decision that no one expected. He gave up on the emperor's road and jumped down. Boom! The emperor's road shattered, turning into blood that dyed the sky red, looking even more beautiful than the setting sun. Chapter 1389. The 10,000 steps shattered, turning into thick scarlet clouds spreading in the sky. No one expected such a scene. Since ancient times, no one had ever done such a thing. At the final step of the emperor's road, Just one step away from the Emperor's door, Xiaochen took the initiative to give up. Under the scarlet clouds, everyone in the chaotic battle revealed stunned expressions, completely stupefied. However, no one noticed that the instant the Emperor's road shattered, the scarlet Emperor's door in the sky lost its color and flowed out like blood. The color faded and flowed out like blood, turning into a purple Emperor's door. Then, it turned into a beam of light and entered Xiaochen's body. Everyone only saw the Emperor's road shatter and blood flow back, filling the sky. However, no one saw that at the same time, the Emperor's door, which had shed the blood and revealed its true appearance, entered Xiaochen's body. The raging Xiaochen felt something in his heart of an emperor. However, at this moment, he could not be bothered to look at it or care about it. Holding the lunar shadow saber, Xiaochen descended from the sky. Di Wuk, who was preparing to attack Imochen, turned his head back and happened to see the Emperor's road shatter, turning into a sea of blood that flowed back into the sky. This scene completely stunned him. Whoosh, whoosh. Buddhist chants resounded in the sky. Countless cries of pain came from the thick scarlet clouds. The sea of blood surged, and thousands of malicious spirits appeared in it, looking extremely horrifying. That was sin. However, how great did one's sin have to be for it to turn into a boundless sea of blood? When Ying Zongtian and the others saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. At this moment, everyone noticed that something was wrong with the Scarlet Emperor's road. Blood was an ominous sign. When blood appeared on a person's Emperor's road, it was a sign of great evil. It was hard to imagine what would happen if Xiaochen pushed open the Emperor's door and absorbed so much sin. With the Emperor's road shattering, these sins could no longer be hidden. When they truly revealed themselves, an evil aura spread out in the sky. Even Emperor Forsaken was frightened. No wonder his Emperor's road is a path of blood. It turns out that his sin is so deep. Something's wrong. He's a blue-robed emperor. No matter how strong he is, he can't have so many sins. Even a supreme being would find it hard to accumulate so many sins. What's going on? Qing Emperor. It can only be because of the Qing Emperor. He is the descendant of the Qing Emperor. He must have inherited the sins of the Qing Emperor. That's right. Only the Qing Emperor could have committed so many sins. It's too scary. Fortunately, he didn't push open the Emperor's door. If he did, he would be in existence even more terrifying than the Qing Emperor. Looking at the sky full of sins, Emperor Wu felt a chill down his spine, and his scalp went numb. Regardless of what these martial emperors and primes thought, after Di Wuk recovered from his initial shock, he started laughing. Xiaochen laughed very openly, his eyes filled with mockery. Xiaochen, you are really tired of living. Many thanks for giving me the opportunity to take revenge personally. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, deities descending. Di Wuk punched, executing the extremely tyrannical deities descending of the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist. His aura instantly soared, and his combat prowess soared tenfold. Xiaochen's long hair fluttered, each strand releasing a golden light. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, deities descending. Xiaochen, who was descending from the sky, did not change his expression as he similarly executed a Myriad Heaven Divine Fist. It was the same deities descending, fearless. Xiaochen's vital qi had already reached 100 dragon force in the first place. Furthermore, his physical body had undergone 9 rounds of metamorphosis on the Bloody Emperor's road. Furthermore, the Adumbra flower's nirvanic rebirth had already raised his vital qi to 500 dragon force. His vital qi had already risen to 500 dragon power. 10 times his strength was 5,000 dragon power. Immediately, the soaring dragons behind Xiaochen roared ferociously, causing the wind and clouds to change color. Although this was far from comparable to the heaven-punishing corpse god's 10,000 dragons soaring with a casual strike. However, 5,000 dragon force was already comparable to the peak strike of the greater heavenly Emperor Wu. Bang! The two fists clashed. As a fourth heaven martial emperor, Emperor Wu's outstanding talent, Di Wuk held the upper hand at the start. It looked like he was about to knock Xiaochen back. However, at this crucial moment, the Emperor's door in Xiaochen's body suddenly cracked open, and a surging energy surged out. Di Wuk flew back like a sandbag, not even having time to make a sound. Xiaochen could not be bothered with the knocked-back Di Wuk. Then he quickly landed beside Mo Chen. After checking Mo Chen's injuries, his sullen expression relaxed slightly. Yu Bingyun, Bai, Shui Lingling, and the others were all lying on the ground, unable to move. They were severely injured and weak, looking incredibly miserable. When Xiaochen looked even further away, the entire Meteor Trail city was littered with the corpses of cultivators. The potholes were even filled with blood, forming many scarlet lakes with countless corpses floating in them. When Xiaochen looked up, he saw a sea of blood in the sky. Under the purification of the Sanskrit chants, countless sins wailed in agony. Immediately, Xiaochen sighed ruefully, suddenly feeling very tired. He had never regretted anything in his life. He had a clear conscience, a clear conscience, a clear conscience, and a clear conscience. However, if he had another chance, he absolutely would not step onto the Emperor's road. If he sacrificed so many people for the sake of himself, what was the point of being an emperor? Little three, bring them away. After a long time, Xiaochen spoke in a somewhat fatigued voice. Little three could sense his depressed mood. Without saying anything, Little three came out of the three-life mirror. Then, her figure flickered as she executed the universal movement. In a few flashes, she brought Mo Chen, Yu Bingyun, Bai, and the others outside Meteor Trail City. Xiaochen slowly stood up and looked to the front. 10 kilometers away, Di Wuk slowly climbed to his feet amid a thick cloud of dust. Boom! After Xiaochen stood up, his aura surged, and all the dust scattered. That's impossible. I became a fourth heaven Emperor Wu. Among greater heavenly Emperor Wu, I can be said to be unrivaled. How can I be weaker than you? Di Wuk went somewhat berserk. He casually threw 3 punches, and many chains of deities appeared in the air, charging at Xiaochen. These were the chains of deities used by the myriad heaven divine fist to seal and suppress its target. However, in Di Wuk's hands, this fist technique used for sealing turned murderous. Flawless saber technique, dragon subduing stance. Xiaochen soared into the air and used his energy to materialize dragons. In an instant, 500 huge dragons flew out, looking incredibly berserk. At the same time, Xiaochen's surging mental energy entered the huge dragons. It was like adding the finishing touch to a fire dragon, instantly bringing these 500 true dragons to life. Immediately, the 500 true dragons under Xiaochen bared their fangs and claws. They gathered boundless dragon chi and poured it into his body. Using the might of the 500 true dragons, Xiaochen sent out 3 saber strikes. After the 3 saber strikes, all the chains of deities flying at him broke, not a single one remaining. Di Wuk's strength soared, reaching the 4th Heaven Emperor Wu level. However, Xiaochen had undergone a nirvanic rebirth and walked through 9,000 Emperor's roads. He was no longer the same as before. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, Eternal Myth. Di Wuk punched again, and a huge image of an ancient deity materialized behind him. Then he punched at Xiaochen. That deity was 3 kilometers tall, and a divine might spread out as if it was real. Xiaochen did not panic. He also executed Eternal Myth. However, the deity image behind him materialized Xiaochen's true body. They were both Eternal Myth but took 2 different paths. At this moment, the strong clashed. The instant the 2 clashed, the deity image behind Di Wuk immediately shattered. Di Wuk vomited blood and went flying back in disbelief. It looks like you still do not understand. How can there be a deity in this world? Only you are the most real existence. Xiaochen withdrew his hand. Holding the lunar shadow saber, he walked forward step by step. Although Xiaochen had not advanced to martial emperor yet, his aura suppressed Di Wuk's. Bang, bang, bang. After another 3 moves, Di Wuk suffered defeat after defeat, each punch severely injuring him. After 3 moves, Xiaochen sent Di Wuk flying with a kick. He was so injured that he could not get up. What's going on? Xiaochen clearly has not advanced to martial emperor yet. Why is he stronger than Wuk? Emperor Forsaken felt somewhat flustered. He originally thought that Xiaoqin seeking trouble for Diwuk would just be seeking trouble for himself. He would definitely be taught a ruthless lesson. However, the reality was that Xiaoqin completely defeated Diwuk, practically hanging him up and beating him up. Pusi. Xiaoqin, who was advancing, suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion turned incredibly pale. A dense flame burned in his body from the inside out. A strong wind blew, making this flame burn even more ferociously. Xiaoqian's emperor's road shattered, and his great tribulation of wind and fire started to rebound. This was a process that every person who failed their tribulation had to go through. If one managed to endure it, they would become a half-step Emperor Wu. If one failed, they would be burned alive. However, Xiaoqian's situation was clearly somewhat special. He had taken a path that no one had taken before. Chapter 1390. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For figures descended from the sky. Zongtian, the myriad law fiend master, and the other two immediately protected Xiaoqin. On the other side, Emperor Forsaken also descended, protecting Diwuk behind him. The leaders of the two sides faced each other. Zongtian looked at Emperor Forsaken and said, "Chitin, it is time to end this farce, right? Do you still want to continue destroying my Haoyan sect?" Emperor Forsaken smiled faintly and said, "There's no need. You already lost." From the moment Xiaoqin jumped off the Emperor's road, the result was already decided. Hand over the martial god medallion, and the deity Dao Union cultivators will withdraw immediately. Otherwise, we will not let this matter rest. The vermilion bird Holy Lord stepped forward and said, "Zongtian, this is something that does not belong to you in the first place. It is best not to keep it. Otherwise, today's disaster will happen again. This is all because of your greed. Hurry up and hand over the martial god token. I'm truly ashamed for all of you. In the end, you're only protecting a sinful demon. What's even more laughable is that this demon actually jumped down in the end and destroyed his own future." The three holy masters took turns stepping forward, mocking Zongtian to hand over the martial god medallion. Zongtian's lips curled up in a cold smile. "What a joke. I'm greedy? If not for the Thunder King's repeated instructions before he left, I, Zongtian, would not have accepted this hot potato. Let me tell you, the Thunder King begged me to accept the martial god medallion. Since I agreed, I will not let down the Thunder King's instructions." Emperor Forsaken said, "In that case, it looks like we cannot come to an agreement. Zongtian, the deity Dao Union will definitely come again half a month from now. At that time, I hope you will continue to be lucky and be able to hold on." Ding, ding, ding. Right at that moment, loud and clear bell tolls suddenly sounded in the world. The bell was resounding and solemn. It had a strange charm as it spread throughout the world. The moment the bell rang, the expressions of the primes present changed drastically. The heaven-abandoning deity sovereign looked into the distance and muttered, "Kunlun Mountain's heaven-fixing bell has not rung for more than 10,000 years. What exactly happened?" Kunlun Mountain was the center of the entire Kunlun realm. The heaven-fixing bell hung halfway up the mountain. This bell came from the Immortal epic. Only when something major happened would it ring throughout the Kunlun realm. In fact, it could be pointed out that the bell would only ring when something major happened with the Abyss demons. In the sky, 5 huge phantoms suddenly appeared in the clouds. Each phantoms came from a different race. The god race, the demon race, the ghost race, the human race, and the corpse race. If one carefully sensed the auras of these figures, they would discover that they were all peak 9th heaven martial emperors, only a step away from primes. These 5 old men had lived for a long time. Their eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life. When Zongtian, Emperor Forsaken, and the other primes saw these old men, they all revealed respectful expressions. Clearly, these 5 old men were seniors with extremely high statuses among the various races. The Deep Abyss Demon race is launching an all-out attack on the astral battlefield. Primes of the various races, please hurry to Kunlun Mountain. No one is to be left behind. The 5 old men spoke at the same time. Their voices were resonant, like the sound of the great Tao, ear-splitting. However, what was even more shocking was the news from the old men. The Deep Abyss demon race was launching an all-out attack on the astral battlefield. All the Emperor Wu and primes felt the gravity of the situation. The astral battlefield was like the Kunlun realm's frontline defense against the Deep Abyss demon race. Once the Deep Abyss demon race occupied the astral battlefield and gained a firm foothold, they would break through the barrier of the sky and launch an all-out attack. That would be a disaster. After all, in the previous demonic calamity, the demons used the spatial tears between the two realms to come in. Not many people could come in. Hence, no matter what, the astral battlefield had to be defended. In comparison, the conflict before them could be put down. They had to. Indeed, this group of demon monarchs really took advantage of this moment to make a move. Emperor Forsaken snorted coldly and said, "Let's go." After saying that, Emperor Forsaken ordered the deity Dao Union to retreat, heading for Kunlun Mountain with the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God. The deity Dao Union's army immediately retreated like the receding tide. The three holy masters felt dissatisfied. However, before such a situation, no matter how dissatisfied they were, they had no other choice. Zongtian turned his head back to take a look. Xiaoqin, who suffered the rebound of his great tribulation of wind and fire, had already fallen, his fate unknown. Xiaoqin quickly stepped forward and checked Xiaoqian's injuries. After letting go, he frowned heavily. "How is it? Did the little fellow make it through?" The myriad law fiend master asked in his aged voice, containing some pity and benevolence. Zongtian nodded and replied, "He made it through. He is still breathing. However, I do not know when he will wake up. The hidden injuries in his body are gone. However, he has not condensed an emperor's soul. He probably will not be able to advance to martial emperor in this lifetime." After the cyclic astral lord heard that, he snorted coldly and left without saying anything. The three primes found this somewhat strange. However, they were very familiar with the cyclic astral lord's character and did not find it too strange. "I hope that he can accept this blow. Actually, we should have thought of it long ago. Blood rain falling from the sky and the bloody road leading to the sky. These are all ominous signs. We should not have let him step onto the Emperor's road from the start," the Fox King said with a drawn-out sigh, his tone laced with worry. Zongtian relaxed his frown and said softly, "The affairs of the world are like unpredictable. Xiaoqin might have profited from his misfortune. Since ancient times, no one has dared to jump off the Emperor's road. I was wondering why he could not jump off. Among us who obediently took the Emperor's road, which of us truly surpassed Prime? In this era where the martial Dao is in decline, we have to break the rules and not take the usual path. Otherwise, we can only continue down our old path." The Fox King and the Myriad Law Fiend Master exchanged glances and shook their heads slightly. However, they did not agree with what Zongtian said. The Myriad Law Fiend Master said, "It is a good thing that he made it through. This little fellow is a person of character. We place too much of a burden on him. Let him live in peace for a while. It is good to be an ordinary person. It is time for us to go." "Right, it is time to go." The three primes stood up one after another and headed for Kunlun Mountain. The Deep Abyss demon race's full-scale attack on the astral battlefield had to be discussed together. In the yellow springs of the ghost race's hell, where only black and white existed, the headless Kittagarbha Bodhisattva had a head at some point in time. The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva slowly closed his eyes and muttered to himself, "How unfortunate! How unfortunate!" He actually jumped down at the crucial step. Otherwise, he would be covered in sin. After this Bodhisattva refined him, he would be able to charge out of this abandoned land. As the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva spoke, the countless aggrieved spirits in the sea of bitterness made signs of conversion. They turned into beams of white light and rushed into the joint between the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's head and neck. There was a huge wound there. Blood spurted out like a fountain. The white light flew out continuously, looking like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. However, no matter what, that horrifying wound still healed at a slow pace that the naked eye could not keep up with. Outside Meteor Trail City, after all the primes left, Chu Chaoyun and Lung Yu cautiously came out of a void tear. Chu Chaoyun said indifferently, "Now, do you know why I did not let you make a move?" However, Leng Yu ignored Chu Chaoyun's words. She said softly, "If it were me, would he have jumped down without a care for anything?" When Chu Chaoyun heard that, he could not help smiling bitterly. At this moment, the demon monarch Leng Yu was actually considering this question. The various holy lords of the heavenly starry ocean descended from the sky and looked at the unconscious Xiao Chen. Their expressions were complicated as they sighed, shook their heads, and left alone. The many Emperor Wus landed and took a look. Then they ignored him and left. No matter how strong Xiao Chen was, even if he defeated Di Wuk, he was just SOSO in the eyes of the crowd. There was no more room for improvement. Furthermore, after Di Wuk stabilized his cultivation and advanced step by step, he would only leave Xiao Chen further behind. Furthermore, as the various outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm cleared their great tribulations of wind and fire and achieved their positions, there would be no more people who could surpass Xiao Chen. People who surpassed Xiao Chen would appear endlessly. The legend of the Azure Dragon King would no longer exist. Many people came and left without the slightest bit of reluctance. Only the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea picked up the unconscious Xiao Chen without saying a word after they landed, preparing to send him back to Heavenly Star Island. Just like when one drank water, only one knew whether it was warm or cold. Only at this moment could one see who one's true friends were. Chapter 1391. The affairs of the world were like a game of chess, unpredictable. 5 years had passed since Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen's startling leap during his great tribulation of wind and fire, which shook the Kunlun realm. In the long years of the Kunlun realm's cultivators, 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Some cultivators might even spend 5 years in closed-door cultivation. The world would not change too much in 5 years, as 5 years was too short. While 5 years was short, it could be very long. This was because in the past 5 years, the Kunlun continent had been surging like a storm. The city walls changed, and the various outstanding talents took the stage. It was very bustling. Earlier, Di Wuk ascended to the martial emperor position and advanced rapidly, cultivating to the 6th heaven in one go before Emperor Wu stopped and led the outstanding talents. Then, the outstanding talents of the various races advanced to martial emperor one after another. All sorts of legendary emperors' paths appeared, chasing after Di Wuk. There were even some outstanding talents who were not inferior to Di Wuk's. Once they advanced to martial emperor, they became like a fish leaping over the dragon gate. There were also several people who had been unknown before they advanced to martial emperor, people no one had heard of. After they advanced to martial emperor, they shone brightly, their luck overturning, flabbergasting everyone. The golden age of the martial epoch, which was celebrated 20 years ago, finally arrived 5 years later. The great age of the various races competing and the stars shining had arrived. Even Di Wuk did not have absolute strength in this age. When the age of geniuses arrived, there would be a great calamity. The prophecies of the predecessors were right. After that intense battle 5 years ago, the astral battlefield still fell. The Kunlun realm lost its front lines to defend against the demons. Fortunately, that battle allowed the Deep Abyss demon races to see the hidden trump cards of the Kunlun realm. Although they took the astral battlefield, they suffered heavy losses and did not dare to launch an all-out attack. Now, one should not be surprised to see demon cultivators in the Kunlun realm. They were simply too ordinary. With the astral battlefield as the front line, it was too easy for the demon experts to come to the Kunlun realm. The major characters could not do anything about it. As long as the demons did not launch a large-scale attack, the primes would not care about these scattered demon cultivators. It was a prosperous era, but it was also a chaotic era. This was the best era. Outstanding talents of the various races emerged one after another. Stunning enchanted treasures continuously appeared in the various forbidden lands. This was also the worst era. The abyss demons had the upper hand, and the shadow of the 10,000-year demonic calamity was like a sharp sword hanging over their heads. The Kunlun realm and the demonic world could erupt into an all-out war at any time. There was no winning or losing in this battle, only life and death. Once they were defeated, the blow it would bring to both sides would be the most tragic disaster. As for the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen, There were countless rumors about him in the beginning. It was said that he was burned to death by the backlash of the wind and fire tribulation, and not even his bones were left. It was also said that he was lucky to survive, but he was stuck at the half-step Emperor Wu for the rest of his life, and his cultivation had fallen by half. There were also those who said that his cultivation had been completely crippled, and that he was now just an ordinary person. There were all sorts of theories, but as time passed and the Golden Age descended, the Blue Dragon King Xiaochen, who had not shown his face for a long time, was gradually forgotten by the world. After the various outstanding talents advanced to Martial Emperor, they all became famous. They had already forgotten about that legendary person from 3 years ago. How long was 5 years? How short was 5 years? In these 5 years, the world had changed too much. Heavenly Starry Ocean, Western Sea, Heavenly Star Island, Heaven Dragon City. After 5 years, the construction of the Heaven Dragon City was completed. The city walls were even taller and more majestic. It was bustling with activity. It did not decline because of Blue Dragon King Xiaochen. Instead, it was developing better and better. Compared to Bright Moon City, it was not the least bit inferior. However, the ones who left the deepest impression on this city in the Heavenly Starry Ocean were City Lord Imochen and the group of dazzling Vice City Lords. 2 years ago, Imochen successfully cleared her great tribulation of wind and fire and ascended to the Martial Emperor position. On that day, a mysterious phenomenon descended from the sky. Blazing flames spread throughout the sky. The 9,000 Holy Fire Emperor's roads were no weaker than Wuxi's 9-colored Emperor's road. When she took off her veil, everyone gasped in surprise. The half-veiled City Lord Imochen was actually a stunning beauty. She was no less beautiful than Yu Bingyun, each with their own charm. Although the Blue Dragon King did not advance to Martial Emperor, after Imochen, his old friends, Yu Chenxi, Gong Yangyu, Lan Tianji, Yu Yu, and the other Dragon's Gate elders all succeeded in clearing their tribulations. There was also the former Lunar Palace's holy daughter, who stayed in Heaven Dragon City. The two great beauties of the Kunlun realm gathered in Heaven Dragon City. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. Under the lead of this group of good friends and confidants, the Dragon's Gate even showed signs of becoming the center of the entire oceanic world. Be it the various holy lands of the Heavenly Starry Ocean or the peak sects of the Dark Sea, the Storm Sea, or the Ice Sea, they all had branches stationed in Heaven Dragon City. Heavenly Star Island was still the same island from back then. Heaven Dragon City was still the same city from back then. However, no one mentioned the name of the Blue Dragon King Xiaochen for a long time already. On this particular day, in the most bustling hall on the first floor of an inn in Heaven Dragon City, many cultivators intensely discussed the recent major events. Have you heard? Not long ago, the Zodiac Hall's holy son, Chu Yang, fought against 3 demon outstanding talents in the heart of the ocean. Despite fighting against 3 alone, he still managed to kill them easily. He really brought honor to our Heavenly Starry Ocean. After the holy son Chu Yang advanced to Martial Emperor, he grew stronger as he fought. I heard that he is already a 5th Heaven Martial Emperor. This golden age is really regrettable. All these outstanding talents underwent at least 2 heavenly tribulations when they pushed open their emperor's door. Furthermore, all of them have overwhelming luck, and their cultivations soar to a frightening level. 1 year is equivalent to 10 or 20 years of the older generation's bitter cultivation. There is nothing to be regretful about. This is a golden age, and the heavenly Tao favors them. Everything is possible. If these outstanding talents did not have such strength, how could they compete with the royal clan outstanding talents of the demonic world? That's true. The demon cultivators have become increasingly arrogant in the past few years. They even dare to openly kill people in the Kunlun realm. This has been the case since ancient times. The most glorious age is usually accompanied by the most chaotic age. If the world is not chaotic, how can there be outstanding talents? That's right. It is just that we do not have good luck. Otherwise, we would be able to slaughter demons in this chaotic age and gain fame. Everyone in the hall discussed the glorious deeds of the holy son Chu Yang and the increasing number of demon cultivators in the Kunlun realm. When the topic shifted to the demon cultivators, The discussions in the hall immediately reached a climax. Now, everyone's expression changed at the mention of demons. In the past, they only heard of demon cultivators in legends. They were practically everywhere in the various forbidden lands. Occasionally, news of demon experts killing or humiliating Kunlun realm cultivators would spread out. When mentioning the demons, the cultivators of the various races of the Kunlun realm would put aside their grudges and work together against a common enemy. For Chu Yang to be able to kill 3 demon experts so easily, it had to be said that this helped this group of ordinary cultivators vent a lot of resentment. Humph! Just as everyone's discussion reached its peak, a person walked over from the corridor. He snorted coldly, and a cold intent spread out from his body. Along with the chill, there was also a terrifying demonic aura on this person's body. For a moment, the lively hall suddenly became silent. No one said another word. When one looked carefully, there was a purple mark on this person's forehead. This was the mark of the royal clan of the demonic world. The cultivators in the hall immediately felt their hearts sink. No one had expected that a demonic world royal clan expert was actually staying in this inn. This person slowly walked down. As he looked at the silent hall, a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. The ignorant are innocent. Only a bunch of trash like you would dare to spout such arrogant words. Even if the so-called holy scions of your heavenly starry ocean stood before me, Feng Zi, they would not dare to say such things. Bunch of trash. Feng Zi. It's him, the outstanding talent of the royal clan of the deep abyss demonic world's wind demon monarch bloodline. In the past few years he has killed several Emperor Wu of our Kunlun realm. Even the Heavenly Province Academy's holy scions lost to him. We are in big trouble. How did we offend such a god of calamity? When the cultivators in the hall heard Feng Zi's name, they immediately muttered to themselves. They no longer dared to raise their heads to size up this person lest they invite trouble. Feng Zi, what a familiar name. I remember now. There was such a person who visited the Dragon Gate 3 times, wanting to fight the Blue Dragon King Xiaochen to wash away the humiliation from back then. In the end, he never got to see the Blue Dragon King. Instead, he got defeated by the Heaven Dragon City's city lord. What's wrong? Are you here to slap someone's face again? Just at this moment, a lazy voice came from the second floor, sounding extremely untimely. Chapter 1392. The atmosphere in the inn instantly turned even colder because of these words. Feng Zi suddenly looked up and saw a man holding a wine cup on the second floor. There was a saber casually placed at the side of the table, looking at Feng Zi with a nonchalant smile. The Northern Sea Alliance's Young Alliance chief, Yi Chen. Upon seeing this person's appearance, someone immediately recognized him. This was Yi Chen, one of the most influential people in the heavenly starry ocean in recent years. He advanced to Martial Emperor very early. The instant he pushed open the Emperor's door, he underwent 3 lightning tribulations. Now that 3 years had passed, he was already a 4th Heaven Martial Emperor, Emperor Wu. Furthermore, he was a peak bladesman, possessing incredible combat prowess. Do you wish to die? Feng Zi asked in an incredibly cold voice, his tone filled with murderous intent. Yi Chen's lips curled up in a faint smile. Others might be afraid of you, but I, Yi Chen, am not afraid of the demonic world royal clan disciples. Could it be that what I said was not the truth? Furthermore, among the royal clan disciples, you, Feng Zi, are just at the bottom, right? Right after Feng Zi spoke, a purple wind blew at him at lightning speed. Bang, bang, bang. Everywhere the purple wind passed, the bowls and plates on the table all shattered into powder. The strong wind was like a saber, and several bloody wounds appeared on the faces of the cultivators at the tables. What fast speed! This speed was frighteningly fast. Startled cries rang out in the hall. Good timing! Yi Chen laughed loudly and ferociously smacked the table with his palm. But the table shattered into thousands of pieces. The pieces were like sabers densely flying at Yi Chen. Ding, 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 ding. The purple wind drifted among the shattered pieces, giving off metallic clangs like a real saber clashing with a real sword. Strong energy shot out, and saber intent swept out, looking incredibly berserk. Only now did the spectating cultivators realize that every piece of the table contained Yi Chen's unparalleled saber intent. Thousands upon thousands of pieces, every piece was a killing move. While this looked like a simple clash, killing intent filled the place. It was extremely dangerous. If one was not careful, one would lose immediately. Feng Zi was truly incredible. In merely 2 breaths, he shattered all the pieces containing saber intent. This place is too small. Let's go out and fight. I can't stand the arrogance of the demon race. Yi Chen laughed loudly and soared into the air while holding his saber. His body nimbly passed through the window of the inn. Feng Zi moved like a shadow. His body could not be seen at all. Only a shadow could be seen following him. Let's go, let's go. The North Sea Alliance's young alliance master is going to fight the demon world's royalties elites. We must take a good look. The crowded hall immediately emptied. Several cultivators took the opportunity to slip away without paying their bills. This angered the owner of the restaurant, causing him to curse incessantly. On the bustling street, Yi Chen and Feng Zi, 2 fearless people, started fighting. Unfortunately, their strengths were about the same. In a short period of time, no one could defeat the other. Feng Zi's advantage lay in his incredible speed, catching others off guard. Even his shadow could not be seen clearly. As for Yi Chen, he skillfully executed his saber domain and forced Feng Zi to slow down. Xiao Chen's martial techniques were also very large. When he swung his saber, he could sweep a large area. Since Yi Chen could not see his opponent's position, he might as well go wild. All he needed to do was figure out his opponent's general position. Now that the two were evenly matched, they fought to their heart's content. However, this made things difficult for the peddlers and passers-by. Ha! Feng Zi, you are just like this. No wonder you embarrass yourself. 3 times you visit the Dragon's Gate and get slapped in the face 3 times. When Yi Chen spoke, he did not hold back at all. He did not give Feng Zi any face at all, continuously provoking Feng Zi. Feng Zi felt very sullen. Several times, he could not help wanting to execute the innate martial technique of the royal clan. If this continues, when will it end? We can't do business anymore. Why are the Dragon's Gate's law enforcement team not here yet? What's the point of coming? These 2 are major characters with significant backgrounds. Even the older generation Emperor Wu could not suppress them. If not for the restrictions in the city, these 2 would have torn down half the street already. The spectators enjoyed watching. However, the peddlers complained endlessly, feeling incredibly depressed. Fighting is prohibited in Heaven Dragon City. If anyone is dissatisfied, they will be dealt with according to the Dragon's Gate's rules. Just at this moment, a clear voice came from the distance, containing an unquestionable might. The City Lord is here. The City Lord is finally here. This is great. Upon hearing this voice, someone immediately cheered in joy. Some of the cultivators watching the excitement quickly shifted their gazes in the direction of the voice. They wanted to see how beautiful this legendary, beautiful City Lord was. The 2 who were in an intense fight were not willing to stop, so they ignored this voice. Bang! A flame as bright as the sun directly landed between Yi Chen and Feng Zi. A loud sound rang out, and the flame exploded. The strong explosion forcibly interrupted Yi Chen and Feng Zi's fight. It was not over yet. The instant the light exploded, a vague white figure flickered and sent out 2 palm strikes. Yi Chen and Feng Zi executed their various moves, but the 2 palm strikes still struck them. Blood leaked out of a corner of their lips as they went flying. Elder sister Imochen, after not seeing you for 2 years, you have become even more powerful. Yi Chen wiped off the blood from his lips and watched as the flames scattered. The radiant Imochen, who looked like a fairy descending to the mortal realm, looked like she did not care. As for Feng Zi, this palm strike calmed him down, so he regulated his breathing and treated his injuries. How beautiful! No wonder the Blue Dragon King was willing to jump off his emperor's road for her. If it were me, I would jump as well. Not everyone is worthy of City Lord Mo's protection. Furthermore, back then, The Blue Dragon King did not jump off his emperor's road just for the city lord. Tisk. Why is there a need to be so loyal? If it were me, I would not jump. If not, I would not be in such a miserable state now. Even my name is nearly forgotten. That's true. Raging to the sky and dyeing it red, it looks like he is loyal. However, he let down so many Holy Lord Kings and the group of Emperor Wu Kings who died while protecting him. That jump was very shocking. Even after 5 years, the Blue Dragon King's name was nearly forgotten. However, on his Emperor's Road, Xiao Chen's final move was still unavoidable. After removing her veil, Imochen was so beautiful that no one dared to look at her directly. Her title as the top beauty of the Cloud Sea domain back then was not false at all. Now that she advanced to Martial Emperor, she looked even more elegant. She gave off an inviolable feeling of holiness and holiness. Feng Zi, what are you doing here? Imochen shouted coldly with a frown as she looked at Feng Zi. Feng Zi replied indifferently, I'm here to look for Xiao Chen. In the Sky Dome realm, I swore to fight him again after I advanced to Martial Emperor. Imochen turned her head and asked Yichen, what about you? Yichen giggled and said, what a coincidence. I'm here to look for brother Xiao Chen as well. Imochen said calmly, I already said that big brother Xiao Chen is not in Heaven Dragon City. 3 years ago, after I advanced to Martial Emperor, I left and have not returned yet. I, Feng Zi, will not give up until I see Xiao Chen's people. I will definitely come to visit again 1 year from now. After saying that, Feng Zi turned into a strong wind and left, disappearing without a trace. After the crowd dispersed, Yichen and Imochen rushed to the city lord's residence. Yichen asked seriously, City Lord Imo, there are no outsiders here now. Tell me where brother Xiao Chen is. I have something to discuss with him. When Imochen heard this, a complicated expression appeared on her pretty face. After a while, she sighed softly, I don't know where he is either. Before he left, he only said one thing to me. What did he say? Yichen asked out of curiosity. After he finds his Tao, he will appear on his own. He told us not to worry, Imochen replied softly. She could still remember the scene of their parting that day. She had seen her take off her veil with her own eyes. After 2 years of silence, Xiao Chen revealed a rare smile and spoke. It was rare for him to speak, but the moment he did, it was a parting. Imochen thought that if not for wanting to see her advance to Martial Emperor, Xiao Chen would have left long ago. However, 3 years passed in a flash, and there was still no news of Xiao Chen. Did he not return because he had not found his Tao? Chapter 1393. Where was Xiao Chen? What was his Tao? No one knew, and few paid attention to him, aside from his close friends. In this day and age, who would remember the unparalleled Blue Dragon King from 5 years ago, the one who suppressed the entire Kunlun realm's younger generation to the point that they could not even raise their heads? In the vast Tianwu domain of the Kunlun continent, there were 18 provinces in the south alone. Just one province was as large as the entire Great Qi nation of the Sky Dome realm. The original Supreme Sky Province was the most prosperous province among the 18 provinces in the south. However, the war between the deity Dao Union and the Haotian sect turned this Haotian province into a barren land. After the war, many mountains and rivers changed. The tall mountains were flattened, the cities turned into desolate plains, and the plains turned into deserts. There were also many aggrieved spirits of those who died in the war lingering in this wasteland. No matter how one looked at it, this place was no longer suitable for long-term habitation. After the war, Ing Zongtian used his supreme strength to make the entire Haotian city soar into the sky, moving the entire sect away from the Haotian province. This wasteland had not been inhabited for a long time, turning even more desolate. The original Meteor Trail city was now a graveyard, burying a large number of Emperor Wus, an even larger number of blue-robed emperors, and martial sages. All of the 5 major races, the humans, the fiend race, the ghost race, the corpse race, and the deity race, had left countless corpses here. Now, this was the only place in the entire Haotian province that had any human activity. Often, the relatives, friends, and disciples of the dead would come to pay their respects. The sky above Meteor Trail City was always scarlet, and the light was dim. Occasionally, a flock of blood crows flew in the sky. Rumor had it that they were formed by the sins of the Blue Dragon King, Xianxia. If one wanted to pay their respects here, one had to be careful. These blood crows were extremely dangerous. Even the greater heavenly Emperor Wu would find it hard to escape if he got entangled by them. There was even an extremely horrifying example of the greater heavenly Emperor Wu being eaten alive by the blood crows. On this particular day, a group of human cultivators came to Meteor Trail City with offerings. There were 3 men and 2 women. Other than the leader, who was a lesser celestial Emperor Wu, the strongest among the 4 was only a blue-robed emperor. Brother Feng, a large flock of blood crows just flew past. We have 4 hours to pay our respects to Master. A skinny man, who had gone to scout the situation, came back with agility and said to the leader. His face was still a little childish. The man in the lead was called Ling Feng. He had a handsome appearance and appeared to be in his 30s. At such a young age, he had already reached the cultivation of Emperor Wu at the first layer of heaven. He should be a rising star of the Golden Age. There were many similar rising stars in this Golden Age. Before they became martial emperors, they were unknown. After they became martial emperors, they shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. Brother Feng, can we go in now? A girl said with tears in her eyes. Today is my father's death anniversary. It's getting dark. I don't want to miss it. The other companions all looked at Ling Feng as well. Clearly, they all saw him as their leader. Ling Feng did not say anything as he stood on the rubble. He casually picked up his saber and looked to the west. In that extremely distant sky, the setting sun could be vaguely seen under the blood clouds. Let's wait a little longer. Recently, demon cultivators have been coming to kill blood crows. It will not be good if we run into them. Although Ling Feng was young, he was unusually calm. Little 6, go and take a look around. Remember to be careful. Right, I'll listen to Brother Feng. Little 6 giggled and left in a flash. Brother Feng, with your strength, there is no need for you to fear those demon cultivators. Even the 3rd Heaven Emperor Wu is not a match for you. No matter how many demon cultivators come, they will all die. Indeed, even the outstanding talent of our Tianwu domain, by Ruxue, said that you are the most talented bladesman in the Tianwu domain, no weaker than the Saber Sovereign's descendant. However, Ling Feng's companions did not think so. They were very confident in Ling Feng's strength. Ling Feng smiled and did not say anything. He had seen true experts before and knew the difference between himself and those older generation bladesmen. Ling Feng would not belittle his talent or look down on himself. He would not be arrogant or overestimate himself. As for the demon cultivators, as long as they were not from the demonic world's royal clan, Ling Feng would not fear them. It was better to be safe than sorry. It was best to be more cautious when dealing with things. 1 hour later, when the sky was about to turn completely dark, Little 6 returned and did not see any demon cultivators. Ling Feng took the lead and said decisively, "Let's go. We only have 1 hour. Let's be fast." No, there is still 1 hour before the blood crows arrive, right? Be careful. I feel that something is wrong. Ling Feng did not turn his head back or explain too much. After a while, Ling Feng stopped and looked to the front in a daze. A shocking graveyard lay in front. In the dim light, many tombstones stood erect in the strong wind. The scarlet clouds in the sky covered all the tombstones with a faint scarlet light. From a distance, it looked like many bloody graves erected in the rubble. When the wind blew, it brought with it a cold and desolate feeling. One could even vaguely hear the anguished wails of aggrieved spirits hidden in the wind. The group walked forward and strolled through the graveyard. The funeral inscriptions on the tombstones were very startling. The grave of my father, Lu Shui. At the invitation of his good friend, the Supreme Sky Prime, he came to protect the Supreme Sky Sect and died protecting Xiaoqin. My master, Dongfang Jing, died protecting Xiaoqin at the invitation of his good friend, the Haotian Prime. Uncle, Bai Wu, died protecting Xiaoqin. The deity Dao Yunyan's Zhang Feng and the 6th Heaven Emperor Wu died in the chaotic battle because of Xiaoqian's tribulation. Died protecting Xiaoqian, died protecting Xiaoqin in the chaotic battle because of Xiaoqin's tribulation. Xiaoqin, Xiaoqin. Every tombstone had the words Xiaoqin written in fresh blood. Fresh blood represented inauspiciousness, hatred, and rage. Hatred, inauspiciousness, and rage seemed to be the silent criticism of Xiaoqin from the cultivators buried here. Although this was not Ling Feng's first time here, he was still shocked. He found it hard to imagine that so many Emperor Wu would die because of one person. It was even harder to imagine that when only one step remained on the Emperor's road, the Blue Dragon King, who was like the sun in the sky back then, would jump off the Emperor's road without a care for his own safety. What kind of person was that? We have arrived at Master's grave. The group stopped before a grave. The tombstone had the words, "Grave of my father, Liun. He died protecting Xiaoqin." When the girl beside Ling Feng saw the tombstone, she could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes. The others here were all disciples of the tombstone's master. They all felt incredibly heavy, finding it hard to control themselves. Master's death was not worth it. He died protecting a heartless person. Even if it was just pushing open the Emperor's door, he would not have let down Master's kind intentions. However, this person jumped off at the last step. Clearly, the disciples of the deceased hated Xiaoqin so much that they were not even willing to mention his name. Ling Feng frowned heavily and looked around. Then he said, "Time's up. We have to go." "Elder brother Feng, let me accompany father for a while longer," the deceased daughter, Lu Yun, pleaded as she looked at Ling Feng. Ling Feng could not bear to look at the girl's gaze. He sighed and said, "Stay a while longer, then." 15 minutes later, the group finished paying their respects. Just as they were about to leave, the cause of crows rang out in the sky. Blood crows? The expressions of the five changed at the same time. Why were there blood crows flying over at this moment? Ling Feng squinted and looked up. Indeed, as he expected, there was a man chasing after 4 or 5 blood crows, laughing maniacally. As the man got closer, the demonic chi on his body became increasingly obvious. This was a demonic world blood demon cultivator. Pu Si. A scarlet light shot out and pierced through the bodies of the 5 blood crows. Strands of sin spread out and poured into the blood demon's body, which he calmly refined. "That's great. After refining some more sin, my blood fiend art will advance to the next layer." The blood demon laughed maniacally. Suddenly, his gaze swept around and landed on Ling Feng's group. Ling Feng also happened to see the purple mark on this person's forehead. His heart immediately sank. A demonic world royal clan disciple. Chapter 1394. What a coincidence. I have been here for half a year, but this is my first time seeing a human cultivator. I wonder what your blood tastes like. The blood demon revealed a cruel smile as he turned into a beam of scarlet light and charged at Ling Feng. In his opinion, of the 5 people here, only Ling Feng posed a threat. However, it was just a little. Ling Feng was just a first heaven Emperor Wu. Who knew how many he had killed? Let's go. I'll block him first. With one glance, Ling Feng could tell that he was not a match for this person. Their cultivations were 2 grades lower. The other party was a 3rd heaven Emperor Wu. Furthermore, he was a demonic world royal clan genius. His talent was definitely not low. In a situation where one's talent and aptitude were equal, cultivation became the only standard to compare one's battle prowess. Ling Feng was confident of fighting to a draw. If the other party was 2 grades higher, he could only last 100 moves at most. However, if these junior brothers and sisters could escape far enough, he would be able to retreat after enduring 50 moves. Ling Feng drew his saber. As the scarlet light shot out, he swung his saber. A surging saber intent spread out on his saber, kicking up a boundless wind. This saber strike was incredibly berserk, materializing the mysterious phenomenon of a storm. 9 scarlet storms appeared in the sky behind Ling Feng. Bang! The scarlet light scattered, and the blood demon revealed himself. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. The blood demon flew up and landed on a tombstone. Shock flashed in his eyes. There's no need to leave. This demon is not a match for elder brother Feng. Upon seeing this scene, Ling Feng's junior brothers and sisters rejoiced. They thought that Ling Feng had injured the blood demon, so they turned around and charged over. "Come back!" This scene frightened Ling Feng badly. He anxiously shouted at the top of his lungs. Ling Feng had already used 70% of his strength, but he only barely managed to push back a casual move. The difference was clear. However, these junior brothers and sisters were too discerning and could not tell. "Interesting. How lucky! To think that I met a human outstanding talent. Your blood is probably very delicious. It can even help me advance further." The blood demon on the tombstone did not even look at the people flying towards him. Then he casually grabbed with both hands. "Pu Si. The two people flying towards him immediately got their chests pierced through. Both of their eyes were wide open, and their faces were twisted in pain. They died with everlasting regret. Xiaoqin loosened his grip, and the two of them fell to the ground with a loud thud, no longer breathing. The other three turned pale with fright and flew in different directions. The blood tribe man didn't care about them anymore. He only had Ling Feng in his eyes. There was a wild glint in his eyes, like an animal looking at its prey, flickering with a cold glint. "Still not leaving? Are you trying to create time for your companions to leave? If that's the case, then you're too confident. 5 moves from me is your limit." The man from the blood tribe sneered as a blood-colored longsword appeared in his hand. When the sword was unsheathed, a blood-colored sword radiance filled the air and buzzed. Rumble! Along the way, the tombstones exploded. Corpses and bones flew everywhere in the air, creating a mess. The blood tribe man transformed into a streak of crimson light and flew over with his sword. This sword strike was simple and crude, using his advantage in speed and strength to stab at Ling Feng's heart. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Ling Feng held his saber horizontally in front of his chest, and with a clang, he was sent flying. His arm went numb, and he almost dropped his saber. When he looked at the blood tribe man again, a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. "Not bad. You took a strike with 60% of my strength, and your saber still hasn't dropped. If you reach my level of cultivation with your talent, I might not be your match." The blood tribe man said calmly with a long sword in his hand. Ling Feng recognized the situation and tragically discovered that he had underestimated this person's strength. Determination flashed in his eyes as he turned around and left. "Do you think you can escape?" The blood tribe man's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery as he followed unhurriedly. Of the two, one was chasing and the other was fleeing. The vampire was completely toying with Ling Feng. Just when he was given a sliver of hope, it would be ruthlessly extinguished. In less than an hour, Ling Feng was already covered in cuts and bruises. He was exhausted both physically and mentally, and he was in an extremely sorry state. "Haha, don't run anymore. Obediently become my food and I will let you die without any pain." The blood tribe man laughed uncontrollably with a malevolent expression. In this boundless graveyard, he looked exceptionally terrifying. Damn it. Damn it, if I had another year, I wouldn't have to be in such a hurry. Ling Feng vomited a mouthful of blood. As he looked at this boundless graveyard, he felt despair. He had just advanced to martial emperor. His glory had just begun. In this golden age, he still had to stand out. Was he really going to die here? In his panic, Ling Feng suddenly felt his entire body tremble as a chill swept through him. He turned his head and saw a pair of scarlet lights flickering above the graves for 50 kilometers around him. They looked like blood crows. Startled awake, Ling Feng nearly fell to the ground in fright. Those flickering scarlet lights were the eyes of the blood crows. Pairs of eyes, thousands of them, were all staring at him. Chapter 1395. This saber strike truly shocked Ling Feng, a bladesman of the younger generation. He had never seen such a magnificent saber light in his life. The scene of 10,000 crows soaring and the saber light lighting up the entire space was unforgettable. The sound of the horse moving along with the war chariot slowly startled Ling Feng awake. Then he shouted in the chariot, "Senior, will you tell me your great name? This junior is Ling Feng, also a bladesman." The war chariot gave off the melodious sound of wind chimes as it sped along, showing no intention of stopping. Ling Feng wanted to continue chasing, but an invisible force blocked him. I cannot remain here for too long. If fate permits, we will meet again. A sentence came from the war chariot, pleasantly surprising Ling Feng. Ling Feng shouted, "Senior, remember my name. I am Ling Feng." After a while, Ling Feng understood why the senior on the war chariot said that he could not remain here for long. He saw densely packed blood crows flying out from all directions, in the sky and on the ground. They formed flocks and flapped their wings, chasing after the war chariot with all their might. It looked like a thick blood cloud that was trying to swallow the war chariot alive. Buzz! Suddenly, Ling Feng felt the sky move. When he looked up, he was horrified to discover that the blood clouds for 500,000 kilometers above Meteor Trail City condensed continuously, turning into an incredibly horrifying blood crow that also chased after the war chariot. The scene before Ling Feng frightened him silly. He muttered to himself, "What exactly is the background of this blue dragon King Xiaoqin? To think that he is so sinful. Oh no, I wonder if my junior brothers and sisters managed to escape." Thinking of this, Ling Feng quickly executed his movement technique and weaved through the graves, leaving Meteor Trail City at lightning speed. After Ling Feng left the city, he saw his 3 junior brothers and sisters anxiously waiting for him in the distance. He pushed off the ground and descended. "Elder brother Feng, you are fine. That's great. Did brother Feng kill that demon cultivator?" Xiao Chen's junior brothers and sisters asked one after another. Ling Feng shook his head and said, "That demon is a royal disciple of the blood demon monarch's bloodline. His cultivation is much higher than mine. I can't kill him." "Doesn't that mean he is not dead yet? We have to leave quickly." "No need, he's already dead." Ling Feng then told them what he had seen in the endless tomb. The scene was still fresh in his memory. Even now, his heart still pounded when he talked about it. "It's the shadowless saber sovereign. Elder brother Feng, you are talking about the shadowless saber sovereign. How unfortunate. If we had known that the shadowless saber sovereign was here, junior brother Zhang and junior brother Lu would not have to die." When the 3 of them heard Ling Feng's explanation, they quickly replied. Ling Feng quickly asked, "Do you know this senior?" The pretty Lu Yun said, "Of course, we do. Elder brother Feng, you have been in closed-door cultivation for the past few years, preparing to undergo your great tribulation of wind and fire. You just came out not long after advancing to Martial Emperor, so you might not know. However, we have long heard of the shadowless saber sovereign's name." Ling Feng was somewhat agitated, losing most of his usual composure. "Quick, tell me, who exactly is this senior? This shadowless saber sovereign is also someone who suddenly appeared in this golden age. About 3 years ago, a bladesman riding a black war chariot roamed the 5 domains of the Kunlun realm, challenging the famous bladesmen of the various races. No matter how strong they were, as long as they were a slightly famous bladesman, he would pay them a visit. Because this mysterious person never got off the war chariot, he only controlled his saber from a distance and fought with others. No one had seen his true appearance, so he was called the shadowless saber sovereign. Later, his reputation grew. Controlling his saber from a distance, he fought to a draw with the 6th Heaven Emperor Wu Bladesman. Thus, the name Shadowless Saber Sovereign was well-deserved. After that, one could become a sovereign martial emperor. Although this person was at the bottom of sovereign martial emperors, he was still a bona fide sovereign martial emperor. Just by controlling his saber from a distance, this senior could fight to a draw with the 6th Heaven Martial Emperor. The title of Shadowless Saber Sovereign was indeed well-deserved, not false at all. Ling Feng thought to himself. Furthermore, he had seen that saber strike earlier. Now, he had a rough understanding of this mysterious shadowless saber sovereign's strength. Speaking of which, he is so strong. Why would he fight with some bladesmen with lower cultivations? Is he not afraid of lowering his status? Ling Feng asked, feeling somewhat suspicious. Bladesmen all had their pride. Bullying the weak was very shameless. Lu Yun smiled and said, "Elder brother Feng, you don't know this. This shadowless saber sovereign is very low profile and humble. Even if Xiaochen met a bladesman with a much lower cultivation than him, he would show sufficient respect and courtesy. In his opinion, as long as any bladesman has something unique about them, they are worthy of his admiration. Several bladesmen are eager to fight with this person. Every bladesman who fights with the shadowless saber sovereign will comprehend many things. Ling Feng's eyes lit up. His mind felt like it was filled with wisdom. He felt like he could see many things clearly. After a long time, Ling Feng sighed. This is a true saber sovereign. I am still far from it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just at this moment, 3 figures flew over from the distance. The leader wore snow-white clothes, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. From head to toe, he exuded a cold aura from his bones. However, his clear eyes were as calm as still water, neutralizing this bone-chilling and arrogant aura. He did not give off a feeling of pushing people away. Cold arrogance and gentleness were perfectly reflected in this person. The 2 people on his left and right had extraordinary auras as well. If there were people in the Tianwu domain who came earlier, they would immediately recognize these 2. One was the top bladesman of the 18 southern provinces, Feng Xingxing. The other was Shimin Bao, one of the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain. Big Brother Bai is here. Lu Yun exclaimed in pleasant surprise. I was afraid that something would happen to you in Meteor Trail City. After we came out, we lit up the smoke talisman that Big Brother Bai gave us. The Big Brother Bai that Lu Yun mentioned was Bai Rushua. Ling Feng also admired this person from the bottom of his heart. During the Golden Age, the 3 holy masters of the human race sided with the deity race. Because of the Blue Dragon King Xiaochen's matter, Shui Lingling was in closed-door cultivation. And Juanxi had gone to the distant starry heavens and had not returned yet. In this great age, there was not a single outstanding talent of the Tianwu domain that could truly hold the fort. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, Bai Wuxia stood out. Because of the battle between the Blue Dragon King and the White Bone Sovereign's descendant, when he was in his prime, he chose to retire and enter closed-door cultivation. This closed-door cultivation lasted for 8 years. When Bai Wuxia came out, the Golden Age had arrived. Amid the chaotic times, he stepped onto his emperor's road and successfully cleared his great tribulation of wind and fire. On that day, white snow drifted down, and ice sealed the land for 500,000 kilometers. 9,000 ice steps paved a heavenly ice emperor's road. The instant Bai Wuxia pushed open the emperor's door, he unleashed his accumulations and underwent 3 consecutive lightning tribulations. From then on, Bai Wuxia rose rapidly, becoming the leader of the Tianwu domain's younger generation. Now, he was already a 6th heaven martial emperor. He was no weaker than Di Wuk. Under Bai Wuxia's leadership, the outstanding talents of the Tianwu domain united and formed the Water Moon Alliance to communicate and fight against the increasing number of demons in the Kunlun realm. After Ling Feng advanced to martial emperor, he also joined the Water Moon Alliance. The smoke talisman was the signal that the members of the Water Moon Alliance would use when they met with danger. Due to the 500,000 kilometers of scarlet clouds covering Meteor Trail City, outsiders would not be able to see the smoke talisman after it was lit. This was why Lu Yun and the others lit the smoke talisman after they left the city. Big Brother Bai, to think that you personally rushed over, Ling Feng said as he stepped forward and performed a cupped fist salute. Bai Wuxia smiled calmly and said, there are many strange things in Meteor Trail City. If ordinary people from the Water Moon Alliance came, I would not be able to deal with them. Furthermore, I received news that a group of demons will be entering the Tianwu domain's savage battlefields soon. I'm afraid that you will run into them. Sensing the sincere worry in Bai Wuxia's words, Ling Feng felt warmth in his heart. He thanked Bai Wuxia again and recounted his encounter in Meteor Trail City. I ran into the shadowless saber sovereign? No wonder I vaguely heard the sound of wind chimes. How unfortunate. I have always wanted to befriend this person, but I brushed past him again. Bai Wuxia was also very curious about the shadowless saber sovereign's identity and really wanted to meet him. Oh, right, how much does Big Brother Bai know about the Blue Dragon King Xiaochen? After seeing the various scenes in the Boundless Grave, Bai Wuxia was very curious about this person of the past. The moment Bai Wuxia said that, the expressions of Feng Xingxing and Ximin Bao changed slightly. However, now that 10-odd years had passed, Bai Wuxue had already become very indifferent to the grudges between him and Xiaoqin. After advancing to martial emperor, Bai Wuxue's horizons and mental state had improved significantly. However, when Bai Wuxue heard Ling Feng's question, the expression in his eyes still became rather complicated. When Bai Wuxue came out of closed-door cultivation, he had been in a rush to fight with Xiaoqin again. However, after hearing about Xiaoqin's deeds, he sighed and felt very sad. I have interacted with him many times, but I have never truly understood him. There are not many people in this world who understand him. At the very least, I do not. As for the person who left the deepest impression on me, I can only say that he is a true bladesman. After thinking for a long time, Bai Wuxue said such a thing. The person with such overwhelming sins, the one who forced senior shadowless saber sovereign to stay far away, was actually a bladesman as well? Ling Feng shook his head in disbelief. Chapter 1396. Ling Feng had sufficient reason not to believe it. If such a sinful person could become a bladesman, it would be a stain on bladesmen. A true bladesman should be a senior like the shadowless saber sovereign, possessing outstanding strength and being humble and low profile. If it wasn't for that person, Master wouldn't have died, and Junior Sister wouldn't be so sad. He would be able to share the joy of becoming a martial emperor with his most respected seniors. However, because of the Blue Dragon King, he could only dream about it. Ling Feng didn't show his hatred for Blue Dragon King Xiaoqin on his face like his junior brothers and sisters did. However, deep in his heart, he had always remembered this person. It was just that he had buried his hatred deep in his heart. Ling Feng shook his head and stopped thinking about the Blue Dragon King. Then he changed the topic and asked, "Oh, right. Big Brother Bai, you just said that some demons will be heading to the savage battlefield soon. The Water Moon Alliance will be going as well, right?" Bai Wuxue nodded and said, "Naturally. I heard that there will be a highness among this group of demons. However, it is not clear which bloodline of the 18 demon monarchs will come." The Abyss Demon World had a total of 18 demon monarchs. Each demon monarch had their own direct bloodline. These direct bloodline descendants were collectively known as the demon world's royal descendants. The royal clan disciples of each bloodline would form their own faction. For example, the royal clan disciples of the Blood Demon Monarch's bloodline formed the Blood Demon Palace. As for Her Highness, she was the most talented and had the highest status among the descendants of the royal family. She was also the future demon emperor, equivalent to the crown prince of the human world. "What? Are you coming with us?" Bai Wuxue asked. Ling Feng nodded and asked, "Can I?" Bai Wuxue smiled and said, "Of course you can, but I can't guarantee your safety if you go. You have to think carefully." Ling Feng said resolutely, "I've thought it through very clearly. Big Brother Bai, although you said that my talent is no weaker than the Saber Sovereign's descendant, Wen Xiren, today's battle made me understand. If one's cultivation base isn't high, no matter how talented one is, it's all in vain. All right, then I'll count you in. With your talent, it can only be fully developed in a life or death battle. Come with me to the Water Moon Alliance." After the group agreed, they quickly left Meteor Trail City. 1 hour later, after this group of people had gone far away, 2 black flood dragons pulled a black war chariot in the sky above Meteor Trail City. They passed through layers of scarlet clouds and landed on the ground. After they landed, the 2 ferocious flood dragons immediately turned into black horses and meekly lowered their heads. Bai Wuxue, Ximin Bao, Feng Xingxing, long time no see. It turns out that you already advanced to Martial Emperor. Inside the black war chariot with 7 divine weapons stuck in it, the mysterious shadowless saber sovereign muttered to himself as he looked in the direction the group of people left in. It was like he was recalling something. "Brother Bai Yi, do you still want to stay in Meteor Trail City for a while?" In the chariot, a mirror appeared beside the mysterious man. A thumb-sized girl sat on the mirror, her hand supporting her head as she asked, "I'm not going. This person is covered in sin and is getting more and more difficult to deal with. The stronger I become, the stronger they become. There's no end to killing them, no end to destroying them." Naturally, The so-called shadowless saber sovereign was Xiaochen. Every year at this time, he would make a trip to Meteor Trail City. He would come and take a look at the words, Xiaochen, written in blood on the countless gravestones. In Xiaochen's life, he had never regretted anything. However, the great tribulation of wind and fire 5 years ago made him regret it for life. Too much guilt became a knot in his heart, tormenting him. Just like now, the black war chariot was like a cage trapping him. The knot in his heart was an invisible cage trapping his heart. He had long since wanted to eliminate all the sin in the sky. Every time he came, his strength would double. However, those sins would grow stronger as well. It was like the sin would never disappear. Only when he died would these sins disappear. Although the sins in the sky did not affect him now, Xiaochen had a vague feeling that if he kept them around, they would eventually lead to a great disaster. Where are we going now? Gentle Cloud City. There is a bladesman there. Rumor has it that he has his own unique understanding of dual sabers. The horses galloped and the wheels rolled. The black war chariot was like a ghost. It disappeared in a flash in the dark night, heading in the direction of Gentle Cloud City. Inside the war chariot, Xiaochen did not remain idle. He circulated the purple thunder divine incantation and continuously cultivated. Back then, although his emperor's road was broken, the purple emperor's door entered his heart of an emperor. Xiaochen's path of the martial Tao did not fall into despair because his emperor's road shattered and he took another path. The instant the emperor's door entered Xiaochen's body, it was like some kind of lock in his body broke. Some of the laws that restricted a cultivator for a long time no longer existed. For example, the absorption of primordial energy. Xiaochen clearly had not advanced to martial emperor, but his body could contain more than 100 strands of primordial energy. Now that 5 years had passed, the primordial energy in his heart of an emperor had already reached 1,000 strands, comparable to the 5th heaven Emperor Wu. However, compared to the regular Emperor Wu, Xiaochen did not have an emperor's soul or the golden body of Emperor Wu. Xiaochen himself did not know what he was doing now. He was currently walking a path that no one had taken before. No one knew where the end would be. Fortunately, Xiaochen's bladesman's heart had not changed. He just needed to follow this heart and move forward. Ever since the moment Xiaochen jumped off his emperor's road, the mysterious purple emperor's door in his heart of an emperor had instinctively opened a crack. After that, no matter how hard Xiaochen worked, even with his current cultivation, he could not push open this emperor's door at all. It was not that Xiaochen's cultivation was insufficient. Instead, there was a formless resistance preventing him from pushing open this emperor's door. Sometimes, Xiaochen wondered if the Kunlun realm's emperor's road was a plot of the heavenly Tao. The instant Xiaochen pushed open the emperor's door, in reality he closed another door, the door to leave the Kunlun realm. Ding, 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 ding. Just at this moment, the black war chariot suddenly stopped. The 7 divine weapons trembled endlessly, linking together and giving off melodious and cold chimes. Xiaochen did not open his eyes. 50 kilometers away, a blurry figure walked towards him step by step. Boom! This person exuded a strong saber intent. As if he was mocking Xiaochen, he unleashed his saber intent. The 7 divine weapons trembled even more intensely as if they sensed the strength of this person. On the other hand, Xiaochen remained incredibly calm. His expression did not change at all. For the past 5 years, he had challenged various bladesmen. Many older generation saber emperors had fallen to his saber. His heart of a bladesman had already undergone a metamorphosis. To Xiaochen, these 5 years were as long as several decades. As his heart of a bladesman evolved, it had been tempered by the passage of time, gaining an air of vicissitudes. After seeing this many times, Xiaochen could naturally remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Whoosh! The black-clad bladesman in front suddenly vanished, disappearing without a trace in the dark night. Xiaochen pointed with his finger, and the unbeatable saber at the very front of the war chariot gave off a dull thud as it quickly shot out. Dang! A resounding clang resounded in the dark night, like a thunderclap on a clear day, ear-splitting. A figure was forced out of the air. After he landed, he moved back 100 steps. The unsheathed divine weapon was sheathed once more. The world regained its calm as if nothing had happened. Xiaochen opened his eyes and focused his gaze on the person who arrived. Being able to receive an attack from him was already sufficient for him to remember this person. Wen Xiren. The person who arrived was actually the Saber Sovereign Wu Xiaotian's descendant, Wen Xiren. The shadowless Saber Sovereign truly lives up to his reputation. It looks like I did not find the wrong person, Wen Xiren said with a smile as he sheathed his saber. How did you find me? An aged voice came from the war chariot. It was Xiaochen, who had changed his tone. As long as it is a bladesman, there is no one that I cannot find, Wen Xiren said confidently. 2 months from now, there will be a Saber Dao tea party. I hope that you will be able to come. This will be the first Saber Dao tea party of the Golden Age. A golden invitation gently flew out from Wen Xiren's hand. Then, it flew increasingly faster, carrying a wanton sharpness and a boundless strong wind. Chapter 1397. Wen Xiren felt some anticipation. He looked forward to the instant the curtain of the invitation was lifted and he would be able to see the true appearance of this shadowless Saber Sovereign for himself. The shadowless Saber Sovereign never got off the war chariot, leaving no trace of himself. He was low-key and steady, but his strength was extraordinary. He was currently the most mysterious person in the Kunlun continent. This was especially so in the world of bladesmen. The appearance of the shadowless Saber Sovereign kicked up a whirlwind, stirring up overwhelming waves. As for this person's cultivation in the saber, everyone had different opinions. He could control the saber from a distance and control 7 divine weapons at the same time. Such a technique was unheard of or seen before. Many people guessed that this person was not very old for him to suddenly rise up in this golden age. He should be a heaven-defying junior who suddenly rose up in this golden age. His strength should be no weaker than that of Di Wuk, Bai Rushue, and the other peak demonic geniuses. However, Wen Xiren was disappointed. The invitation contained a boundless aura and sharpness. The instant the invitation flew into the war chariot, it immediately turned lifeless. It was like a dragon suddenly turning into a snake. The incomparably sharp invitation turned into a light piece of paper, and a corner of the curtain of the war chariot was lifted. A corner of the war chariot's curtain lifted, and the person stretched out a fair arm and gently caught the invitation. Wen Xiren was completely stunned. His mind went blank for a moment. This was a little too exaggerated. Wen Xiren could feel that the aura of the person in the war chariot definitely did not surpass that of a sovereign martial emperor. However, the feeling that this person gave Wen Xiren was very deep and unfathomable, one that could not be judged using common sense. 17th of the 8th lunar month, Heavenly Saber Mountain Manor, the starry heavens. At that time, I will definitely go. Many thanks for your invitation. After reading the words on the invitation, Xiaochen did not think much before quickly agreeing. Gallop, gallop, gallop. The horse galloped, kicking up a cloud of dust. The war chariot turned into a beam of black light and brushed past Wen Xiren. Just as the war chariot left, Wen Xiren startled awake. His expression turned grave as he muttered to himself, "Who exactly is the shadowless Saber Sovereign?" However, he agreed to the invitation. The stronger he is, the more lively the tea party will be. This is good. Shaking his head, Wen Xiren, who had been very sharp before coming, left somewhat dispiritedly. After Xiaochen advanced to martial emperor, the Saber Sovereign put in all his effort to nurture him. In addition, his talent was outstanding. In this golden age, he could be considered a top-notch talent. Now that he had the cultivation of the 5th layer of heaven, Emperor Wu, he could already hold his own. However, today's encounter was a huge blow to him. Brother Whiteshirt, are you really going to participate in this Sword Dao tea party? Xiao San blinked his eyes and asked, Little sister Ao Jiao, you haven't woken up yet. When the time comes, there might be a lot of experts going over. I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. Although the shadowless Saber Sovereign did not participate in the conflicts of the various realms, only pursuing the Saber Dao and challenging various experts of the Saber Dao, the shadowless Saber Sovereign did not participate. However, Xiao Chen's name had already spread throughout the Kunlun realm. With such strength, he had already attracted the attention of the various holy lands and many major characters. There were more than one or two people who were curious about his identity. At that time, it was inevitable that trouble would arise. When Xiaoqun heard this, he looked at the lunar shadow saber beside him. There was some helplessness in his eyes. 4 years ago, Ao Jiao said that when she woke up, the lunar shadow saber would become a transcendent divine weapon. Then, she entered the lunar shadow saber and fell into a deep sleep. This wait lasted for 4 years, but Ao Jiao still did not wake up. Xiaoqun could not draw the lunar shadow saber, and he did not know her situation. It was impossible not to worry. It's fine. If I want to leave, no one can stop me. Xiaoqun's tone was calm, but the absolute confidence in his words left no room for doubt. When the first rays of the morning sun appeared, gentle Cloud City was already in sight. Xiaoqun thought back to the information he obtained. This bladesman, who excelled at using 2 sabers, was an old man with the family name Qin. He was already over 500 years old. One saber was fire, and the other was ice. This person could perfectly merge 2 opposing attributes into his saber Dao. This person had a strange temper and rarely interacted with others. Others called him eccentric Qin. His cultivation was only at the 2nd layer of Emperor Wu's. Xiaoqun guessed that this person's cultivation could not increase because he was distracted by the dual saber Dao. Furthermore, he had to cultivate 2 wills at the same time, delaying his cultivation. It was hard to find a way to satisfy both sides in this world. There were gains and losses. However, these were not things that Xiaoqun needed to consider. What he cared about was seeing for himself what mysteries this ice and fire dual saber had. The ancients said, "When 3 people walk together, there is always one who can learn from me." In the past 5 years, Xiaoqun had traveled the entire Kunlun realm, visiting experts of the saber Dao. He felt deeply moved by this saying. No matter how talented a person was, it was impossible to think of everything. There would always be some people who would have a flash of insight that would make you look at them in a different light and cheer them on. For the past 5 years, Xiaoqun had been warning himself not to be arrogant. The sheathless saber stuck in the front of the war chariot was the pride saber of the 7 deadly sins. This saber was very proud, so proud that no scabbard could hold it. Xiaoqun liked to use it to kill demons and some arrogant people. Every time he killed a person, he would become more humble. The black war chariot stopped in the clouds. Xiaoqun's spiritual sense split into thousands of strands, spreading out in all directions. Xiaoqun did not have accurate information on where eccentric Qin lived, so he could only use this method of casting a net everywhere to search. However, no matter how much a bladesman tried to hide the saber intent, it could not hide that fluctuation. When Xiren was able to find Xiaoqun largely because he had caught hold of Xiaoqun's weak saber intent fluctuation. Given the sensitivity of Xiaoqun's spiritual sense and his attainments in the saber Dao, finding a bladesman on the level of Emperor Wu would be much easier than finding Wen Xiren. After 5 or 6 breaths, Xiaoqun opened his eyes and withdrew his spiritual sense. "You found him so quickly?" Little 3 exclaimed in disbelief. This speed was somewhat strange. Xiaoqun nodded and said, "I found him. However, the situation does not seem right. His killing intent is very dense." Right after Xiaoqun spoke, the black war chariot turned into a beam of light and flew towards a tall mountain north of gentle Cloud City. Eccentric Qin's killing intent came from the middle of that mountain. The war chariot silently landed on the summit. Inside the war chariot, Xiaoqun opened his heavenly eye. His gaze immediately pierced through the war chariot. Xiaoqun took in everything on the entire mountain, every blade of grass, every tree, every bird, beast, and bug. "I found him." Halfway up the mountain, an old man in blue robes stood in front of a mountain manor. He glared at a group of demons, radiating killing chi. 2 auras, one red and one white, surrounded this old man. Ice and fire intertwined, looking extremely strange. The corpses of a few youths lay in the middle of this confrontation. They had died a miserable death. Their bodies were withered, and their hearts were dug out. This was a typical killing method of the blood demon race in the deep abyss demonic world. digging out the heart and sucking the blood. Eccentric Qin, your disciples are all dead. Hand over that ice and fire berserk saber art. Your ice and fire double saber art should have a successor, right? Our prince is interested in your ice and fire berserk saber art. It is your honor. Don't worry. With His Highness's talent, he will definitely bring this ice and fire berserk saber art to greater heights. Be faster. We are not that patient. If you hand it over now, we can spare your life. I can spare your life, otherwise, you'll end up like your disciples. The 5 demons were all Emperor Wu cultivators. One of them had a purple mark on his forehead. His cultivation was the highest, a 4th heaven Emperor Wu. Scram. Even if this old man dies, I will not hand over the ice and fire berserk saber art to you demons. Eccentric Qin berated, showing no mercy. The blood demon royal bloodline disciple with the purple mark on his forehead said indifferently, in that case, you can go and die. Right after Eccentric Qin spoke, his 4 subordinates laughed coldly and charged at Eccentric Qin. Given Eccentric Qin's 2nd heaven Emperor Wu's cultivation, there was no chance of victory. Furthermore, the royal bloodline disciple had not made a move yet. Eccentric Qin felt despair in his heart, feeling that he had no chance of survival. Eccentric Qin felt hatred. If he had not been obsessed with the ice and fire berserk saber art, he would have been at least Emperor Wu 4th heaven. If he could not defeat them, it would be easy to leave. Chapter 1398. At the summit, Xiaoqun did not rush to make a move. He thought about what that blood demon royal hall disciple said. He knew that each of the 18 devil emperors had their own devil palace. Simply put, the crown scion of the blood demon royal hall was the crown prince appointed by the blood demon monarch, who would ascend to the position of demon monarch in the future. Every highness was chosen from among the top talents of the thousands of direct descendants of the royal family after a cruel competition. Talent, strength, and scheming were all indispensable. Otherwise, when he became the demon emperor in the future, he would not be able to convince the masses. However, until now, there had been no news of the demon crown scions stepping into the Kunlun realm. Could it be that a devil highness would come this time? That would be interesting. Halfway up the mountain, old freak Qin used his ice and fire dual blades to fight against the 4 demon Emperor Wu. One saber radiated a fiery light, while the other radiated a threatening cold qi. In the sky, half of it was fire, and the other half was frost. Xiaoqun watched in silence, deep in thought. The ice and fire twin blades were indeed ingenious. It was hard to imagine that someone could balance them so perfectly. What? Something strange happened in the sky. Fire and frost merged. Snowflakes mixed with sporadic flames fell from the sky. Old Monster Qin's aura also merged ice and fire into one. The 4 blood demon clan Emperor Wu's expressions became a little solemn. Even though he was fighting 1 against 4, he was not at a disadvantage at all. In fact, in terms of aura, he was even slightly stronger than them. Xiaoqun thought to himself, if not for the blood demon royal hall's royal clan disciple here, given Eccentric Qin's strength, he would have been able to leave easily. Eccentric Qin had achieved a perfect balance between ice and fire, but the fusion of ice and fire was not so perfect. Xiaoqun stretched his hand out of the window. Snowflakes and some sparks fell on his hand. The seemingly calm snowflakes and sparks began to spin rapidly after they landed on his palm. The saber intents contained strong saber intents. Occasionally, they clashed with each other, producing intense explosions. However, it was suppressed by Xiaoqun's absolute strength. No matter how much it exploded, it couldn't escape from his palm. Withdrawing his palm, Xiaoqun glanced at it and frowned. The fusion technique was too inferior. Snowflakes and sparks were simply mixed together and did not form a whole. Compared to Zhang Xian's Taiji Dao, which fused yin and yang, the Taiji Dao was far inferior. However, to be able to witness such means was an eye-opener. Even though he had no use for it, it had broadened his horizons and invisibly increased his foundation. What was a foundation? It sounded mysterious, but to put it simply, it was a person's accumulation. Halfway up the mountain, that blood demon royal hall disciple nodded to himself. The ice and fire berserk saber art was indeed extraordinary. However, in the hands of eccentric Qin, it was not able to display its full potential. It seemed like there was a reason for His Highness to fancy this ice and fire berserk saber art. It's time to end it. The Blood Demon Royal Hall disciple stepped forward, preparing to deal with eccentric Qin, not wasting any more time. When Elder Qin saw the killing intent on the other party, he fell into complete despair. A crazy idea popped up in his mind. Just as Elder Qin prepared to self-detonate and the Blood Demon Royal Hall Royal Clan disciples prepared to make a move, a saber light flickered on the summit. In an instant, the ice and fire clouds in the sky were split apart. Sunlight shone down again. However, the saber light outshone its radiance, causing people to ignore it. In the next moment, a saber descended from the sky. The saber light was like a pillar as it plunged straight down. Its unparalleled sharpness forced the four demons out. When the tip of the saber stabbed into the ground, a shock wave containing saber intent swept out with a loud boom. The shock wave struck the four demons, sending them flying while vomiting blood. The world turned silent. A saber silently stabbed into the ground, exuding a faint air of pride. Who is it? The heart of the Blood Demon Royal Hall disciple sank, and his expression turned grave. Just this saber strike was sufficient to determine that the person who came was an expert. Bang! The reply to the Blood Demon Royal Hall disciple was a saber light. Pride soared into the air and hacked at the Blood Demon Royal Hall disciple. How fast? Before the Blood Demon Royal Hall disciple could react, he drew a sword and used his full power to knock away this saber strike in the time it took for a spark to fly. Clang! 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 Pride lost all its spirituality and fell to the ground in a sorry state. It seemed to have lost its connection to its master. Shadowless Saber Sovereign. The Blood Demon Royal Hall disciple held up his sword and looked towards the summit. When he saw that black war chariot, he finally guessed the identity of the person who came. When he thought about how he knocked away the Shadowless Saber Sovereign's divine weapon with one sword strike, his lips curled up in a somewhat cocky smile. The Blood Demon Royal Hall disciple smiled and said, "Shadowless Saber Sovereign, I thought you were very incredible. In the end, you are only SO. My clan's crown prince is very interested in you. Do you dare to come down and fight?" Right after the Blood Demon Royal Hall disciple spoke, a scarlet light shot out from his body. His eyes turned red, and scarlet flames appeared on the sword in his hand. This was the mysterious phenomenon that materialized after the Blood Demon Monarch's bloodline's unique Blood Fiend demonic technique was activated. Whoosh! 6 divine weapons descended from the sky. Before the Blood Demon Royal Hall disciple could react, an incredibly surging saber intent knocked him back. Clang! 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 The divine weapons pierced through his arm, forehead, and calf at the same time, pinning him firmly to the ground. A moment ago, he was still filled with fighting spirit. Now, he no longer showed any signs of life. He did not even know how he died. In the Blood Demon Royal Hall, a 4th Heaven Demonic World Royal Clan outstanding talent was already considered a top-notch expert. However, when facing Xiaochen, he still did not have much ability to resist. When he used his full power, he could not even receive half a move. When facing the demons, Xiaochen never showed mercy. He was decisive in killing, much stronger than he was 5 years ago. A buzzing sound came from the divine weapon. The 4 injured blood demons were all scared silly. After letting out startled cries, the 4 demons fled for their lives, not daring to linger any longer. At the summit, the black war chariot suddenly changed, turning into a black throne. 6 beams of starlight of various colors descended from the sky behind the throne. 2 horses turned into flood dragons and circled in the air before flying into the armrests, looking like dragon-shaped carvings decorating the armrests. On the throne, Xiaochen wore a black mask that covered half his face. His hands rested on the armrests. The black throne shone with starlight as it descended from the summit to the middle of the mountain in an instant. Clang, clang, clang. Pride and the other 6 divine weapons shot up and stabbed into the back of the throne. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, are you here to snatch the ice and fire berserk saber art as well? Eccentric Qin was shocked at the other party's strength. However, his temper remained strange, not showing any intention of thanking Xiaoqin for saving his life. Instead, the moment eccentric Qin opened his mouth, he identified Xiaoqin as the person who snatched his ice and fire berserk saber art. On the throne, Xiaoqin showed a calm expression as he said honestly, "Please don't misunderstand. I am indeed interested in the ice and fire berserk saber art. However, I have no intention of snatching the saber art. Honestly speaking, with your talent, it is somewhat difficult for you to study the ice and fire berserk sabers. The ice and fire Dao does not have to be combined with the two sabers. You can try cultivating the ice and fire Dao with a single saber." Eccentric Qin smiled coldly and said, "What a joke. Before this old man comprehended the ice and fire Dao, I became famous with the two sabers. How can I neglect the roots and give up on the two sabers? Furthermore, how can one saber withstand the friction between the power of ice and fire?" Xiaoqin did not say anything. He stretched out his hand and pointed. A pile of mud on the ground turned into a human figure. Clang. The pride saber on Xiaoqin's back bounced out and landed in the hand of the human figure made of mud. With the saber in hand, the Taiji saber domain immediately spread out from the mud figure. Yin and Yang were two energies that were even more opposed to ice and fire. With one saber strike, they merged perfectly, forming a vast and imposing Taiji diagram. Occasionally, the mud figure turned into a dragon, shaking its head and wagging its tail. Occasionally, it turned into a fish, moving nimbly and faintly. As it walked in the middle of the sun and the moon, it appeared indistinct, showing thousands of changes. Eccentric Qin was momentarily stunned, unable to take his eyes off the Taiji saber. The Yin and Yang energy turned into two true dragons and merged into the saber in the mud figure's hand. A flash of saber light flew out and chopped the sky in half, revealing a resplendent and dazzling star chart of the universe. Eccentric Qin looked at the stars in the sky in a daze. The barrier of the sky that he chopped apart slowly mended. When the starlight was completely covered, Eccentric Qin recovered his wits. When he looked around, the shadowless saber sovereign's figure was nowhere to be seen. "Senior!" Eccentric Qin shouted somewhat absent-mindedly as he rushed over to the edge of the cliff. Chapter 1399. However, sometimes there was only one chance. By the time one came to their senses, the opportunity would already be gone. It was too late for Eccentric Qin to regret it. He could only stare blankly at the cliff. Now, he understood that the other party was not here to snatch the saber art. He only came because of its fame and wanted to broaden his horizons. It was laughable that Eccentric Qin overestimated himself, mocking the shadowless saber sovereign. After seeing the shadowless saber sovereign's incredible saber techniques, Eccentric Qin was completely convinced. He could not help calling the shadowless saber sovereign senior. In a world where strength was everything, there was no clear distinction between seniors and juniors. There was nothing wrong with calling those with lower strength seniors, even if they were older than the other party. The shadowless saber sovereign is indeed unfathomable. Eccentric Qin sighed in disappointment. Then, he glanced at the corpses of the Blood Demon Royal Hall disciples on the ground, and his expression changed slightly. Now that the Blood Demon Royal Hall disciples died here, someone would definitely come to investigate. He could not continue staying here and had to leave quickly. Eccentric Qin's figure flashed, and he picked up the corpses of his two disciples on the ground. Then he leaped into the air and directly jumped off the cliff. Eccentric Qin was indeed very cautious with his age. In less than half a day, the four demons who had escaped earlier arrived with a young man wearing a blood-colored robe inlaid with gold. Protector Wang Tian, this is how Boss Qin died. He could not even block one move before he was pinned to the ground, no longer showing any signs of life. The Blood Demon Royal Hall respected the Crown Scion. Behind the Crown Scion was a Dao protector who was very strong. Normally, it was a peak expert of the older generation. Below the Dao protector were the four protectors. The four protectors were mostly royal clan disciples who failed to become the Crown Scion. Their strength could not be underestimated. Aside from the strong Dao protector, they could be said to be second only to the Crown Scion in the Demon Royal Halls. Fortunately, Eccentric Qin ran fast. Otherwise, if this protector came, he would have died here even if he had 2 lives. The shadowless saber sovereign. It's him again. Heavy murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the blood demon royal hall's protector Wang Tian. In the past few years, the number of demon outstanding talents that died at the shadowless saber sovereign's hands was countless. Furthermore, they all died very decisively, so coldly that it was scary, leaving no room for negotiation. The various demon royal halls all placed this person on their must-kill list. Unfortunately, this person was elusive. He didn't leave a shadow behind. He never got out of the car and disappeared without a trace. There was simply too little information about him. Even if they wanted to ambush and kill him, they would not be able to find him. Protector Wang, there will be a Saber Dao tea party next month. The shadowless saber sovereign should be going as well. Should we? Wang Tian shook his head and said, "There's no need." Although the shadowless saber sovereign is a headache, he has never taken the initiative to kill demons. He is still not the biggest problem. This time, the few demon royal halls are working together to lay a trap. We cannot disrupt our plans because of one shadowless saber sovereign. Lord Protector, the people from the Water Moon Alliance are here. In the distance, a warship with the Water Moon Alliance's flag soared through the clouds and quickly flew over. Wang Tian grinned. "You guys sure move fast. I'll let you guys jump around for a few days. Let's go." The protector let out a mysterious smile and left with the 4 demons. In this great age, winds blew and clouds churned. At every moment, there would be undercurrents. A plot targeting the various outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm was slowly being laid out in the Tianwu domain. No matter how this plot was laid or who laid it, the shadowless saber sovereign Xiaochen only brushed past this plot for now before leaving in a hurry. After leaving Gentle Cloud City, Xiaochen headed north. Then, he slowly descended on a desolate plain in the Tianwu domain. 7 divine weapons were stabbed into the back of the Black Throne, giving off starlight. Why did the war chariot turn into a throne? Although the reason was simple, it was a long and complicated process. At Xiaochen's cultivation, the Flood Dragon war chariot would definitely not be able to keep up with his cultivation. He needed to modify it and refine it again. During the 2 years at Heavenly Star Island, Xiaochen had been doing this. He first merged the 7 deadly sins and the cycle banner into the war chariot, turning it into a peak emperor-grade secret treasure. The difficulty of refining it was extremely high. Fortunately, during those 2 years, Xiaochen had been in low spirits. After jumping off the Emperor's Road, he had lost interest in the martial way for a long time. He spent all his time on this. He was completely immersed in it, and Xiaochen's intelligence and wisdom. After spending 2 years, Xiaochen finally succeeded and named it the Cycle War Chariot. It had 2 forms. One was a war chariot, which was geared towards long-distance travel and cultivation, and could conceal its aura. The throne form was more suited for combat. Not only could it increase one's aura and emperor's might, but it also had many other uses. As for the 2 blue-robed emperor-level flood dragons, Xiaochen had been constantly nourishing them with dragon souls for the past 2 years, cleansing their spirits with dragon energy, and refining their bodies with dragon blood. They had already undergone some changes. At this moment, the sky was overcast, and not a single person could be seen on this desolate plain. The Black Throne slowly descended, as if it was the Son of Heaven, descending upon the world. Countless spiritual beasts on the vast land trembled in fear under the pressure, unable to move at all. Xiaochen casually waved his hand, and the many spirit beasts felt like they received amnesty. They kicked up a boundless cloud of dust and scattered. When all the spirit beasts were gone, the entire desolate plain turned completely silent. Even the sound of the wind stopped, creating a strange scene. Xiaochen closed his eyes and entered deep thought, recalling all the things that had happened over the years. The scenes of him fighting with the many bladesmen appeared in his mind. Among these people, there were old men over 500 years old and Emperor Wu, who was not more than 100 years old. There were men and women, ghost race and fiend race, and many others. The only thing they had in common was that they were all bladesmen. Clang! After some time, pride shot out from behind Xiaochen. Then, divine weapons came out one after another. Xiao Chen, who had his eyes closed, casually swung his arm and executed the life bestowal spell. 7 figures walked out of the soil, each holding a divine weapon and practicing their saber techniques. 2 years ago, Xiao Chen's Purple Thunder divine incantation had already broken through to the 9th layer. The magic energy in his sea of consciousness had improved again. When he used his divine abilities, it was even easier for him to use them as he pleased. Xiao Chen had already cultivated the life bestowal spell to the point where he could use the air as a weapon. 7 figures surrounded the throne, each executing their saber techniques. Boundless saber lights supported each other, rising and falling. However, there were simply too many scenes in Xiao Chen's mind. Clearly, 7 figures were not enough. Many sabers flew out of the universe ring. With a casual swing, 49 figures leaped out of the air. After they caught the sabers, they landed and started practicing. As the scenes in Xiao Chen's mind flashed faster and faster, a desolate plain, cultivators wielding sabers could transform into 100, 100 into 1,000, and 10,000 into 10,000. Immediately, saber lights filled the sky on the vast desolate plain. As they intertwined, a vast and majestic scene of 10,000 people practicing the saber appeared. A huge taiji diagram vaguely appeared on the ground. Unknowingly, the 10,000 bladesmen split into half and stepped into the taiji diagram. The 5,000 bladesmen were yin, and the 5,000 bladesmen were yang. Their movements slowly became unified. Yin and yang flowed, each turning into a dragon. The originally disorderly 10,000 bladesmen looked over vaguely. It was like a person practicing the saber. 2 indistinct dragons soared up and down. Suddenly, Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and the scene instantly froze. Xiao Chen had spent 2 years refining the throne under him. At the same time, he had thought of his own Dao. No matter how it changed, be it the immortal Dao, the Buddhist Dao, the martial Dao, or the demonic Dao, his Dao had never changed. It was the supreme Dao. By relying on the cycle war chariot, Xiao Chen could travel millions of kilometers in a day, traversing the Tianwu domain in 1 day. In 3 years, Xiao Chen traveled all over the Kunlun realm, visiting many bladesmen. The Taiji Yin-Yang saber formation before Xiao Chen was the most direct result. Taiji gave birth to Yin, Yin and Yang gave birth to the 4 divisions, the 4 divisions gave birth to the 8 trigrams, and the 8 trigrams gave birth to all things. The Taiji Yin-Yang saber formation was merely the first step of the Taiji saber Dao. There were still the 4 divisions, the 8 trigrams, and all things. Kasi. The many bladesmen turned into dirt, and their sabers returned to the universe ring. The desolate plain returned to calm. Only 7 bladesmen remained, holding the 7 deadly sins and guarding the throne in 7 directions. Xiao Chen's gaze fell on a saber on the throne. Although the 7 deadly sins were good, the one he loved the most was the lunar shadow saber. Chapter 1400. Unfortunately, Ao Jiao did not wake up, so Xiao Chen could not draw the lunar shadow saber. He did not know when he could do so. Little Ao Jiao always made him worry. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen stopped thinking about this vexing matter. Then he stretched out his hand and pointed. The 7 divine weapons all gave off a ringing sound as they returned to the back of the throne. Night fell completely. Xiao Chen sat on the throne and started to cultivate with his eyes closed. Whoosh! 6 beams of starlight descended from the sky. The starlight was like pillars as they merged into the cycle throne. Astral energy took the initiative to enter Xiao Chen's body. Absorbing astral energy and transforming it into cultivation was something that could only be done by cultivating the secret manuals of the Astral Palace. However, now Xiao Chen only needed to sit on the throne, and he could do it. This was one of the many wondrous uses of the throne, assisting cultivation. While Xiao Chen absorbed astral energy, he did not even listen. The 9th layer of the Purple Thunder divine incantation circulated quickly in his body. After the strong Purple Thunder divine incantation reached the 9th layer, the speed at which Xiao Chen absorbed the energy of the world became even more horrifying. If someone could see the formless energy of the world, they would discover that Xiao Chen's body was like a huge hole. Boundless purple energy was frantically absorbed from all directions. After the astral energy and the energy of the world were absorbed in the heart of an emperor, they turned into raindrops and fell. A whirlpool of 1,000 strands of primordial energy unfurled. It turned into a flood like a roaming dragon, flying around in the vast heart of an emperor and roaring ferociously. Xiaochen enjoyed the sweet rain and greedily absorbed these raindrops, not letting a single drop go. According to the rules of the Kunlun realm, even the ninth heaven's Emperor Wu only had 900 strands of primordial energy. However, Xiaochen reached 1,000 a year ago. However, if one were to say that Xiaochen's cultivation was equal to that of a ninth heaven sovereign martial emperor, that would not be appropriate. Xiaochen vaguely sensed that his current cultivation was about that of a sixth heaven Emperor Wu. There was a huge gap between his Grand Mist energy and Emperor Wu's Grand Mist energy. Actually, it was not difficult to explain. Firstly, he had not gone through the Thunder Tribulation. Secondly, he did not have the real Emperor Wu's golden body, nor had he pushed open the Emperor's door to accept the Heavenly Dao's baptism. After his physical body broke some of the laws of the Kunlun realm, it seemed to be restricted by other laws. There were gains and losses. Now, he was in a rather awkward position. After the number of strands of primordial energy reached 1,000, it stopped increasing. His cultivation seemed to be stuck at a bottleneck, and he didn't know how to break through this bottleneck. No one had ever walked this path before. He could only keep his head down and continuously condense the 1,000 strands of primordial energy. He condensed them again and again until he could no longer condense them. Perhaps the answer could only be found in the mysterious Blue Dragon Palace. Although it was hard for Xiaochen to raise his cultivation, his progress in the Saber Dao was unhindered, going further and further. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even the Saber Sovereign Wu Xiaotian's understanding of the Saber Dao might not compare to Xiaochen's. A large part of the reason why Xiaochen could instantly kill so many demonic world royal clan disciples was because of his comprehension of the Saber Dao, which reached great heights. The sun rose and set. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. However, the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation had only circulated one great cycle. Xiaochen opened his eyes and saw the sun in the sky, looking piercing and dazzling. He spat out a mouthful of turbid qi and turned the cycle throne into a war chariot. Then, two mutated black flood dragons pulled him into the air and soared into the sky. A beam of black light pierced through the boundary between space and reality. In less than 10 breaths, it broke through the barrier of the sky and arrived in the starry heavens. Inside the war chariot, Xiaochen held the invitation that Wen Xiren gave him. 8 words were written on the invitation: Heavenly Saber Mountain Manor, Starry Heavens. Wen Xiren had placed the Saber Dao Tea Party in the starry heavens. It was probably because the cultivations of the participants this time were too high. The original Heavenly Cauldron City was no longer suitable as a venue. Otherwise, if a few greater heavenly martial emperors fought, they might accidentally destroy the city. There was no need to worry about placing it in the starry heavens. The vast starry heavens was boundless and boundless. No matter how one fought, there would be no need to worry about any consequences. After putting away the invitation, Xiaochen casually opened a star chart and found the nearest starry sky relay station. Then, he let the cycle war chariot run freely in the boundless starry heavens. Occasionally, meteors flew by in the starry heavens. Some were large, some were small, and some were strangely fast. If one accidentally crashed into one, the chariot might crash and die. However, Xiaochen did not care. Saber Qi lingered around the cycle war chariot, not scattering. Anything that got close to the meteorite would be instantly sliced into countless specks of dust. When speaking of starry sky relay stations, Xiaochen could not help thinking about his first experience at a starry sky relay station many years ago. The mysterious master of that starry sky relay station had a high cultivation, unfathomable. Even now, Xiaochen could not fathom that mysterious bladesman. He could not make out the depths of that mysterious bladesman. That mysterious bladesman must have been a senior bladesman. However, the starry heavens was very vast. Without the coordinates, it would be hard to meet him again if fate allowed it. 1 hour later, the originally distant starry sky relay station appeared in Xiaochen's vision. Peering through the curtains, Xiaochen saw an average-sized starry sky relay station, about half the size of a small city. Even so, the star-fixing stones it required would be astronomical. Regular people would find it hard to buy them. Only a large faction could obtain them. The starry sky relay station that Xiaochen was looking for was one of these. This was because there were transportation formations there that could send one directly to the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor, saving one the trouble of traveling back and forth. The mutated flood dragon turned into an ordinary black horse and pulled the cycle war chariot, landing firmly in the starry sky relay station. Although the relay station was large, that was only relative to the other relay stations. Compared to the other cities of the Kunlun realm, it was still too small. With just the naked eye, one could see the borders of the relay station. Is your distinguished self going to use the transportation formation of this relay station? The moment the chariot landed, 2 cultivators from the relay station came to the window below the chariot. They looked up and asked Xiaochen, "That's right. To the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor." "We cannot go there directly to the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor. We have to pass more than 10 relay stations of various sizes. Only then can we find a large relay station. Only a large relay station can have a transportation formation to the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor. How many essence stones do you need?" 300 essence stones will do. All the relay stations along this route belong to the Phoenix's Passion Palace. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and placed down a spatial ring. When the person who spoke caught it and opened it, he was startled. There was a total of 6,000 essence stones in there, several times more than what Xiaochen needed. Is there a mistake? That's right. This is enough for 20 people. The transportation formation only needs to send me alone. After Xiaochen spoke, the 2 horses pulled the war chariot and headed for the transportation formation. The remaining 2 Phoenix's Passion Palace disciples exchanged glances. This was the first time they saw such a strange person. Never mind. Who cares? Just give him enough essence stones. Recently, there has been an extraordinary number of people going to the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor. Many of the older generation bladesmen have made a move. Naturally, the first Saber Dao Tea Party in this golden age is extraordinary. Basically, all the famous bladesmen have gone. The old will replace the new. This time, there will be many older generation bladesmen falling from their pedestals. Unfortunately, I am not a bladesman. Otherwise, I would definitely go and join in the excitement. The 2 Phoenix's Passion Palace disciples chatted as they walked, preparing to activate the transportation formation. Inside the war chariot, Xiaochen closed his eyes and waited quietly. After a while, a bright light flickered, and the war chariot vanished with Xiaochen. Xiaochen was transported to the next relay station. After repeating this process more than 10 times, an extraordinarily bustling relay station appeared at the limits of his vision. This relay station was the size of most of Meteor Trail City. There were all sorts of buildings, restaurants, tea houses, inns, pharmacies, markets, and everything else. Of course, the large-scale transportation formation that Xiaochen needed was there as well. The relay station was circular. No matter where one landed, there would be a large road that led directly to the large-scale transportation formation in the center. Compared to that large-scale relay station, the relay station under Xiaochen's feet was like mud to clouds. The difference in nature was much smaller. In his line of sight, he could see many mighty warships and war chariots filled with emperor's might speeding toward the large relay station from all directions. The Jadeite relay station is in front, one of the 10 great relay stations of the Kunlun realm. You can go to the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor through this place. The Phoenix's Passion Palace disciples beside the cycle war chariot cautiously urged Xiaochen to get off. Chapter 1401. Jadeite Courier Station? Xiaochen thought, could this have something to do with the Jadeite sovereign? That Jadeite sovereign's whereabouts were elusive. Xiaochen had not been able to find him in the Kunlun realm. Most of the Emperor Wu and experts who liked to live in seclusion would choose to spend the rest of their lives in the Starry Sky Courier Station. Based on the Jade King's temperament, this was very likely. A flower planted intentionally does not blossom, but an unintentional tree planted inadvertently grows into a willow tree. What does the Jadeite relay station have to do with the Jadeite king? Xiaoqin asked casually from the war chariot. When the Phoenix's Passion Palace disciple heard the question, he did not dare to be slow. Aside from the saber stuck in the front of the black war chariot, which was somewhat strange, everything else about it was extremely ordinary. However, for some reason, when he stood beside the carriage, he felt an oppressive feeling, not daring to act presumptuously. Senior, I'm not sure about that. However, there is indeed an expert living in the Jadeite pavilion at the Jadeite relay station. As for whether it's the Jade King or not, I don't know. The disciple of the Phoenix's Passion Palace said everything that she knew in detail. Xiaoqin was deep in thought. He was very close to his goal. Should he make a trip himself? The owner of the relay station lives in the Jadeite pavilion in the Jadeite lake. However, he does not like to be disturbed. Not long ago, there were a few greater celestial Emperor Wu from the Devil World who joined hands to cause trouble for them, but they were all thrown out. The Phoenix's Passion Palace disciple hesitated for a moment before continuing. Thanks a lot. In the war chariot, Xiaoqin politely said a few words before flying away. The Jadeite relay station looked very close, but when one actually arrived in the starry sky, one would realize that it was only on the surface. The true distance was probably no less than 10 million miles. It was just that the light was too bright, giving people an illusion. From time to time, large King-class warships and even Emperor-class warships would flash past Xiaoqin. In comparison, the cycle war chariot, which was deliberately concealed, was very unremarkable. Xiaoqin, who was in the chariot, casually looked around. He discovered that most of the people on this warship were bladesmen. They were probably going to the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor. Several young bladesmen were eager to give it a try, looking very spirited. Rumor had it that during this Saber Dao Tea Party, the Saber Sovereign Wu Xiaotian would personally choose a new generation of Saber Sovereigns and personally guide them. The top 100 of the Saber School ranking could even go to the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor's famous Saber Washing Pool to retemper their beloved sabers. Compared to this huge warship, Xiaoqin's cycle war chariot looked very small. Half a day later, the chariot smoothly landed at the Jadeite relay station. After asking around, they headed towards the Jadeite lake in the relay station. As for the bladesmen on the warships, they headed straight for the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor, preparing to teleport to the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor. The relay station was very big, comparable to Meteor Trail City. Although it was called a relay station, it was more accurate to call it a city. It was a city that was fixed in the starry sky. Along the way, there were many shops and cultivators everywhere. Even the weakest among them was a martial sage. With a casual glance, one could spot quite a number of Emperor Wu, and even greater celestial Emperor Wu. Some were drinking and chatting, some were trading treasures, and some were discussing about exploring forbidden areas in the depths of the starry sky. The bustling scene was vividly displayed before his eyes. As expected of one of the 10 great starry sky relay stations. The Jadeite lake sat at the northwest edge of the relay station. It was a green lake that looked like a mirror, calm and quiet, without any ripples. It looked like a piece of jadeite embedded in the ground, looking incredibly strange. There was a pavilion in the center of the lake. That was the Jadeite Pavilion, the place where the owner of the Starry Sky relay station stayed. It was like the owner knew that he did not like to be disturbed. The lakeside was quiet and peaceful. No one else could be seen. The cycle war chariot stopped by the lakeside. Xiaoqin thought about how to meet the owner of this relay station. I should be more direct. This person is most likely the Jadeite Sovereign. Jadeite Relay Station, Jadeite Lake, and Jadeite Pavilion. If there was only one, it could be considered a coincidence. However, there were all three. Only a person who specialized in the Jadeite Dao would be interested in building so many things related to Jadeite. However, there seemed to be something wrong with this lake. It seemed like it was formed by the other party's domain or merged with the lake. Sir, are you the Dark Sea's Sovereign Martial Emperor, the Jadeite Sovereign? I came here on account of your fame. Would it be possible for me to meet you? Inside the war chariot, Xiaoqin projected his voice into the Jadeite Pavilion. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. No one answered, no one cared. It was like there was no one in the pavilion. Many thanks for the Jadeite sovereign's tacit approval. I will be coming in. Xiaochen did not care about anything else. The war chariot turned and entered the lake, heading for the Jadeite pavilion. Interesting. Recently, there seem to be more and more people as bold as you. Laughter came from the pavilion in the center of the lake. Then, there was the sound of books being folded. The cycle war chariot had just entered the lake, and a layer of lake water quickly spread over it. Soon, the black war chariot turned jadeite green. Inside the war chariot, this green water also spread over Xiaochen's feet. Then, they quickly crystallized and he could no longer move his feet. Xiaochen's expression changed slightly. He discovered that something was wrong. As the green water seeped in, his bones, muscles, blood, and entire body showed signs of crystallizing. Gurgle! Gurgle! The luxurious war chariot looked like it had completely turned jadeite as it slowly sank into the lake. Waves kicked up on the surface of the lake. In the next moment, the waves gathered and formed a scholarly, middle-aged man wearing jadeite silk and a white jade belt. The middle-aged man stepped forward and raised his hand. Then he pulled out the cycle war chariot from the bottom of the lake. He casually patted it, and the war chariot turned into countless jadeite shards that filled the air, flickering with jadeite light. Everything shattered. Only the crystal man hovering in the air didn't shatter. He was sparkling and translucent, and his entire body was dark green. So, you are not a demon. Then I'll send you off. The murderous intent in the middle-aged man's eyes weakened significantly. He raised his head and waved, wanting to toss the crystallized Xiaochen out of the relay station. Ka! Just at this moment, the crystal covering Xiaochen shattered, revealing his true appearance with a black mask. The crystal on the flying shards also peeled off at this moment. Boom! All the shards gathered and turned into a throne with 7 divine weapons stabbed into it. He nearly turned into Jadeite. It looks like I did not find the wrong person. Aside from the Jadeite sovereign, whose Jadeite mysteries could be so incredible. Xiaochen said calmly from the throne. His tone contained some joy. The Jadeite sovereign's face turned somewhat grave. The lake water flowed under his feet. Unknowingly, he had increased the distance between him and Xiaochen significantly. The Jadeite sovereign felt a vast and boundless saber intent from Xiaochen. That was a dangerous aura, so he needed to increase the distance between him and Xiaochen. In this golden age, there are many new experts. You must be the shadowless saber sovereign that has caused a lot of commotion in the past few years, right? The Jadeite sovereign asked. Xiaochen nodded and said, You can say that. I don't think I have what you want. I am not a bladesman, either. Why are you looking for me? The Jadeite sovereign asked as he looked straight at Xiaochen. Do you have a throne that contains the destruction Dao? After obtaining it, you will be able to comprehend the state of destruction without a teacher? Xiaochen asked with some anticipation. The Jadeite sovereign felt stunned when he heard that. Then he smiled and said, What a coincidence. To think that people came to look for such an insignificant thing. Xiaochen frowned and asked, What do you mean? Before you, several demon greater heavenly martial emperors came to look for me. Even before that, the cyclic astral lord came to ask as well. A light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. To think that the cyclic astral lord came before as well. Could it be that he knows something? Never mind, I'll not care about this for now. Xiaochen asked, Is the throne still in your hands? Naturally it is. Xiaochen smiled and said, In that case, that's good. Just state your conditions. As long as it is within my means, I will definitely do it. The Jadeite sovereign smiled and did not say anything. Or should I state my conditions and you choose? Xiaochen suggested unhurriedly. The Jadeite sovereign smiled and said, Do you think that your conditions are even more tempting than the cyclic astral lords? It seemed like this Jadeite sovereign had no intention of making a move. Chapter 1402. Xiaochen came to a realization. It seemed like he had been happy for nothing. The demon race's coercion and the astral lord's enticement had all failed to take the destruction throne from the Jadeite sovereign's hands. How could Xiaochen take it away from the cyclic astral lord? It was as the Jadeite sovereign said. Could it be that the thing that Xiaochen took out was more attractive than the cyclic astral lords? As a retired king, he had no desires or desires. There were simply too few things that could move his heart. Seated on the throne, Xiao Chen's expression did not change. However, he was still thinking about how to obtain the destruction throne. Of the 7 great thrones, there was only one left. No matter what, he had to obtain it. The Jadeite sovereign said indifferently, "Liv. To tell you the truth, I have already refined the destruction throne into this Jadeite pavilion. Furthermore, this Jadeite pavilion is not only connected to the relay station's transportation formation but also my Life Emperor grade secret treasure." Life Emperor grade secret treasures, in layman's terms, were Emperor grade secret treasures that had been used for a long time, becoming like one's own arm, inseparable. For example, Xiao Chen's lunar shadow saber could be said to be his Life Emperor grade secret treasure. Xiao Chen understood, just like how he would not hand the lunar shadow saber to others. Similarly, the Jadeite sovereign would not hand the Jadeite pavilion over to anyone else. "I'm forcing you." A gentleman does not take away someone else's love. Although Xiao Chen was not a gentleman, he understood that this matter could not be forced. Jadeite sovereign smiled and said, "From the looks of it, you are going to participate in the Saber Dao Tea Party. I have seen many new saber users in the relay station over the years. Several of them are quite famous, displaying their sharpness without restraint. They even defeated some older generation bladesmen. However, compared to you, they seem somewhat lacking." Xiao Chen smiled faintly to himself. He had seen some of the new generation bladesmen before. He knew what they lacked: accumulations. "I didn't expect you to have such a high opinion of me. Thank you, I'm leaving. If you have any thoughts of selling the destruction throne, please inform me immediately." As soon as Xiao Chen finished speaking, the throne rapidly transformed, turning back into a war chariot. He was prepared to leave. The horse turned around and pulled the chariot, moving slowly. The Jadeite sovereign entered deep thought. This shadowless saber sovereign before him, aside from having an older heir, was very similar to a person he met many years ago. Suddenly, half of the surface of the lake was covered in blood, and it instantly spread to the feet of the Jadeite king. Shio! A figure condensed in the blood and stabbed at Jadeite king with a sword. This sword was so fast that it could be said that it came without any warning. With a poochie sound, the Jade King's body was blasted into pieces by this sword strike, turning into fragments that fell into the lake. Inside the Jadeite pavilion, the Jadeite sovereign's true body vomited a mouthful of blood and frowned heavily. A blood demon sovereign martial emperor. The one who attacked was a blood demon sovereign martial emperor. This sovereign martial emperor instantly destroyed one of his clones. Furthermore, the sword chi even injured his main body. Yeah. A furious roar came from the sky as a metallic figure descended from the sky, punching out, causing space to tremble. Courting death. A furious roar came from the Jadeite pavilion. The Jadeite king appeared and landed on the surface of the lake. With a boom, the Jadeite pavilion was lifted up and touched the sky. The Jadeite king's metallic body crashed into the pavilion, and it tumbled down with a clang. After the Jadeite king climbed back up, he chuckled foolishly. This berserk strike did not seem to pose much of a problem to him. An iron demon sovereign martial emperor. Inside the war chariot, Xiao Chen's face sank. 2 sovereign martial emperors came to kill one Jadeite sovereign. How extravagant! Jadeite sovereign, my race's demon monarch has cultivated the destruction Dao for many years and urgently needs the throne in your hand to make a breakthrough. If you're sensible enough to hand it over, you'll be rewarded. If you don't, you'll die sooner or later. If you do not, you will die sooner or later, the blood demon sovereign martial emperor said coldly as he held up his sword. The sovereign emperor's might unique to sovereign martial emperors spread out from his body and suppressed the unique Jadeite lake under him. Blood covered the surface of the lake, completely suppressing the Jadeite sovereign's domain. The Jadeite sovereign's expression turned somewhat grave. As a 7th heaven sovereign martial emperor, he did not fear an 8th heaven sovereign martial emperor in this Jadeite lake. However, the other party came prepared, directly sealing his Jadeite lake. Furthermore, they even invited an iron demon sovereign martial emperor. This battle did not bode well for the Jadeite sovereign. The Jadeite sovereign glanced at the shadowless saber sovereign, who was not far away. The shadowless saber sovereign's emperor's might was not dense, and his aura was not strong. The two demon sovereign martial emperors did not care about the Jadeite sovereign at all, not even bothering to look at him. However, the Jadeite sovereign knew that whether he could escape this calamity or not depended on whether this person would help or not. Would he help? The Jadeite sovereign felt that it was impossible. The other party wanted the destruction throne so much. This was a rare opportunity. Naturally, the best way was to wait for the demons and the Jadeite sovereign to injure each other before reaping the benefits. Ding dang! Ding dang! Suddenly, the sound of wind chimes rang out in the battlefield. A saber light descended from the sky. Pride stabbed into the lake with an unparalleled sharpness. Kasi. A peerless saber chi spread out. Instantly, cracks appeared on the blood covering the lake. Not only did Xiaochen help, but he also did not hesitate at all, moving decisively and quickly. A good opportunity. The Jadeite sovereign's eyes lit up. Holding the miniature Jadeite pavilion in his left hand, he pointed with his right hand. The surface of the lake exploded, sending all the blood flying. Ignorant Junior! Kill him! The Blood Demon Sovereign Martial Emperor raged. When the Iron Demon Sovereign Martial Emperor heard this, he quickly rushed towards the chariot while stepping on the water. As he ran, he appeared slow but was actually very fast. His entire body shone with light, making him look like an iron statue. Be careful! This is a Deep Abyss Iron Demon Sovereign Martial Emperor. The Jadeite Sovereign shouted a warning to the Shadowless Saber Sovereign, fearing that the Shadowless Saber Sovereign would get careless and end up at a disadvantage. The Blood Demon Sovereign Martial Emperor smiled coldly and said, "No matter how anxious you are, it is useless. It is very difficult for the Iron Demon race to produce a Sovereign Martial Emperor. However, once one becomes a Sovereign Martial Emperor, even a divine weapon will not be able to injure him." Bang! Before the Blood Demon Sovereign Martial Emperor finished speaking, there was a loud sound. The Iron Demon Sovereign Martial Emperor, who was running out, landed heavily. 6 bloody holes appeared on his chest. Saber intent lingered there, and blood flowed continuously. The Blood Demon Sovereign Martial Emperor turned his head back and saw starlight falling from a black throne. Xiaochen sat there quietly. The 7 divine weapons floated around him, radiating saber intent. Shadowless Saber Sovereign. Xiaochen said softly, "I am honored that a Sovereign Martial Emperor of the Deep Abyss demonic world also knows of my existence. Don't move." Xiaochen spoke halfway before changing the topic. The 7 divine weapons turned into 7 beams of light, disappearing in a flash. The Iron Demon Sovereign Martial Emperor, who had just stood up and wanted to charge over, was knocked back again. This time, the wound was even deeper, and even more blood flowed out. Heaven was fair, giving the Iron Demons an absolutely strong physical body. However, it also deprived them of something else: intelligence. If this Iron Demon had Xiaochen's intelligence and was not so straightforward and nimble, Xiaochen would have trouble dealing with him. However, Xiaochen did not mind stabbing him a few more times. Cannot injure him? With the 7 divine weapons drawn, there was nothing that could not injure him. As Xiaochen sat on the throne, he looked like the sovereign of the saber. Let's go! The Blood Demon Sovereign Martial Emperor knew that he could not gain an advantage. He pulled the Iron Demon Sovereign Martial Emperor up, turned into a beam of scarlet light, and soared into the sky. Seeing the two leave, Xiaochen and the Jadeite Sovereign did not give chase. The other party was not severely injured. If they gave chase forcefully, they would not gain any advantage. If the Jadeite Sovereign left this Jadeite lake, his combat prowess would decrease significantly. If they really fought, both sides would end up severely injured. "Many thanks for saving my life, Your Excellency," the Jadeite Sovereign said sincerely as he flew over while holding the Jadeite pavilion. The Jadeite Sovereign appeared somewhat fatigued, and his complexion paled slightly. It looked like the Blood Demon Sovereign Martial Emperor's sword strike was not easy to take. Xiaochen said calmly, "You are too polite. It was just a slight effort." The Jadeite Sovereign sighed and said, Unexpectedly, this blood demon monarch is so persistent. For the sake of this destruction throne, he is even willing to send out a sovereign martial emperor. Why not leave this starry heaven relay station and go to the Kunlun continent? The demon's sovereign martial emperors would not dare to be so arrogant there. The Jadeite sovereign shook his head and said, I've lived in this starry heaven relay station for several hundred years already. I'm already used to everything here. I have an idea. If you are willing to endure the rage of the blood demon monarch, I can give you the destruction throne. The Jadeite sovereign did not care about the greater heavenly emperor Wu's demons. However, if a sovereign martial emperor attacked, he would be in trouble. This time, the Jadeite sovereign had helped to block the trouble. However, what about the next time, and the time after that? The Jadeite sovereign had lived in seclusion for several hundred years and had long since grown tired of fighting and killing. He just wanted to spend the rest of his life in peace, not getting embroiled in conflict. Xiaochen felt slightly stunned. This was truly a strange turn of events. Who could have imagined that the Jadeite sovereign would personally give the destruction throne to him? Chapter 1403. Xiaochen remained silent for 3 seconds before asking, Have you thought it through? The Jadeite sovereign smiled and said, I should be the one asking you that. The blood demon monarch is not someone who gives up easily. Of the 18 demon monarchs, the top 9 are all primes. The blood demon monarch is ranked 8th, so he is known as the 8th demon monarch. Right now, the destruction throne was already a problem. Due to the cyclic astral lord status, he could not make a move on it. However, the blood demon monarch did not need to worry. This time, he could send 2 7th heaven sovereign martial emperors. Next time, he might come personally. Right now, the blood demon monarch was tossing the problem to Xiaochen. This was not a good thing. Hence, Xiaochen needed to consider this carefully. I'm not afraid. The destruction throne is very important to me. Now that an opportunity is delivered to me, no matter how troublesome it is, I have to accept it, Xiaochen said with certainty while seated on the throne. The Jadeite sovereign relaxed and said, Good. In that case, wait for me for 3 days. 3 days later, I will separate the destruction throne from the Jadeite pavilion. Xiaochen silently calculated the time. The Saber Dao tea party was set for 4 days from now. 3 days was sufficient. The Jadeite sovereign waved his hand, and 2 servants descended after a while. Pass down my orders. The Jadeite relay station needs to rest for 3 days. During these 3 days, no one is allowed to remain in the Jadeite relay station. Understood. The 2 old servants did not say anything more. They immediately stood up and left to pass down the Jadeite sovereign's orders. Xiaochen felt slightly startled. Unexpectedly, the implications were so great. He did not know what kind of waves it would cause by chasing away the guests. Seeing Xiaochen's somewhat doubtful expression, the Jadeite sovereign explained, I did not lie to you earlier. This Jadeite pavilion is indeed connected to the formation of the entire relay station. During the separation, there will be a rather large commotion, so we need to chase away the others. Xiaochen nodded to indicate that he understood. He could afford to wait 3 days. The throne turned illusory, turning into a war chariot. Then, Xiaochen closed his eyes and cultivated. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. While Xiaochen was rather idle, the cultivators in the starry heaven relay station complained. This was especially so for the bladesmen preparing to use the transportation formation at the Jadeite relay station to head to the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor. Since the transportation formation here could not be used, Xiaochen would have to take a big detour and use another relay station before he could reach the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor, wasting time and energy. The 2 old servants tried to appease him for a long time, promising to compensate him for the carriage fees. Only then did they finally settle the matter. After the troublesome bladesmen left, the other merchants and cultivators were easier to deal with. These people did not have urgent matters to attend to, and they all had some sort of friendship with the Jadeite sovereign. It was only after everyone had left that the Jadeite king officially began his separation. Extracting the destruction throne from the Jadeite pavilion was not difficult. What was difficult was the heart. Before Xiaochen advanced to martial emperor, this Jadeite pavilion was already his weapon. Hundreds of years of affection were not something that could be easily severed. Staring at the jadeite pavilion in his hand, the jadeite sovereign did not speak for a long time. Back then, he was also in high spirits, wanting to compete with the various geniuses. Every cultivator had their pride in their hearts. Naturally, the jadeite sovereign was no exception. If not for the jadeite sovereign's lover dying in a vendetta back then, perhaps the Kunlun realm would have had another prime. Can't bear to part with it? Inside the carriage, Xiaochen opened his eyes at some point in time. Back then she refined this jadeite pavilion with me. I also obtained the destruction throne while adventuring outside with her. The jadeite sovereign revealed an expression of reminiscence in his eyes. There was joy, happiness, and even more sorrow. Feeling excited, Xiaochen recalled some of the past between him and the lunar shadow saber, as well as the person he loved hidden in the depths of his memories. It looks like you are someone with a story as well. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, you appeared 3 years ago during the Golden Age. I never believed that there was a person with such skills with the saber. You should be someone I met before, the jadeite sovereign said when he saw that Xiaochen, who was in the carriage, suddenly stopped speaking. It is not important whether I met him or not. Everyone in this world has their own story. Everyone is unique, just like you, me, and everyone else. It doesn't matter whether I've seen it or not. Everyone in this world has their own story. Everyone is unique, just like you, me, and everyone else. It is not important whether I met him or not. Everyone in this world has their own story. Everyone is unique, just like you, me, and everyone else. A flash of jadeite light came from the jadeite sovereign's hand. A bright light shone everywhere, and the exquisite jadeite pavilion started to disintegrate bit by bit. Rumble. The disintegrating motes of light fell like rain. As the motes fell, they gave off a jadeite light. The jadeite rain, the black cycle war chariot, and the jadeite sovereign, who held the jadeite pavilion and recalled the past, formed a beautiful scene in this jadeite lake. Soon 2 days went by. The jadeite rain still showed no signs of stopping. At the same time, all the famous bladesmen of the entire Golden Age in the Heavenly Saber Mountain Manor rushed over. Strictly speaking, the Heavenly Saber Mountain Manor was also a Starry Heavens relay station. However, it was a private place and normally not open to the public. It was the property of the Saber Sovereign Wu Xiaotian's clan. This was especially so for the saber washing pool in the Mountain Manor. Rumor had it that even the most ordinary sharp blade could become a famous saber after being washed there. It was extremely mysterious. The entire Heavenly Saber Mountain Manor was several times larger than the jadeite relay station. It was like a huge city in the starry heavens. Hundreds of astral arenas that were modified from relay stations surrounded the Mountain Manor. Even if it was a battle on the level of Emperor Wu, these arenas could withstand it. Inside the Mountain Manor, when Xiren checked the name list, drawing out the names, all the bladesmen who came would have a clear mark on them. There were only 2 days left until the official start of the Saber Dao Tea Party. Most of the guests who were supposed to come had already arrived. The new 10 great bladesmen of the Kunlun realm's 5 great races in the Golden Age were all here. These 10 people had all risen to prominence in the Golden Age. They were not more than 100 years old. At the very least, they were 4th Heaven Emperor Wu. Compared to Emperor Wu's 2,000-year-old lifespan, these people could be considered in their golden ages. They were all here for the title of the new Saber Sovereign. No one was willing to submit to anyone else. For example, the ghost race's Zhao Feng, who merged the ghost Dao with the Saber Dao. As a 4th Heaven Emperor Wu, he used the ghostly saber technique to kill a 6th Heaven Martial Emperor. There was also the corpse race's Xing Kong, an outstanding bladesman of the Xingtian clan. His saber techniques were large and bold, known as the strongest in the firm and ferocious side. There was also the Tianwu domain's Feng Xingxing. He became famous at a young age. Now, he was second only to Bai Wuxue in the Water Moon Alliance, known as the top bladesman of the Tianwu domain. Aside from these new 10 great bladesmen, there were also many low-profile bladesmen with mysterious movements. The Shadowless Saber Sovereign was one of them. However, most of these low-profile and strong bladesmen were here as well. Only the Shadowless Saber Sovereign was nowhere to be seen. When Xiren frowned slightly and said, "There are still 2 more days before the start of the first Saber Dao Tea Party. Could it be that he is not coming?" For the first Saber Dao Tea Party of the Golden Age, most people would rush over at least a week in advance. The reason was none other than the bustling scene in the astral arenas over the past 2 days. They were all here for the title of the new Saber Sovereign. Of course, they had to get a feel of each other in advance. "Never mind. If he is not coming, so be it," When Xiren said somewhat disappointedly. He had come to check out this list for the shadowless Saber Sovereign. In reality, When Xiren really misunderstood Xiaochen. If not for the matter of the Destruction Throne, Xiaochen would definitely rush over in advance. 3 days later, at the Jadeite relay station, the Jadeite Sovereign finally separated the Destruction Throne and erased his spiritual mark. As Xiaochen looked at the Destruction Throne in his palm, he revealed a rare smile. He finally gathered all 7 thrones today. Considering the time, it had been a long time since he obtained the Massacre Throne in the Sky Dome realm. Back then, martial sages were godlike existences to Xiaochen. Now, he did not even fear 7th Heaven Sovereign martial emperors. After putting away the Destruction Throne, Xiaochen said, "Many thanks. I owe you a favor. I'll go and participate in the Saber Dao Tea Party first." There was only 1 day left. If Xiaochen did not go now, he would not make it in time. "Going from my place? I'm afraid I can't go. The Jadeite Pavilion needs to be refined again before the transportation formation can recover," the Jadeite Sovereign said somewhat helplessly. Inside the Cycle War Chariot, Xiaochen felt startled. "What should I do? I can't go?" Chapter 1404. The transportation formation at the Jadeite relay station is unusable? Xiaochen reacted after being stunned for a while. He had not thought about this problem before. "Why did you not say so earlier?" If Xiaochen had said so earlier, he would not have had to think of a countermeasure now that the Saber Dao Tea Party had only 1 day. Xiaochen never liked to break his promise. Either he did not agree, but since he promised When Xiren, he had to go. Now that the transportation formation was unusable, how was he to reach the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor in 1 day? The Jadeite Sovereign smiled helplessly and said, "I said from the start that the Jadeite Pavilion is connected to this relay station. Otherwise, what would I do with the other cultivators? If there were no interference, why would I need to make such a big fuss about it? I thought you already knew." Damn it. The Jadeite Sovereign really did say that. However, I was too preoccupied with the Destruction Throne and completely forgot about it. What should I do now? Xiaochen could not help feeling at a loss. Jadeite Sovereign, how long will it take to get to the relay stations that can reach the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor from here? It'll take at least 2 days. 2 days was not enough. By the time Xiaochen rushed over, the Saber Dao Tea Party would be over. Inside the war chariot, Xiaochen frowned heavily as he pondered a countermeasure. How long will it take to get to the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor from here? The Jadeite Sovereign thought for a while before answering, "It will take about 1.5 days. Of course, this is a straight line. While flying in the starry heavens, one might run into meteors, groups of meteors, or even a starry heaven storm. In reality, no one would do that. There were too many accidents and risks traveling alone in the starry heavens for a long time. Earlier, the Jadeite Sovereign had not mentioned that if he got careless and ran into an astral beast, it would be even more problematic. 1.5 days is enough. A brilliant light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. This was the only way. He had to rush over in 1 day. Jadeite Sovereign, we will meet again. The Destruction Throne is very useful to me. I cannot thank you enough. Let's go. Right after the Jadeite Sovereign spoke, the Cycle War Chariot turned into a beam of black light and soared into the sky, vanishing from the Jadeite Sovereign's sight. The Jadeite Sovereign looked up and felt somewhat surprised. That is too risky. Is the Saber Dao Tea Party that attractive? After retiring for several hundred years, the Jadeite Sovereign had become indifferent to all sorts of gatherings. In reality, it was not a matter of attraction. Rather, since Xiaochen had promised When Xiren, he had to keep the appointment. He didn't want to be a person who went back on his word. The Black War Chariot left a straight trail of light in the vast starry heavens. The two mutated flood dragons spat out dragon breath, burning any meteors in their way to ashes. While traveling at full speed, Xiaochen would also personally take action to shatter the incoming meteors. The wheels of the war chariot rotated rapidly, as if they were about to burst into flames. However, this was not enough. The vast starry heavens were boundless. Amid the many resplendent stars, the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor's silhouette could not be seen. Inside the war chariot, Xiaochen's face suddenly sank. There was a group of meteors about 50 kilometers in front, heading in his direction, howling. This group of meteors was huge and densely packed together. If one wanted to avoid them, one would have to make a huge detour. Sharp spirit finger. A corner of the curtains in front of the war chariot parted. A resplendent purple light turned into a pillar of light and shot out. Soundless explosions rang out one after another. Wherever the light passed, it forcefully opened a path in the group of meteors. When the curtains fell back, the black war chariot passed through in an instant. It was a daunting experience without any mishaps. Xiaochen opened the star chart and found the location of the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor. He frowned slightly as he thought about how to reach the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor. As Xiaochen quickly traveled through the starry heavens, the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor welcomed its most bustling moment. The tea party was about to start. There was a plaza with ancient sculptures in the center of the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor. This plaza was circular and made up of more than 1,000 stone pillars. The stone pillars formed a circle. The further one went, the fewer the stone pillars. In the innermost circle of stone pillars, there were only 36 stone pillars surrounding a unique black stone pillar. The ancient stone pillars looked very old. Each stone pillar had an ancient bladesman carved on it. During the previous tea party, Heavenly Cauldron City's ancient sculptures were temporarily borrowed from this place. Each stone pillar represented a location for the Dao discussion. It was clear that the further one went, the closer one was to the core. Anyone with a bit of strength would not be willing to sit in the outermost circle and watch others talk loudly and cheerfully. The many invited bladesmen and cultivators who enjoyed watching the excitement had already arrived outside the central plaza. A vast aura came from the stone pillars in the distance. The wills of the many bladesmen of the past had gathered. They were like the sea, surging endlessly. However, they were as stable as a mountain, gathering wind and clouds in the surroundings without moving. These must be the famous stone statues of the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor, right? How majestic! I heard that the wills of the bladesmen in the stone statues have not scattered even after more than 100,000 years. Is that true? Of course it is true. During the previous tea party, the Blue Dragon King Xiaochen discussed the Dao over tea, allowing the will of the ancient saber Dao to reappear. Comparing the present to the past, it was a wondrous sight. How unfortunate for the Blue Dragon King. If he were here, this tea party would be even more exciting. Now is the golden age, the age of heroes competing. The era of the Blue Dragon King Xiaochen is long gone. What is there to pity about? That's right. Now, the 10 great bladesmen of the new generation are no weaker than the Blue Dragon King back then. In fact, they might even surpass him. The ghostly bladesman is going up. Suddenly, a figure soared up like a dragon, charging into the clouds like a sharp saber. The sound of a berserk saber howling came from this figure, causing wind and thunder to roar endlessly. Let's go! Immediately, the many bladesmen who were invited or took the initiative to rush over could no longer hold themselves back. They soared into the air, wanting to fight for a spot for themselves. Immediately, everyone became like a saber, showing their sharpness without hiding it at all. The various bladesmen competed with each other. Saber lights filled the air, reflecting off each other. For the sake of a stone pillar, many bladesmen fought in the air above the central plaza. The boundless berserk clouds churned. The new generation of bladesmen in this golden age were all extraordinary. When Xiran saw this scene, he revealed a satisfied expression. He was a person who liked a lively scene. Otherwise, he would not have lowered himself and gone around inviting bladesmen for a tea party. Xiran was a person who truly loved the saber. He also hoped that this tea party would be better. At this moment, the thunderclouds for 5,000 kilometers churned. Saber lights filled the air, flickering and dazzling. The various bladesmen competed with each other. This was the scene that Wang Xiren loved. However, Wang Xiren suddenly thought of an old friend, and the smile on his face faded. If that old friend were still around, this tea party would be even more lively. However, was that old friend still around? Suddenly, a resplendent saber light lit up on the innermost 36 stone pillars in the central plaza. The saber light coalesced, and an ancient bladesman stood upright while holding his saber. When Xiren stopped thinking and looked up. Then he said softly, "So, it is the ghostly bladesman, Zhao Feng." He managed to snatch the top spot. Not only that, but he also activated the bladesman's will in the stone pillar, attracting everyone's attention. Shocked cries rang out endlessly in the various cultivators' ears. This was the first time they saw such a miraculous scene, so they all praised it profusely. If it were in the past, Wang Xiren would definitely be shocked. However, in the previous tea party, that old friend had activated the will of the ancient sages as a martial sage. Right now, most of the bladesmen in this golden age were as strong as Emperor Wu. At the very least, they were as strong as the blue-robed emperor. With such strength, activating the will of the ancient sages was not too surprising. As the ghostly bladesman, Zhao Feng, landed first, the various new generation saber sovereigns took their places. The wills of the ancient bladesmen were activated one after another. The light of the ancient sages blossomed, scattering the clouds and chasing away the sunlight. Only countless starlight descended. The stars looked like lanterns adorning the sky of the plaza. It looked like one could extinguish the lanterns just by stretching out one's hand. The 1,000 stone pillars were filled with guests. When Xiren knew that it was time for him to go up and host the tea party. When Xiren gently pushed off the ground and withdrew his sharpness, walking in the air step by step. Everywhere when Xiren passed, the many cultivators greeted him. This saber sovereign's descendant was already famous long ago. His strength was outstanding. Even if he did not reveal any sharpness, no one would dare to underestimate him. When Xiren walked over step by step. Aside from the black stone pillar in the center, there was an empty spot among the 36 stone pillars in the innermost area. This was not a coincidence. Everyone knew that this spot belonged to Wang Xiren. No one would snatch it from him, nor would anyone dare to. After Wang Xiren sat down, a light immediately lit up the stone pillar. The light gathered and turned into an ancient sage. With the appearance of this sage, the night sky filled with stars. The starry heavens lit up. "Brother Wen, didn't you say that the shadowless saber sovereign would come to this tea party as well? How come I don't see him?" The one who spoke was the corpse race bladesman Xing Feng. This person had always been arrogant and fearless, speaking his mind directly. This question was also on the minds of the others. However, due to Wang Xiren, they could not ask it in front of everyone. The shadowless saber sovereign did not touch the saber or leave a shadow behind. He was very famous. However, he kept a low profile and rarely appeared in public. Many of the bladesmen were already unconvinced by this. Bladesmen all had their pride. If one had not truly defeated the shadowless saber sovereign once, no matter what one thought of his reputation, one would not be convinced. I have long heard of the great name of the shadowless saber sovereign and really wanted to see for myself whether he lived up to his reputation or not. How unfortunate. He is someone who does not even dare to get off the war chariot. He must be pretending to be mysterious. How strong can he be? With Xing Feng taking the lead, the topic of discussion immediately shifted to the shadowless saber sovereign. This made Wang Xiren somewhat embarrassed, not knowing how to reply. After all, he had said earlier that the shadowless saber sovereign would definitely come. Now that the shadowless saber sovereign had not arrived, it would be hard to avoid blame. At the same time, the shadowless saber sovereign that everyone was talking about finally saw the vague silhouette of the heavenly saber mountain manor after frantically rushing for an entire day. He only saw the silhouette. If he really wanted to rush over, he would still need half a day. After a day of high-intensity rushing, Xiaochen felt mentally fatigued. He already used his fastest speed, but the environment of the starry heavens was too complicated. He was still too late. Looking in the direction of the heavenly saber mountain manor, Xiaochen showed a sullen expression. Am I going to be late? Definitely not. Since Xiaochen promised Wen Xiren that he would come, he had to be on time. Inside the war chariot, a brilliant light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. Suddenly, Xiaochen unleashed his saber intent. Thousands of saber lights bloomed from his body, piercing through the curtains. This caused the black cycle war chariot to give off an even more resplendent light than the stars in the starry heavens. The thousands of saber lights suddenly gathered into one and landed on Pride, which was on the war chariot. Immediately, the saber gave off a piercing and dazzling light. Saber intent spread out and kicked up a boundless strong wind. Buzz! Pride shot out with a clang, tearing through space and carrying all of Xiaochen's saber intent with it, disappearing into the stars. In the central plaza of the heavenly saber mountain manor, Wen Xiren, who was on the stone pillar, smiled bitterly at everyone's censure and said, I'm really sorry. The shadowless saber sovereign might not be able to come. However, before Wen Xiren could finish speaking, something strange happened in the plaza. The sun suddenly appeared in the starry sky, blocking out all the starlight. The appearance of this blazing sun was too sudden. No one was prepared for it. Their eyes were temporarily dazzled, and they felt shocked in their hearts. Before they could ask any questions, they saw the sun descend. Buzz! It landed on the unique black stone pillar in the center of the Sage Plaza. What's going on? Did the sun fall? A strong wind blew, messing up everyone's hair. They found it hard to keep their eyes open. At this moment, the light and shadow of the predecessors shattered. The Bladesman statues on the stone pillars fell off one after another, falling continuously. When the strong wind subsided and the lights stopped flashing, everyone's eyes recovered. When they squinted, they discovered that a saber had appeared on the black stone pillar. It is not the sun that fell. It is a saber. Chapter 1405. What fell from the sky was not a blazing sun or a star. Instead, it was a saber. Everyone here used the saber. In the end, they were all frightened by a saber. Before this tea party even started, it was already a huge slap to the faces of these bladesmen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. What was even more horrifying was that this descending saber shattered the will of the bladesmen in the statues of the predecessors on the stone pillars. In mere moments, the 1,000-odd stone pillars became smooth. The night sky turned upside down, and the strange scene of the stars shining like lamps vanished at the same time. Sunlight shone, and the blazing sun reappeared, shining down fiercely. However, the bladesmen present could not warm up. Their hearts were as cold as water, and they broke out in a cold sweat. Some of the bladesmen in the outermost region even trembled, not daring to believe that there was such a strong saber in the world. In a quiet study in the mountain manor, Wu Xiaotian's heart trembled ferociously. He put down the ancient book in his hand and raised his head to look at the unknown starry heavens. 1 kilometer, 10 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 1 million meters. He finally saw it after 10 million meters. A black war chariot rushed over wildly in that boundless resplendent starry heavens. In the dark night, in the starry heavens, in this boundless universe, this black war chariot seemed very ordinary. However, in Wu Xiaotian's eyes, that was not a war chariot or a person. Instead, it was a saber tearing through the sky. It was not flying towards the heavenly saber inn or the 1,000-odd bladesmen in the central plaza. Instead, it was flying towards him, the saber sovereign Wu Xiaon. Crack! Wu Xiaotian could not suppress the surging emotions in his heart. The ancient book in his hand shattered, turning into shards that danced wildly in the study. Sunlight shone in through the window, and the shards of paper fell like snow. At some point in time, Wu Xiaotian's black hair had turned snow-white. He looked like he had aged several hundred years. He knew that from the moment he saw that person, he was no longer the saber sovereign. Although the other party's cultivation was not as high as his accomplishments in the saber Dao already surpassed his. The instant Wu Xiaotian looked back, the white snow dyed his black hair. All his feelings flowed like water, and his fame drifted with the clouds. The generation's saber sovereign Wu Xiaotian was able to pick and drop things without any reluctance or resentment. After not seeing you for 5 years, you have indeed taken a different path. At least I did not risk my life to fight for you back then in vain. Wu Xiaotian smiled in frustration and sat back down, not saying anything more. Even the other primes would not be able to see through Xiao Chen's disguise. However, as the saber sovereign, no matter how Xiao Chen disguised himself, Wu Xiaotian would be able to recognize him at first glance. The saber sovereign recognized the person, not the face or the saber. He only recognized the heart of a bladesman. Wu Xiaotian could let it go and accept it. However, the many new generation bladesmen on the stone pillars in the central plaza were all very proud. How could they be convinced? Brother Wen, what's going on? Whose saber is it? Looking at the flickering saber blade, many people calmed down and asked Wen Xiren about it. Some of the bladesmen present felt suspicious. A small portion of them had seen this saber before and recognized it. However, they could not be sure. When Xiren had seen this saber before and had a deep impression of it, he recognized it at first glance. At first, he was shocked. Then, he was pleasantly surprised. In the end, the shadowless saber sovereign did not break his promise. However, when Xiren saw the expressions of the bladesmen present, he felt bitter in his heart. This shadowless saber sovereign had gone overboard. When Xiren had to answer the questions of the many bladesmen. After a long silence, he whispered, "It's the shadowless saber sovereign's saber. It really is him. I guessed it. This is his pride saber. I saw it once before. What an imposing manner. If you want to come, then come. If you don't, then don't. What is the meaning of this? He is completely looking down on us." The bladesmen on the stone pillars buzzed and immediately exploded. The dissatisfaction in their words was very clear. However, this was normal. Anyone sitting on a stone pillar would feel uncomfortable. This was not the way to slap someone's face. Even the will of the predecessors scattered, even slapping the ancestor's face. In reality, this was a huge misunderstanding. Xiao Chen only wanted to be on time. It had been many years since Xiao Chen had focused all his saber intent on one saber. This was the only way he could think of to be on time. The saber of a bladesman could represent the bladesman himself. No matter how one looked at it, using the saber to attend the meeting was reasonable. Scattering the will of the predecessors was not Xiao Chen's original intention. If he had not focused all his saber intent, pride would not have been able to land from such a distance. This startling change set the entire place abuzz. No one had expected such a thing to happen at the tea party. When Xiren felt somewhat helpless. After he waved his hand to stop the commotion, he said, "Quiet down." The shadowless saber sovereign personally delivered an invitation. Using the saber to attend the meeting is not considered breaking the appointment. There is no need to argue about this. If anyone is not convinced, just go to the Dao discussion platform and chop off his saber. The black stone pillar was the Dao discussion platform of this tea party. As long as one occupied it, one would have to accept the challenges of others. This was the reason why no one had occupied this black stone pillar. Shadowless saber sovereign, do you have any objections? When Xiren asked as he looked at Pride's saber on the stone pillar. It is meaningless. Dust gathered on the stone pillar and turned into the figure of an ordinary person. Then, he stretched out his hand and drew Pride's saber. Xiao Chen, who was in the war chariot, burned most of his magic energy and finally executed the life bestowal spell from several million kilometers away. Such a scene stunned the others. Why did there suddenly appear another clone? I ran into some trifling matters along the way, so my true body could not attend the meeting on time. I could only use the saber to attend the meeting and execute some unorthodox Dao techniques, materializing half a clone to discuss the Dao. I apologize for any disrespect. The clone held the saber and performed a cupped fist salute in all directions. Some people scoffed, saying that the shadowless saber sovereign was hypocritical. Some nodded to themselves. This shadowless saber sovereign was rather humble. Are you really the shadowless saber sovereign? A person from the innermost 36 stone pillars asked in an overbearing manner as he stood up. his eyes blazed with fighting spirit. I am the real deal. The saber in my hand can prove it. Very well. In that case Su Xilan, will come and test you out today. Right after Su Xilan spoke, he did not hesitate to charge at the clone that Xiaochen formed with the life bestowal spell. Everyone immediately held their breaths and focused, no longer saying anything as they watched seriously. Although Su Xilan was not one of the new generation 10 great bladesmen, he was not far from it. Being able to gain a spot on one of the innermost 36 stone pillars was already very incredible in itself. The two figures quickly started fighting. Light and shadow flickered as Xiaochen moved about. Su Xilan was famous for his fast saber. Xiaochen noticed this characteristic and used speed to fight speed. The fish dragon art moved around the narrow stone pillar, showing thousands of changes. After 10 moves, the two figures separated. Su Xilan's complexion was pale, and a saber rested on his neck, preventing him from moving. I lost. Although it was said to be 10 moves, the two fought speed with speed. The 10 moves took only one breath of time. Some bladesmen did not even understand how Su Xilan lost. Only the true experts could see that Su Xilan lost miserably, losing in all 10 moves. Every time he attacked, a wound appeared on his body. After 10 moves, he could not even defend his vital points. In the future, Su Xilan would no longer dare to call himself a fast saber. Thanks for letting me win. You are already fast enough, but you lack a movement technique. A movement technique does not have to be a peak one. It has to be suitable for oneself, as everyone's body is different. When one's cultivation is low, there is no need to mind. However, when one's cultivation is high, one needs to find a movement technique that is suitable for one's body. If one cannot find one, one can modify it or create one. Xiaochen said with a cupped fist salute. Su Xilan entered deep thought. Some of his questions seemed to have been answered. After a while, he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks." Immediately, the place turned even quieter. Everyone felt that this person was not on the same level as the shadowless saber sovereign. Although this person's aura clearly did not surpass that of a sovereign martial emperor, and his emperor's might did not have the unique air of a sovereign martial emperor, they had this feeling. In terms of the saber Dao, this person was on a completely different level from the shadowless saber sovereign. I'll do it. After some silence, the ghostly saber sovereign Zhao Feng stood up and made this difficult decision. Count me Xingfeng. Xingfeng, who used the topic of the shadowless saber sovereign to make things difficult for Wen Xiren, also stepped forward at this moment. However, the arrogance in Xingfeng's eyes had already vanished, replaced by a grave expression. Two new generation saber sovereigns making a move at the same time seemed somewhat against the rules. However, no one felt that there was anything wrong with it. This was because the person they were going to fight was the shadowless saber sovereign.